A mighty empire was destroyed by 10 legendary necromancers, and the only ones who could stand against them were priests. And our main character has an absolutely badass background. His father is a top-tier necromancer who can raise an army of thousands of skeletons. His mother is a priestess, capable of purifying any poison with her holy magic. And our boy here possesses a natural talent, even greater than theirs. A skill that took his old man 6 months to learn, he mastered in just 2 days. He graduated as the valedictorian from the top Necromancer Academy, leaving everyone in awe of him. Okay, no more rambling, let's get into it. 2 men looked down from above, talking. Tell me, son, what do you think is the most important virtue a lord must possess? The kid, caught off guard, was a bit dazed. So suddenly? But he quickly came up with an answer. Magnanimity, sir. His father struck a cool pose, leaning on his hand and smirking. Not bad, the curious boy asked. Then what's the right answer? Acting all high and mighty, the man replied. The correct answer is a warm heart. That man is Richard Polentia, the Lord of Lesson. The inexperienced kid couldn't possibly understand, wearing a clueless expression. Heart? The old man explained the virtue a lord needs. Depending on the situation, you'll have to be a friend, a relative, and sometimes even a villain. You'll have to play all of those roles. And no matter the situation, you must do your best. You will form a bond with anyone you are with. The kid's eyes were opened. It's unclear how much he understood, but he let out an "oh." Just then, a man approached and called out to the Lord. Oh my, I apologize for interrupting, my lord, but may I ask about that? He looked dead tired, panting as he spoke. The Lord turned to him. Of course, Charlie. After hearing the report, the old man waved his hand. Simon, step back for a moment. You too, Charlie. The Lord stood there, raising his hand and closing his eyes tightly. Dark power emanated from his hand as the wind began to swirl violently. He realized it was time and activated a super magic circle underground. Bony hands shot up from the ground, and an entire army of skeletons appeared. They ran right up to Simon. Charlie gestured with his hand toward the pile of firewood behind him. The skeletons, with their wide, innocent-looking eyes, looked a bit goofy, but were quite useful. They immediately ran over to haul the firewood for him. The Lord saved so much on labor costs. Thank you, Lord Polentia. He waved his hand. Keep up the good work. Standing beside them, Simon's mind was blown. He can supplement the workforce. By using the dead, he truly is a great necromancer. Necromancers, special mages who wield dark and black magic. Long ago, to escape the influence of the necromancers, the Emperor of the Tanhan Empire dispatched 500,000 soldiers. But from Kizen, their headquarters, only 10 necromancers were sent to counter that mighty army. Just 10. But those 500,000 troops were quickly turned into corpses, and they destroyed the Tanhan Empire. The outcome of this event was called the Rose Brigade. Even the Emperor of the Tanhan Empire had to surrender. The outcome of this event was called the Rose Brigade. Even the Emperor of the Tanhan Empire had to surrender. The rotting corpse of the former emperor suffered a tragic fate. He was placed upon the imperial throne itself, and that is how the necromancers seized control in the new era, conquering half the continent. But another power also threatened the necromancers' reign, ruling the other half of the continent. Priests, the only villains in the eyes of the necromancers. They used divinity to serve the goddess Java. Our boy stood watching the skulls and skeletons working happily alongside humans, feeling. But none of that worried our fiefdom. They really work well together. This is Lesson. A place where humans and skeletons coexist peacefully. A town so tiny you can't even see it on a map. A place even the neighboring villages don't know about. And I am Simon Polentia, the heir to this fiefdom, who has a habit of smiling cluelessly. The house echoed with chatter. I'm home. Anna, his mother, was already waiting for him. Simon, you're back. Yes, I was out helping with the mining. He crept over to see what his mother was cooking. You must be hungry then. Wait just a moment. Seeing the pot of green, red, purple, and yellow, he couldn't help but ask, Mom, what is this? It's a brew with liaha mushrooms. It looked even more disgusting than a trough of pig slop. But, those are poisonous, Mom. The year's most optimistic mother replied, But don't worry. Your mother will make it edible. Light shone from her hands as she activated her cooking skill. Simon stared, immediately recognizing it. Divine power. Mom was displaying the power of a former priestess. Every time I see Mom's power, I can't help but wonder how 2 people so opposite ever met. You'll never know if you don't ask. Lost in thought, his mother called out, Simon, you've stared long enough. Aren't you going to eat? Thanks to her hands, a table full of delicious food had appeared out of nowhere. It was a feast for the eyes, but the taste was still unbearable. She asked innocently, "You're not eating much today. Are you not feeling well?" His dad was throwing it all up. Watching his parents act all lovey-dovey, our perpetually single boy was speechless. It was like they were still on their honeymoon. He went up to his room to contemplate life before bed. Before he could even wash his hands, a letter flew in through the window and hit him right in the face. The kid jumped in surprise. Before he could figure out what was happening, a pretty girl suddenly appeared before him. The girl in the short skirt was perched on the window frame. "Hello there." Simon was captivated. Oh, but it seems he wasn't impressed enough. Acting like he didn't see her, he turned his back. The girl, completely ignored, flew right into the room, shouting, "Hey, don't you pretend you can't see me." She even jumped on the bed and pulled his leg. "Hey, I know you see me. Come on, get up, get up. Are you single? Because you're playing way too hard to get." Our boy couldn't play dumb any longer. "Geez, all right, who are you? How did you get here? Are you lost?" The girl put her hands on her hips bossily. "I'm not lost, you idiot." She pointed at him matter-of-factly. "I came here to see you, Simon Polentia. Looks like our boy's info got leaked. How do you know my name?" The girl pointed to the letter. Just then, his parents burst into the room, weapons in hand. "Sweetheart, Simon, what's wrong? Is it a burglar?" As soon as she saw the two of them, the girl's face lit up, happier than a new father. Richard Polentia, Anna, the two of them also recognized the girl. Nephthys Archibald. "Oh dear, you haven't changed a bit. I've missed you two so much." "We've missed you too." It was a happy reunion, but the kid, Simon, had no idea what was going on. The old man pointed at the young lady. "Simon, greet her properly. This is the legendary Nephthys Archibald." "Heh, just a little hint. Nephthys Archibald." Simon's face went pale. He was terrified and completely shocked. "No way. That's Nephthys Archibald? The main culprit behind turning Emperor Tanthan's corpse into a puppet? And also the corpse witch who has lived for over 300 years. This girl looks so small and cute, but she has such a villainous past." "Yes, I am Nephthys Archibald of Kizen." The kid was so scared he could have peed his pants. "Does that mean that letter? Could it be?" The lady cut him off. "Let me send an official letter. Shall I?" Simon Polentia pulled out the letter to look at it. It was an acceptance letter from Kizen. Without any prior warning from Sister Pier, the lady immediately invited him to come to Kizen. The kid was still standing there with a dumbfounded look on his face. The lady left in a flash. "Well then, see you at Kizen." His father walked over to Simon. "Let me see that letter." The clueless kid just handed it over. "Ah, yes, here you go. Special admission. Simon Polentia. Your knowledge about this place is a bit lacking." You mentioned Kizen, which means," the old man continued. "Yes, that's the heart of the Dark Alliance and the headquarters of necromancers. It's also a school that trains necromancers," he told his son. "The person in charge of Kizen is Nephthys Archibald, the one you just met. She may look small, but she's the headmaster of a prestigious school. Don't judge a book by its cover. She doesn't look the part, does she?" The kid didn't even know. "So, where is Kizen? Is it far from here?" "Very far," the old man replied. "It's on an island called Jokin. You'll have to take a ship from Langjertine, the capital of the Getgen Kingdom, and travel quite a distance to reach it. But don't worry, Simon. Langjertine has a lot of interesting things. Jokin Island is beautiful too, and what's more, Kizen is famous for its stylish uniforms." The kid immediately thought of the girls' low-cut dresses. Uniforms. Mother Anna came over and added, "T-esque. That's going to keep you busy until the enrollment ceremony." The kid still hadn't processed it all. "Huh? Why is that?" His father just patted his shoulder reassuringly. "There's a lot to prepare to become a necromancer, son. You should learn the skills once you get to school. We should open your core first." His parents looked at their kid like a lab rat. Did anyone ever ask if he even wanted this? They just went ahead and arranged everything. Should we teach him a little dark magic? Of course, I'll teach him that too. Oh, right. You also have to learn the breathing method. So don't even think about sleeping. Starting tomorrow, after meeting Nephthys Archibald that day, I began the busiest week of my life. It was all in preparation for Kizen. My parents said school life would be very interesting and that I'd have fun there, but, however, my admission seemed to make them worried. His father brought his glowing hand close to the kid. "This is probably going to hurt, but you have to endure it." And it really, really hurt. No joke. For 3 days that week, I didn't sleep at all while creating my core with the help of my father's magic. Learning one thing after another. "Now, breathe very slowly. For the rest of the week, I learned the breathing method and dark magic from my father. 1 week later, for me, a boy who had spent his entire life in Lezen, my 80-second trial had begun. The carriage slowly departed from that place. We're leaving now. Mother Anna cried her eyes out seeing her precious son off. Be careful, Simon. That fool Charlie also came. Travel safely, young master. On the way to Kizen, sitting in the carriage, Simon didn't forget to practice. Gather the magic floating around you in the air, into your body, and slowly create mana. His father was pushing him to his absolute limit. Then, transfer it into your core. Just like that. Can you feel the mana solidifying inside your body? A blue source of power was gathering. Now, channel that mana through your hand. A blue droplet appeared on his fingertip. That's it. Now, disperse it through your fingers. His father, Richard Polentia, stared intently. Very good, Simon. That is the source of a necromancer's power. Dark energy. The blue droplet appeared on his fingertip. The biggest difference between a mage and a necromancer is dark energy. Mana has a gas-like property. It gradually liquefies and then vanishes into the air. In other words, darkness can be a solid or a liquid, so it's very easy for it to coalesce and take on different shapes. So, if you use this property of darkness, the blue droplet turned jet black, you can transform it into a shape like this. The thing the old man conjured was his beloved wife, Anna, cooking. Those who practice magic based on darkness are called necromancers. With a snap of his fingers, the dark shadow vanished. Since we don't have much time, let's focus on extracting the darkness and channeling it into your core. The kid had no choice but to obey. Yes, father. A few blue droplets appeared on his hand. Even sweating buckets, he couldn't turn it black like his father. His hands and feet trembled, trying to shape the thing. It was still a liquidy mess. It couldn't hold its shape at all. His father's face went pale. That's enough for now. Unbelievable. It usually takes about 6 months to 2 years for a necromancer to be able to use dark energy to form a shape. But Simon succeeded in just 3 days. That's my boy. Now, after just one failure, he could even create shapes of flowers and leaves. His father was both happy and worried. I knew he was talented, but this kind of explosive talent could backfire. I postponed building his core, hoping he wouldn't repeat the mistakes I made when I was young, the clueless son and the father protecting him from behind. But now it's time for his talent to shine. From within the dark shadow on the kid's hand, a light burst forth. The kid called out excitedly, "Father, look! Ah, a jet black blue. I see it. Your dark energy has a beautiful blue sheen. It's really something else." Simon's eyes shone like stars, happier than a father seeing his newborn. Is it good that it's jet black blue? Am I a rare case? Does it mean I'm really talented? But to the kid's disappointment, his father chuckled and threw cold water on his excitement. It's just the color. It completely deflated the kid. The wheels stopped. Have we arrived? Have we reached Kizen? The old man, Richard Polentia, suddenly stood up. No, this is the border of the Resin Kingdom. I'll be leaving you here. He was literally being left for dead. Simon was stunned. Father, what do you mean? He was completely frozen. His father got out of the carriage and calmly explained. I'm sorry, but I couldn't tell you beforehand. I also can't enter the territory of Resin. It's a long story, but from this point on, you'll have to decide everything for yourself. Before Simon could even process it, his father could only encourage him. Don't worry, I guarantee it. You can do better than anyone, and I am truly proud of you. In the end, his father stayed in the carriage and continued on his way. Take care. 1 week later, the kingdom of Zezen. We've arrived. All sorts of people gathered here. Simon was amazed. This is the capital of the Zezen kingdom? They even have skeleton horses here. Seeing Langjatin for the first time was truly overwhelming. Simon looked around, the very picture of a country bumpkin in the big city, clutching his map tightly and cautiously scanning his surroundings. What a huge city. I have to be careful. Let's see. Number 239. Camel Street. There should be a guide waiting for me there. He looked around, surveying the area. Where is it? Just then, he saw a beautiful blonde woman walk by. When in doubt, just ask. Excuse me, may I ask you a question? When she turned around, one of her eyes fell out. It was a daytime horror story. How can I help you, young man? Simon was scared out of his wits, repeating a mantra to himself. It's rude to be scared. It's rude to be scared. It's rude to be scared. Simon was speechless. I'd like to ask for directions to this address. The woman's wandering eye stretched out to look at the map. If Simon stared any longer, he might just die on the spot. Let's see. Camel Street. the woman said cheerfully, pointing the way. Do you see that square over there? Go past the square, then turn right. You'll see a road paved with gold-plated bricks. That's Camel Street. It's one of Langjaden's landmarks. Luckily, despite her terrifying appearance, she was very enthusiastic. Simon bowed deeply. Thank you. The woman was delighted. Haha, what a polite young man. Be careful. And good luck in Langjaten. Simon waved goodbye. Thanks. Good luck to you too. Just as he left, a man approached her. He stood right behind the lady with the loose eye. Excuse me. He took off his hat and said, I'd like to ask you for a little favor. By the lake, the woman sat, extremely impatient. What's taking so long? Did he get lost? Sorry, father. Simon looked at the menacing thugs in front of him. They were holding weapons and pointing them at him threateningly. Now, put everything you have on the ground. The whole gang surrounded him. Clothes, bag, everything. Simon tensed up. It was his first time out in the world. Running into this. I guess I'll be getting to Resin later than planned. 1 hour earlier. He was holding a piece of paper, looking around for address number 239. 239. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey kid, are you looking for 239 Camel Street? Or to be precise, S.L. 1. E. 6. A. Right? Being a trusting soul, Simon immediately replied, Oh, yes, that's right. You must be the guide sent to meet me. The man immediately confirmed it. Yes, that's right. He took off his hat, revealing a bald head, and dramatically introduced himself. I am indeed the guide sent for you. Since you were late, I figured you must have gotten lost. So I came looking for you. The two shook hands. It's a good thing we ran into each other. My name is Simon Polentia. The bald man also introduced himself. Hello, I'm Jolly, a guide here in Langjatin. The bald man began his spiel. Please, follow me. I'll take you to your lodging first. I'm so glad I found you. Before you ran into any trouble. There are a lot of scammers here trying to trick gullible tourists. What he said actually made Simon a little wary, but he still followed him into a small alley. You know, pickpockets, thieves, merchants who scam you with high prices, that sort of thing. Simon was smarter than he looked. He could tell with just a glance. So, you're planning on scamming me too, aren't you? The bald man jumped, sweating bullets and freezing up. I don't know what you mean. Simon called his bluff immediately. You have a tendency to look at the ground, and you keep touching your vest pocket. You're checking to see if your stuff is still there, right? Judging by the width of the pocket and the creases, it looks like you have a knife in there. He was spot on, but the guy still tried to argue. A misunderstanding. That's just for self-defense. And finally, that name. Who? That's the name of a species of goat in Lessine. The guy was now scared stiff. He trembled all over, finally ready to show his true colors. So you knew? And you still followed me? He pulled a dagger from his pocket. Who the hell are you? Damn it, I don't give a damn who you are. You're going to be begging us to stop. He had led Simon right into his gang's territory. They swarmed him, pointing their knives menacingly. Now, put everything you have on the ground. Clothes, bag, everything. Simon wasn't scared in the slightest. I won't. A guy in the back, bewildered, warned him. Hey, country boy. I don't think you grasp the situation. Still joking around? Do we look like we're messing with you? As soon as he finished speaking, they charged. Simon, without breaking a sweat, stepped aside, dodging them easily while grabbing the man's wrist. A blood-curdling scream echoed out. The whole gang was scared witless and immediately backed off. I sometimes see people like you in my own territory, scum who blend into the crowds and swindle people with fake fees or so-called protection money. My duty, as the succeeding lord, is to clean up filth like you. Hearing this only made them more interested. A nobleman, huh? All the more reason not to let you go, he roared, calling for more backup. All of you, get out here. Dealing with all of them is going to take a while. Sorry, father. It looks like I'll be getting to Resin later than planned. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was the woman from before. Ah, there you are. I've been waiting for you for a long time. And since you didn't show up, I had to come find you myself. The bald guy turned to look at his gang. Now what? The charming, long-haired woman. It seems you're busy with some trivial matters, aren't you? The bald guy, not knowing his own limits, stupidly pointed and said, Don't worry. We have the upper hand. Let's hurry and deal with them. Then get out of here. The woman's voice was challenging. You should count again. You also realize that building over there is a skeleton shop, don't you? An army of skeletons appeared right behind her. She was a necromancer. With a single command, get them. Her skeleton underlings charged forward. Just like that, they took care of the whole gang. Simon didn't even have to lift a finger. The thugs were now so terrified they were seeing their past lives, screaming desperately, "We didn't know you were a great necromancer. Please, spare us." The woman put her hands on her hips and glared. "Talk. Which guild do you belong to?" At this point, even if she asked about their great-great-grandfathers, they would have confessed. "Claven. We're from the Claven Guild." The woman's expression turned as sharp as a knife. "You're from a rather large guild, yet you resort to robbing poor travelers? Go tell Claven yourself. Tell him to put his hands behind his back. Get on your hands and knees, and crawl to the security headquarters to turn yourself in." The guy was about to piss his pants, begging, "Please, spare us. Are you single? What kind of joke is this? Are you giving me an order?" The girl looked like the Grim Reaper. If he sends a substitute, or if his face doesn't have a single scratch on it, I guarantee you, in the name of Kizen, I will wipe your guild off the face of this planet. He was terrified, bowing and apologizing profusely. "I'll remember what you said." "All right, that's settled." She leads the kid, Simon, away from there. She changes her tune in a flash, smiling cheerfully. "You must be Simon Polentia, right?" The kid, Simon, quickly follows along. "Ah, yes, that's me. Thank you for helping me. But who are you?" She's a sassy girl, but she seems to have a good heart. "What do you think? I'm your real guide." After saying that, she grabs the kid's wrist and starts pulling him along. "Come on, my mom is waiting." "Who are you?" The kid, Simon, doesn't even know her, let alone her mother. "Your mom? Huh?" The girl looks around. "Where is she?" "I told her to wait right here." Finally, she spots her. And just in time, she sees the lady, Nephthys Archibald, buying ice cream. "What on earth? Mom, you're going to be the death of me." She storms over in a rage. "I told you to stay put." The lady looks terrified. "I was waiting," but before she could say more, her daughter was already pinching her cheek. "You always get lost. Stop wandering around by yourself." The lady still wouldn't admit she was wrong. She pointed defensively. "That ice cream stall over there is having a free tasting event." The girl scolded her. "So what? What if you got lost and I couldn't find Simon because of you? What am I supposed to do if I lose both you and Simon?" The older woman just stood there crying, unable to argue back. Simon, standing beside them, was having an existential crisis. "Huh? What is happening right now? Weren't they sisters? Nephthys Archibald is her mother?" The lady changed the subject, escaping from her daughter's clutches and waving at him. "Anyway, Simon, you must be tired after such a long journey, huh? I hope you learned something from Richard Polentia." He immediately showed off his skills. "I learned this." As soon as she saw his power, the lady was endlessly impressed. "It's been so long since I've seen that blue-tinted darkness." Both mother and daughter gathered around to admire it. "But this thing still has mana attributes. It's still swirling like a flame. That means it's still in a gaseous state. In that case, he can just learn to use his core more efficiently. He's going to learn that at the academy anyway, right? Then it's no problem. It's fine." "Yes." Hearing that, Lorraine Archibald's eyes widened as she turned to her mother. "Yes, Mom. You'll let me guide the new student, right? I trust my daughter. If it's difficult, my daughter can handle it." The girl was speechless. "You always leave the hard stuff to me." And just like that, the lady escaped to go eat her ice cream. She left the two young people behind. "All right, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lorraine Archibald. I'm a student at Kizen, just like you." The girl seemed to like Simon, holding his hand and not letting go. "Shall we go now?" she said, excited to go shopping for the new semester. Their chatter echoed through the streets. "Simon, do you know what the most exciting part of the entire school year is?" The poor kid had never been to school before, so how would he know? When is it?" "It's when you go shopping for your uniform, textbooks, and other supplies before school starts. In short, it's when you get to spend money on new stuff." The girl, Lorraine, winked playfully. "This is the most exciting time, so enjoy it. Let's go buy textbooks first, shall we? There's a lot we need to buy. Follow me." Now, the two of them are in a bookstore. "First, take this." The book looked ordinary, but was incredibly heavy. The moment she let go, he almost failed to catch it. He could barely hold An Introduction to Summoning and Enchantment, and she immediately tossed him another, even thicker book. "Simon, take this one too. We're not even that close. What's with this joke?" And that wasn't all. The girl threw a whole pile of other books at him. The kid, Simon, couldn't catch them all. "This one. And this one too. This one." She tossed them up, ignoring his desperate cries. "Wait, Lorraine. That's enough." Simon's face turned pale. "I'm not going to have to learn all of this in my first year, am I?" The girl winked and smiled, still picking out more books. Of course not. This is Kizen. You have to master all of this in the first semester of your first year. Now, stop whining, and take this potions textbook. Another pile of books was thrown straight at the kid's head. The last one is dark arts. I'll go get it. You wait here, okay? What could he do? Endure it or drop out? All right. But the library was crowded with people. Come to think of it, I've never been around so many people my age before. I'm so excited to experience school life. Suddenly, a girl came running by. I'm coming! Their eyes met unexpectedly. Huh? The kid, Simon, stepped aside just as the girl face-planted right into the bookshelf, without a shred of pity. Ow! My nose. The entire stack of books on the shelf came tumbling down. If those hit her, she'd have a concussion for sure. Luckily, our handsome Simon had a bit of a heart and rushed over. Watch out. Are you okay? He successfully saved the girl's life. Yes, I'm okay. I'm sorry. The kid, Simon, shielded her from the pile of books. He was even thoughtful enough to apologize. It's okay. I was the one who was distracted and got in your way. I'm sorry. Can you help me put the books back? No. We'll get in trouble. The hero saves the damsel. So how could the damsel refuse? Ah. Okay. Sure. You're a new student at Kizen too, right? That's right. I'm a new student too. My name is Cindy Vivace. And you are? The two started talking and getting to know each other. Simon Polentia. I see. It's nice to meet you, Simon. The girl looked flustered, picking up each book, sweating buckets. Actually, I'm from Sare in the north, so I don't have any friends yet. Simon was in the same boat. Then we're the same. I don't have any friends either. The girl's eyes sparkled like stars. Really? She was happier than a new father. The girl immediately took the initiative. If it's okay, Simon, can I say hi to you whenever I see you at school? She was blushing bright red. Simon was just as lonely. Of course. I was about to ask you the same thing. Thank you. We've put all the books back, so I should get going. My father is waiting outside. He said goodbye to the girl. Okay, see you at school then. Suddenly, he remembered something. Ah, wait a minute. Cindy Vivace. Can I have my wallet back, please? The girl's face turned pale, her smile vanishing. Huh. I can't believe I got caught. I used my spirit power to steal it. So how did you know? These cheap tricks? I saw them coming a mile away. It's just that, a moment ago, I saw my wallet flying through the air. The girl, embarrassed, got angry. You saw that? Are you messing with me? Are you planning to major in psychic arts too? Simon was baffled, not understanding a thing. I haven't decided on a major yet. The girl was exasperated, her hand still pointing at his chiseled six-pack. I knew it, she yelled, ecstatic, as if she'd won the lottery. Kizen is on a whole other level. I can't believe it. I bet Kizen is full of people like you, huh? I'm so excited to start school. I was speechless. She was a pickpocket, and she's so brazen about it. If we both major in spiritual power, then we could see each other for all 3 years. Let's have a friendly competition then, okay? Simon was thrilled. He'd never met anyone like her before. It was a real eye-opener. She took off her breastplate and tossed him the wallet. Here, take your wallet back. I'm really looking forward to it. Don't you dare pretend you don't know me at school, Simon. Just as she left, Lorraine walked over. I've bought all the introduction to dark magic books. They'll be delivered to your dorm when they're in stock. By the way, who was that girl just now? You've already made a friend? She's really something else. I'm no match for her. I guess so. Unaware of the situation, the young lady started to tease him. You don't have to be so shy. You can be honest with me, you know. You're acting like you have a crush on her or something. Heh. A crush? More like I got scammed. I almost got my wallet stolen by her. Before he could say more, she was already pulling him along. Anyway, we've bought all the books. Let's go get you a bag now. He thought she meant a shoulder bag. But no, it wasn't that kind of bag. It was a special kind that necromancers use. It's called a magic storage. To put it simply, we call it a subspace. The handsome protagonist was hearing this for the first time. His jaw dropped. What an eye-opener. An eccentric lady in a pink dress came out, beaming. Hello, Miss Lorraine Archibald. Ha. I heard you bought a bag not too long ago. Does that mean you're looking for one for this gentleman here? Lorraine put a hand on her hip and replied, That's right. He's a new student, so I'm looking for a bag with the fewest restrictions. Don't show us. Any subspace that needs a wall or a floor to open, since we often fight on wide-open plains. The old lady took out a tray of rings. She said, Right you are. You've really thought this through, Miss Lorraine. In that case, I'll show you an item that's not even on the market yet. This is just for you. Put on the ring and let your dark energy flow into it. He did as she said. All right. Next, you'll feel as if you're touching a handle. He felt exactly what she described. That's it. Pull it out. Think of it as a handle. This subspace is the latest product from Jelland Aircliss, the young master craftsman of the new generation. It can hold up to 4,000 UB. A thin cloud of dust rose at his feet as the woman explained. This subspace can be opened on the ground, on any terrain, whether it's sloped or uneven. And the space inside has a total of 7 enchantments, including a first-class preservation charm and other charms, for temperature control. And when you wear it, an invisibility charm will activate to hide your location from enemies. The ground in front of him turned pitch black. Lorraine Archibald stood beside him, probably wondering if she was getting some kind of commission. She asked enthusiastically, "What about the ejection features?" "Of course, it has that too." Simon was visibly thrilled with his new toy. The young lady smiled, amused, and asked, "So Simon, do you like it?" He beamed. "I love it. But a subspace like this must cost a fortune, right?" She wasn't sure either. "So, how much is this, Stefan Barra?" "The total price is 5,000 gold coins." Upon hearing that, he nearly wet himself, his jaw on the floor. He'd have to sell his house to afford that. That thing costs as much as Lesson's entire annual budget, and before he could object, she agreed to buy it just like that. "We'll take this one then." "That's enough." He jumped, goosebumps covering his skin. "You're buying it for me?" Lorraine spent money like a true heiress. "Don't worry. This is my mother's money, not mine. It's easy to spend money when it isn't yours. I don't know the full details, but my mother owes your parents a great deal. This is just her way of repaying that debt, so please don't refuse." Simon broke out in a nervous sweat. "Even so, this gift is just too much. How could I ever repay Nephthys Archibald?" The young lady advised him. "Don't even think about that. If you want to repay my mother, just do your best at Kizen." He immediately agreed. I'll definitely give it my all." With the deal done, they left, as the shopkeeper called out to her high-spending customers, "Thank you both. Take care. Now that we have all the necessary supplies, let's have some fun." As dusk fell, the two walked through the streets. "Huh? Are we allowed to do this?" The young lady nodded. "Of course. This is also part of today's schedule." She took him out to experience the world, from playing carnival games that broadened his horizons to going sightseeing. There wasn't a single thing she didn't let him experience. This is a must-see tourist spot. It's called the 10,000 Lights. What do you think, Simon? A landscape as beautiful as this, in Simon's eyes, was just. "I'm just thinking that there are really thousands of idiots in this world willing to spend 200 silver coins on a piece of paper. That's flammable?" The young man's poverty severely limited his imagination. The young lady suddenly tried to console him. "You'll do well at Kizen," Simon replied casually. "Thanks." As soon as he said it, she threw cold water on him. That wasn't a compliment. He froze solid on the spot. All right then." That evening, the two had dinner together. "You know your table manners. Just as expected from someone from a noble family." "Huh." Simon smiled brightly. "My father was very strict about etiquette." Before he could say more, she reminded him. "You were taught well, weren't you? Let me tell you, 30% of the students at Kizen are commoners, so don't even think about using your status to boss others around. Kizen is based entirely on merit." "I wasn't going to do anything. I haven't touched anyone." He simply replied, "I'll keep that in mind. Tomorrow will be your first day. Do you have any questions?" Simon suddenly remembered the pink-haired girl. The girl I met at the bookstore. She said something about majors. Lorraine Archibald immediately perked up. "Majors? That's an interesting question. You'll take 9 subjects in your first semester of freshman year, 27 core subjects and 2 electives. From the second semester on, you can sign up for any electives you want. And when you become a sophomore, you have to choose a major." Simon asked in surprise. "Just like that girl said? Does that mean I have to quickly figure out what I'm good at?" "Theology, combat magic, dark magic, toxicology, summoning, hematology, spiritual power studies." His enthusiastic guide for the day was on a roll. "Exactly. I recommend you decide on your main subjects first, and then focus on studying those. When it comes to group assignments, students with clear strengths are more popular." In Simon's imagination, crowds of people would surround him like a celebrity. "Please join our group." Just thinking about it was exciting. "I'll definitely remember that," the young lady asked with concern. "Have you thought about which major you might choose?" He held a cup of water in his hand. "I think I'm starting to get interested in occult studies. What you showed me this morning was pretty impressive." "Really?" "It's right up her alley. Occult studies are amazing. It has the feel of a traditional mage. One of the instructors at Kizen is Professor Hong Chang." "That's right. Honestly, I'm still amazed by the other professors too. Just hearing about them sounds fascinating. I can't wait to meet them. She smiled and replied, Great. When you get there, be sure to rest. Before leaving, she specifically warned him, if my mom finds out that I was late for school tomorrow because I was too tired from hanging out today, she'll give me an earful. It's the first time I've hung out with such a pretty girl for so long. Anyway, thank you for today. I had a great time. I don't think I'll ever forget this day. Hearing that was music to her ears. Lorraine couldn't stop smiling. Is that so? Hearing you say that makes me happy too. Well, I'm off. Suddenly, she turned back. Actually, Simon, there's something I have to tell you. He turned back in surprise. What is it? You know, I didn't mean to trick you, but I didn't tell you at the right time. This mischievous girl then dropped a bombshell that left him completely frozen. I'm a new student too. Heh. Let's be friends at school, okay? He stood there, completely stiff and speechless, having fallen for her trick. I'm really leaving now. Bye-bye. And with that, she vanished. Simon was still in shock. The next morning, seeing the scene before him, the boy, who was in the city for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Looking around, everyone seemed strange, each with their own unique style. I must be the most normal person here. An announcement suddenly boomed. All aboard. We're about to depart for Kizen. It seemed he was going alone today. Lorraine Archibald said she'd be taking a different route. I guess the next time I see her will be at school. With that thought, he took out his admission letter for them to check. He found the way the boat was moored strange. Weren't they supposed to point the bow towards the pier? You're cleared to board. Simon Polentia. Suddenly, the sound of an argument broke out. There must be some mistake. Everyone turned to watch the drama unfold. I'm at the top of the waiting list, so you're telling me not a single person gave up their admission? Is this how Kizen operates? The guy was trembling with rage. Contact Kizen. There has to be a mistake. Someone in the crowd remarked, this happens every year. There are always kids like this who can't accept the results. But he's the top name on the waiting list. He must be incredibly disappointed. The guy in the red shirt clenched his teeth and roared, I am Lucius Kizen, the succeeding count of the Dejezen Kingdom. Contact Kizen's headquarters at once. This is an order, but the ticket inspectors couldn't care less. Please turn back. Your name is not on the admission list. When words failed, he immediately threw a punch. How dare you, you lowly servant? Just as he was getting fired up for a fight, a hand stopped him. It was Simon, our meddling hero. He even smiled and said, Stop this. Of course, the other guy didn't listen. Who the hell are you? Let go. Simon's eyes turned cold. With a single twist, he snapped the guy's arm bone. The man screamed in pain like a stuck pig. He seethed with rage and threatened, You little brat, you must have a death wish. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. What's going on here? An old man with a cane walked through the crowd, accompanied by a few attendants. The moment they saw the old man, they recognized him. Professor Shinlak. Simon had no idea who he was. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. The old man glared at him. His gaze basically asked, Any last words? The guy was so scared he could have wet himself. Please, this isn't a joke. Call Nephthys Archibald right now. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Top of the waiting list? So you're saying there's definitely a mistake in these admission results? Without another word, he gently snapped his fingers. The guy vanished instantly, leaving a spray of blood where he stood, despite his screams. You think you can get away with treating me like this? As if the old man gave a damn. I don't have time for this. All students, get on the boat. Talk about absolute power. He then glanced at Simon. You too. The surrounding students began to murmur excitedly. That's dark blood magic. First-year students get to take his class, right? Simon was a little intimidated, but to his surprise, the old man gently explained. Don't worry, he's still breathing. He was truly the type to have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Inside the boat, a loudspeaker boomed. All students, please board. Everyone, please find a seat. The journey will be a bit turbulent, so please remain seated until the next announcement. A red light from the old man's hand enveloped everyone on the boat. Simon sat down, looking around in confusion. But how is this boat supposed to get to Kizen? He had no idea that outside, magic was completely covering the boat. It had to turn around before it could sail on the sea. Soon, an announcement was heard. Professor, we're about to arrive. The old man replied coldly, Keep the boat on course. A boat cut through the waves, flying at high speed. The people inside asked each other in confusion, What's that noise? It's the sound of the waves. But how can waves make such a loud sound? This boat wasn't sailing. It was flying. It zipped across the surface of the sea. They even saw a massive whale leap over it. Everyone, including Simon, was horrified. their eyes wide with fear, so scared they saw their past lives flash before them. The whale opened its enormous mouth and swallowed the entire boat whole. Then, it dove straight into the deep sea. An Unness, a creature that lives underwater and follows Kizen's commands. The underworld whale. The underwater scenery was desolate. People started asking each other, "Are we inside the belly of a whale?" It seems so. A sea monster. It can travel to any sea in the world and will swallow any location Kizen designates. And once a year, it brings Kizen's new students to the school at a terrifyingly fast speed. It's actually quite comfortable in here, especially for being in the belly of a whale. It looks like people even live here. The boy with glasses next to him suddenly spoke to Simon. "Hey, you were amazing back there." He excitedly mimicked Simon's cool move. "That was a tricky situation, but you still dared to stand up." Simon felt a bit awkward, they didn't even know each other yet, and replied, "It was nothing." But the guy complimented him again, making his ego swell. "You're so humble too. Anyway, I'm a new student just like you. My name is Josen." Simon shook his hand to greet him. "Nice to meet you. I'm Simon Polentia. Oh, by the way, which entrance exam did you pass?" This was new. He hadn't taken any exam. Someone had come to his school to personally invite him. The more he listened, the dizzier he got, not understanding a thing. "That entrance exam. I distorted the darkness." He panicked and wondered to himself, "An exam? I didn't take any exam. Nephthys Archibald just came and gave me an admission letter." The other guy kept asking, "So what was your exam like? You should know. What if I get dragged into a fairness issue after saying I got in?" He had no choice but to bluff. Well, I did something similar. You know, the thing involving darkness." The other guy wasn't suspicious at all and exclaimed, "Oh, what a coincidence." Just like that, he dodged a bullet. Then, a voice echoed from a speaker. "Attention all students. Please return to the ship and take your seats. We will be arriving shortly." Simon immediately changed the subject. "Are we almost there already?" The other guy had completely forgotten. "You're right. That was fast. We just left the dock." Suddenly, his eyes fell on the water, realizing the current was flowing much faster. The boat was floating on the surface. Professor Shinlock stood at the bow of the ship, casting a spell. "Attention, new students. The ship may become a bit turbulent upon arrival, so please remain in your seats. Do not stand up." As soon as he finished, the ship shook violently, as if hit by a bomb. "Be careful. Please hold on to the handles in front of your seats." The students were all thrown about, bracing for any impact. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared right before Simon's eyes. He stared, dumbfounded, his jaw hanging open. A picturesque island appeared before them. The ship wasn't sailing on the sea anymore, it was flying through the sky. His eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly called out, "Josen, look." The old professor pricked his finger, drawing blood. He flicked the bright red drops into the air, and they enveloped the entire ship. Suddenly, it landed with a thud. "We've arrived at Kizen." Everyone stood before the castle gate. A few guards announced, "New students, please form lines of 4. If everyone is in line, we will now distribute the uniforms. Male students will use the changing room on the right. Female students, to the left. You all have 5 minutes to change and then reassemble outside." Simon also received a set. As he put it on, he admired himself in the mirror. It was a fashionable uniform, just as his father had said. "I could even wear this to a banquet." His new friends were talking amongst themselves. "Look, the jacket is even enchanted with magic. It doubles as a combat suit. They say it's even sturdier than regular armor. Everyone, let's head out and assemble. We will now begin moving." But among the new students, Simon's gaze immediately fell upon the most beautiful blonde girl in the group. The girls' uniforms are even nicer. "If everyone is present, we will proceed to the auditorium." Suddenly, Josen came up behind him and quietly complimented him. "Simon, you look great in that uniform." Before Simon could even reply, that hyperactive guy started shouting, "Simon! I can't believe it. Is this really happening? We're at Kizen. I'm not dreaming, am I?" Everyone turned to look. How embarrassing. He wished he'd never agreed to get to know the guy. "Don't worry, it's real." "So, is everyone here a new student?" "There are so many. In the classroom." He chattered on and on to Simon. "Of course. There are 1,000 students in the first class. It's crazy crowded." Simon was startled. 1,000? And then that number will be cut down to just 300 in the second class. By the third class, there probably won't even be 150 left. No one had told him any of this before. But out of the 1,000 students here, only 30 will make it to the second class. The competition is that fierce, and there are a few of them we'll have to keep an eye on. See? That beautiful blonde from earlier is here. That's Shonen Dake. She's the legitimate successor of the Ivory Tower. And the other famous stars are here too. That's Daijin Kazadin, and below him is Jakabander. And then, the guy who seemed to know everything suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, who is that? Look at him, over there in that pier. A huge, fat guy sitting in the front row. He's massive. I feel sorry for the people sitting in front of him. He's so big. Can you even see the podium from that pier? Oh, I know him. That's Satan. He's a half-giant. I think he'll specialize in magical combat. No one can beat a body like that. And in the other pier, she's going to be at the top of the first-year class this year." That sounded interesting. Simon immediately turned to look. At the top, to his surprise, it was Lorraine Archibald, the girl who always wears off-the-shoulder tops. Everyone thinks she got in through special treatment because she's Nephthys Archibald's only daughter, but I heard she took the entrance exam. And she passed with pretty high scores. She wasn't number 1 on the exam, but everyone already knows she's the top student in the class. Just then, a professor appeared. "Everyone, please pay attention. We will now begin the welcoming ceremony for new students. Congratulations on passing the entrance exam. As a proud member of Kizen, we expect the very best from all of you. Furthermore, please remember you are not to enter the forest." Next, we will introduce the professors who will be in charge of the first-year class. As a few people walked on stage, the students started to murmur and scream loudly. "Oh my god, those are all top-tier necromancers on active duty." Josen started freaking out again, screaming like he'd never screamed before. "They're all people I've seen in magazines. Professor Bahin, please look this way." Simon scanned the group and realized Nephthys wasn't there. Josen explained, "An eminent headmaster like her wouldn't come to a welcoming ceremony for puny freshmen like this. It would be an honor to even meet her in the 3rd year." What he was hearing was a world away from the little girl he'd met the other day. He was speechless. Is that so? Such a great person. And next, the student representatives will deliver the oath. "All students, please rise." Simon turned in surprise and asked, "This is the last part of the ceremony, right?" The guy nodded. "Yes. The top male and female students will come up and recite the oath." How tedious, he thought. He was still wondering, I wonder who it'll be. The voice from the stage continued. "Will the students whose names are called please come up to the podium? Specially selected student number 2, Shon Ndake." The beautiful girl walked up, shining brightly, and specially selected student number 1, Simon Polentia. Simon's face was pure. What the hell? He didn't even think he was the one being called. The professor had to ask a second time, "Is Simon Polentia here?" It was only then that Simon reacted, completely thunderstruck. "Me? Josen is about to meet his maker." The teacher's voice continued. "Next, the student representative will come up to read the oath. Will all students please rise?" In second place for special admissions, we have Shon Ndake. And in first place for special admissions, Simon Polentia. Is Simon Polentia here? When he realized the teacher was calling his name, our protagonist froze on the spot, his face completely blank. "Huh? Me?" The entire hall turned to watch him walk up, whispering amongst themselves. "Who is that? I don't know. I've never seen him before. He got first place?" His soul was floating on a cloud, not understanding a single thing. Standing next to a goddess, they actually looked pretty good together. A voice whispered, "Don't worry. Just read what's written here." The two raised their hands and recited in unison, "We solemnly swear." We. The students entering Kizen. Just as the rumors said, it's an unimaginably stressful environment. They had classes on the very first day. There were 14 classes with over 1,000 first-year students. All the classes were completely full. The school year had just begun, and it was already this intense. This was the 82nd trial of his new life, and he wondered when it would ever end. Every student was talking about our hero. "I've never heard that name before. What family is that? He got first place in the special admissions? Polentia, right?" He heard everything, and his face turned as dark as a dungeon. "Are they all talking about me?" He started his first day of school feeling anxious and restless, wondering how many classes he had today. His mind was still reeling from the shock, looking at the book in his hand. Summoning studies. This was the same magic his father used to use. This means if I study this subject, I can become someone like my father. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through his entire body. The teacher entered the classroom. Some people associate necromancers with the dark and gloomy image of handling corpses in the dead of night, but that's all in the past. Most modern necromancers are very intelligent, practical, stylish, and trendy. This is the new generation of necromancers. Handsome and cool as hell. Bahin Gas, the first-year divine magic professor. A rising young necromancer who had become a member of the Raven's Nest, the core combat team of Kizen. in his late 20s. He was an incredibly popular idol in the eyes of the Kizen students. The young man walked in and greeted them with a brilliant smile. "Welcome, everyone. This year, I will be in charge of teaching first-year divine magic. I am Bahin Gaz." The female students looked like they were about to swoon. "Now, let's take attendance. Since you've all just met for the first time, how about when I call your name, you stand up and introduce yourself?" "Yes. Jaime Victoria." The girl immediately stood up. "Here. It's such an honor, Professor. I really want to follow in your footsteps and major in divine magic." But before she could finish, the teacher cut her off. "Hold on. You're introducing yourself to your classmates, not to me. Do it again." The girl blushed with embarrassment. "Yes, sir. I'm Jaime Victoria. Finally, it was his turn. He stood up. "I'm Simon Polentia. From Lezen." The entire class immediately recognized him. "Hey, it's the guy who got first place in the special admissions." Special admissions. One by one, the students stood up. "My name is Hector Mo." After everyone had introduced themselves, there was still time left. The teacher rolled up his sleeves. "You're all a handsome bunch. All right, let's begin the lesson. I'll start with a basic question. Why do we have to study divine magic? Does anyone know the definition of a curse?" The girl at the front raised her hand immediately. "I do. It's Jaime Victoria, sir. A curse is a form of dark magic that can maintain our strength, while weakening the opponent." The teacher praised the bookworm. "Excellent, Jaime." His fingertip began to glow. "But some of you might not be able to visualize it if I simply say, weaken the opponent. So, let me give you an example. Imagine two knights with the same skill level. They begin to duel, fighting with all their might. They exhaust each other, just waiting for the other to make a mistake. They've exchanged about 20 blows, but the opponent still hasn't surrendered. At that moment, one of the knights shouts, staring at the other with murderous intent. The opponent flinches, and his face pales. Finally, the sword slashes across the opponent's shoulder. He's bleeding, and his movements begin to falter. The knight starts to seize the opportunity to win. He presses his opponent, attacking his legs to stop him from moving. He throws sand in his eyes and uses the pommel of his sword to strike his helmet, distracting him. The fight becomes intense, and finally, the knight beheads his opponent. His head falls to the ground. The teacher drew a series of diagrams on the blackboard, then turned to the students with a smile. "Do you understand? Even armed conflict, the most primitive and barbaric form of combat, is just a series of actions to weaken the opponent and gradually achieve victory." After hearing that, the whole class murmured in admiration. Who knows if they actually understood anything, but they clapped anyway. It was time for the professor's demonstration. "Now, I will show you how modern necromancers fight." The way a modern necromancer takes someone down is, he drew a series of symbols. With a single move, they win the fight. It's truly astonishing. A curse is the simplest and most subtle of all the different dark magics. Another one of its attributes is its rapid activation. Moreover, it only requires a small amount of force to be effective, enough to make the opponent tremble. Out of nowhere, he was suddenly standing right in front of a student, a sly, meaningful smile on his face. The kid froze on the spot. He leaned back, a bit spooked. He never expected the teacher to actually use a spell array on a student. The poor kid collapsed on the spot. This is how a modern necromancer fights. This son-of-a-gun teacher stood there, pointing his sword at a student while striking a pose. The whole class erupted. "Professor, you're so cool! Divine magic is the best." He snapped his fingers. And our hero revived as if nothing had happened. I don't know which major you all will decide to enroll in, but I bet more than 80% of you will choose to continue with my course in the second semester, because divine magic has perfect compatibility with other subjects. Talk about being overconfident. Our hero was mesmerized. I encourage you to cultivate your own unique abilities while still killing your opponent, when you have the chance. That is the most effective way to achieve victory. Personally, I believe divine magic is the core of modern necromancy. The hidden reason for that is, suddenly, he stopped talking and looked at the students sitting there like obedient puppies. He wrote a word on the board, priests, because divine magic is the most optimal method to fight against your main enemies. The teacher began to drop some serious knowledge. Personally, I think, theology is the core of modern necromancy. The reason why? Well, I'm not just going to blurt it out. Keeping you in suspense is so much more fun. He writes a single word on the board, priests, because theology is the most effective way to combat our main enemies. I ask you, class, when necromancers cast curses and priests bestow blessings, where does the difference lie? One strengthens, while the other weakens the target. Now, Can anyone explain why a curse is better than a blessing? As expected, the little bookworm, Jaime Victoria, raises her hand and shouts her answer. Casting a curse is faster than prayer. Therefore, a curse can stack debilitating effects on a target more quickly. The professor chuckles. An interesting opinion. He seems quite pleased. But, you're wrong. The student freezes, stiff as a board. How embarrassing. If we're only talking about casting speed, scholars agree that a curse aimed at an opponent with a resistance class is actually slower than a ray of benediction from a priest's blessing. Anyone else? Another person raises their hand. Hector Moore answers, because it's nearly impossible for someone who has been weakened to recover through training alone. The professor hums again, pondering, his gaze sharp and piercing. What's your name? He asks, letting out a pleased puff of air. Hector Moore, the professor responds. I'll remember that. The old man continues. Hector is correct. It's because the art of cursing doesn't lose its effectiveness when a person trains. Needless to say, that kid can brag about this for the rest of his life. We all train ourselves. Under normal conditions, our skills depend on how well we perform when environmental factors are under our control. However, humans are more fragile creatures than we think. They can collapse from the slightest changes. In other words, you don't need to chop off the entire arm of an archer aiming at you to win. You can obstruct his vision with conjunctivitis, make him vomit, disrupt his depth perception, or divert his attention with another object. With these methods, you can dodge the arrow aimed at you. A disciple of necromancy has countless ways to disrupt an enemy's state. Just think about it. When you're tired or have a stomachache, very few can fight back against curses, right? Your only option is to run away. So remember this. Simon listens intently, practically devouring the professor's every word. We must find ways to weaken our opponents, rather than thinking of ways to strengthen ourselves. Now, some lovely young ladies bring over several wooden crates. We will now learn how to cast a curse ourselves. Looking at the equipment, Simon's face turns pale, but he can't help but be impressed. Wow, learning to hack magic on the very first day. It's a bit shameful for a Kizen student to have to use a regulation device, but this is our first lesson, so it's unavoidable. The old man's words jab directly at Simon. It can be used to solve the problem, but you shouldn't rely on the device too much. Be careful. Simon flinches as if he's been struck. He swallows his pain. Yes, sir. Seeing that everyone is settled, the old professor announces, all right, let's begin practicing the exhaustion spell, a curse that causes fatigue. Grab the handle of the regulation device and pour your dark energy into the mold. One key to creating a successful magic circle depends on how perfectly you can form the ancient runes. To put it simply, the ancient runes are the alphabet that holds magical power. A spell circle materializes in the air, radiating a strange energy. Using dark energy to draw the ancient runes can amplify the current magical effect. If you have completed the magic circle, raise it into the air. Simon, listening seriously, raises his circle, and just like that, it floats in midair. I did it. Around the classroom, similar shouts erupt. I did it. Me too. Simon, thinking he was the coolest one, looks around in confusion as many other students succeed as well. Yup, before he even had a chance to brag, his circle plummets to the ground. The old professor's voice rings out immediately. I see a few students' magic circles have fallen. That happens when you haven't yet refined your dark energy, or when your connection to the magic circle weakens. Try again. It feels as if he's aiming all his comments directly at Simon. He has no choice but to close his eyes and focus on trying again. Now, for those of you who were able to maintain your magic circles in the air, we will proceed to the main part. In front of you is a potted plant you've been given. With your regulation device, aim at the plant on your desk and cast the curse. The plant immediately looks incredibly unwell. It withers and turns purple. If there's a distinct change in the plant, it means your magic circle was effective. Some of the students have already succeeded, clenching their fists in delight. I'm beginning to observe the differences in your skill levels. The old man's words make Simon extremely tense. If you succeed, continue practicing to increase the speed at which you complete the spell circle. Once you're satisfied with your speed, try creating the circle without using the regulation device. The dark energy in his hand falls straight through the magic circle. Simon fails again. He starts to doubt himself. What's the problem? Why am I the only one failing? What am I doing wrong? But it still has the properties of mana. Those words belong to none other than Nephthys Archibald. Simon understands now. It's still flickering like a flame, which proves it's still in a volatile state. He can learn to use his core more effectively. Besides, he'll learn that at school anyway. He'll be fine. Simon's mind is cleared, and an idea sparks. That's right. If I'm not yet proficient at using mana like Nephthys Archibald and Lorraine said, I should start with the basic steps. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and focuses 100%. The professor said the error lies in insufficient refinement, or a problem with the connection. So, instead of feeding mana directly into the core, I'll try to gather as much as I can first, and then transfer it all into the core at once. The dark energy has become more stable. Now, all he has to do is, his hand grips the wooden tray as he tries again. Before the magic circle can fall, he shouts the incantation. Weaken. The plant finally succumbs, trembling violently. It dies right on the spot, an innocent victim. Was its life just a joke to these people? In stark contrast, Simon's face is beaming with joy, a delighted smile on his face. I did it. He doesn't notice the eyes behind him, fixed on him, especially the guy with the slicked back hair. His eyes clearly reveal his jealousy and resentment. Simon shouts, Exhaust. The plant instantly withers and dies. Its whole body shudders as if crying from the injustice. Meanwhile, Simon's face is lit up, brighter than ever. With his eyes shining with delight, he thought, I did it. The teacher suddenly clapped his hands. That concludes the practical exercise. That's all for now. Those of you who couldn't do it should practice when you get back to your dorms. Anyway, I did it, he thought, letting out a sigh of relief. For the remainder of the class, we'll apply the magic we learned today to our daily lives. Talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire. Simon was ready to apply it right then and there. The man at the podium wouldn't stop looking at the roster and smiling. I see we have the student who ranked first in the special admissions in this class. Simon's real trial had begun. Simon Polentia, please step forward. All eyes turned to Simon. His body trembled like a dead tree. So that was him. I wonder how good he is. There was no escape. He had no choice but to answer, Yes, sir. The old man scanned the list. I'm quite curious. Who would be a worthy opponent for our outstanding first-ranked student? Let's see. I see there are a few students with incredibly impressive entrance exam scores. Hector Moore, would you please come up? The guy immediately stepped forward, looking like he wanted to punch the whole world. The two stood facing each other. The teacher's voice rang out. I will explain the rules. The only curse you are allowed to use is exhaustion. Perfect it, then cast it on your opponent. The first person, whose knee or rear end touches the ground first, loses. Before he could finish, Hector raised his hand to show off. Professor, I'll perfect it without needing an adjustment device. The old teacher's eyes crinkled in amusement. What an admirable attitude. The teacher assessed him. He seems quite clever, despite his rough exterior. That punk is a Kizen student. It would be quite shameful to use an adjustment device, but I thought it was unavoidable since this is your first class. He knew that after I mentioned they shouldn't use the adjustment device, he would propose. Another way to show off his skills and impress me. Yes, yes. What a cunning schemer. Such a handsome face, but the heart of a scoundrel. He then targeted Simon. And what about you, Simon? Knowing his own abilities, Simon immediately replied, I'll be using the adjustment device, sir. Hector's face clearly showed his disappointment. All right, that's fine. Then you will both begin on my signal. Good luck to you both. Now, get ready. Begin. Simon looked at the wooden desk in front of him, trying to calm down. Don't worry, just do it like before. You can do this. Just a little more. Suddenly, a dark power enveloped the space. Before Simon could even do anything, the other guy had already finished his cast. Simon's vision started to blur. No way. The voices of the people around them rang out. Well done, Hector Moore. He was that fast without an adjustment device? He already succeeded, but Simon's whole body swayed. Just one hit and I already feel tired. He immediately understood what the professor meant, but he hadn't fallen yet. Unafraid, he continued. It's okay, I'm almost done. I just need to make the magic circle appear. But his magic circle was distorted and twisted, its structure completely broken. Even if he cast the curse, it wouldn't work. I have to start over. Exhaustion. Hector didn't give him any time, attacking again. Simon collapsed completely to the floor. Exhaustion. He didn't stop, casting exhaustion again and again. Exhaustion. The students watching stared wide-eyed. It's over. That's the 5th time. But is he really the top-ranked student? I don't know. He can't even cast a single curse. Just give up. You look pathetic. Simon's face was purple. He couldn't breathe. Do you want to see how this ends? Not stopping, Hector used exhaustion again. Simon's entire body was in immense pain. The teacher just stood there, arms crossed, watching. Hector Moore is truly a rare gem. The kid's talent is one thing, but this brat also has the mindset of a Kizen student. He'll become a standout student, even surpassing the third years. He was extremely pleased with this guy. In contrast, this top-ranked student, Simon, looks absolutely pathetic. He'd lefted. He has no prior preparation or basic knowledge of magic hacking, not to mention any practical experience. Why did Nephthys Archibald give him the top spot? The top 4 students received official invitations to join Kizen, without having to take the notoriously difficult entrance exam. These people are supposed to be geniuses of the century, especially the first-ranked student from the selection, especially since he was handpicked by Nephthys Archibald and is destined to become the most prominent figure in his field. But I just can't see what his potential is. If I had to point out one thing, it would be his endurance. It's true, he's been tough, withstanding more than 5 exhaustion curses. A normal student his age would have collapsed by the 4th exhaustion, but he's already endured 9 of them. This kid is still persisting with his spell, even though it's incredibly difficult to stay standing. So I guess his mental fortitude must be very strong as well. But that's only what combat magic professors look for, since they value physical and mental strength. It has nothing to do with my specialty. He stood there, arms crossed, watching as Simon finally managed to create the formation. At last, he made the magic circle appear. He roared out just one word. Exhaustion. The other guy was instantly hit, caught completely off guard. The old teacher's eyes widened in shock. That's good enough. Ha! His jaw dropped. Needless to say, Simon was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. It worked. What is this? When the spell hit him, Hector's entire body collapsed in shock. Can exhaustion be this heavy? It didn't feel like this during the preparation phase. Now he was getting a taste of its shocking power. Is he kidding me? I can't lose just because I got hit with one curse. I have the upper hand. I can handle this annoying pest. He stood up and roared. Exhaustion. The magic slate in Simon's hand fell to the ground, and his whole body collapsed. The other guy managed to get up again. Simon had been hit with more than 10 spells in total. That's more like it. The match is over. The winner is Hector Moore, the teacher announced, snapping his fingers to release Simon from the curse. Both of you did very well. That was an interesting match. And with that, today's class is over. An eager student approached the professor. I have a question about today's lesson, sir. The old man simply replied, wait a moment. After class, you can all come to my office, and I'll answer any questions you have. The girl's eyes lit up as if she were looking at her idol. Thank you, sir. The old man licked his lips slyly. I can't waste this moment. This precious gift for that worthless girl. Just like that, Simon Polentia's one and only exhaustion curse, his final one, was silently cast on Hector. It was worth more than 10 of Hector Moore's exhaustion curses. It was the ultimate strike. Even if the old man was blind, he could see that. He was absolutely thrilled. He looked like he wanted to eat him alive. A genius like this absolutely had to major in divinity. He had his eyes on Simon. Meanwhile, Simon was sadly hugging his potted plant, sighing, so tiring. He slumped onto his desk, completely exhausted. Why are these classes so draining? A guy walked by and started a conversation. Of course they are. Because you were chosen as the top special admissions student. At Kizen, it's not just the students who compete fiercely with each other. Teachers who don't perform well get fired mid-semester, and their monthly salaries can even change. Those who get good results also have more influence at Kizen. Simon knew none of this, and looked completely lost. What? The guy explained. Imagine having the #1 admissions student in your class. It's a huge headache. All Simon understood was, so, in short, the professors will call on me in every class to test my abilities. Is that it? That's right, and the girl known as your rival. Hearing this, Simon's face went pale. Isn't that Malin Villeneuve? The guy delivered the finishing blow. So, all the professors are confused. They thought you were an outstanding student, but it turns out you're just a newbie. It finally clicked for Simon. I get it now. By the way, thanks for explaining everything to me. But, who are you? The other guy was shocked. Simon didn't remember him at all. How could you be so cold? We introduced ourselves in Professor Baheen Goss's class. I'm Haywood, also from Class A. He was deeply hurt. Maybe they'll just talk about how the special admissions student isn't so special after all. Well, it's because I used up all my stamina in Professor Baheen Goss's class. Haha, he knows about the 10 exhaustion curses? How depressing. I thought you'd be upset, he said. But Simon replied, but it was interesting. Today's class was, too. His eyes were sparkling. He clearly wasn't lying. Haywood stared at him for a long time before leaning in close. You're so weird. Why aren't you happy about it? Anyway, Simon, there's a serious problem. He whispered, Hector Moore has already started forming his own faction. Simon, completely clueless, asked, a faction? Yeah. He impressed a lot of the kids during Professor Bahin's class, so it's no surprise they're gathering around him. Besides, he's also the eldest son of a powerful family, so he's pretty famous. Simon looked completely uninterested, as bland as plain water. Is that so? I'm not really interested. The other guy was speechless. He lost his temper and yelled, come on! You have to know how to seize opportunities. Politics are incredibly important at Kizen. Do you have any idea what will happen if the entire class falls under Hector Moore's influence? Anyone who gets on his bad side will fail at this school. First of all, they won't be able to find partners for group assignments. Oh, so that's how it is. Simon looked dazed. But our pretty boy isn't stupid. He immediately caught the key point. It sounds like you're pretty sharp when it comes to these political situations. So why did you come to me instead of Hector Moore? It was a critical question. The guy was caught off guard and flustered. Well, I'm just a commoner, from a merchant family. But Simon didn't care. So what? I heard everyone is treated equally at Kizen. The guy scratched his face and chuckled. Well, that's true, but there are still some noble kids who want to show off their status. Simon immediately replied, at least, I'm not one of them. The guy's face lit up. Really? That's great, because I have a proposal for you. Join my side. Simon thought. We're not even close enough for you to be joking like that. He was acting like he was some kind of overlord. Even if you lack skills or you think that's what everyone is saying, the truth is, you're still the #1 special admission student. The kids from the preparatory class might do better in class, but in the end, we'll all be on equal footing. And Nephthys Archibald must have had a reason for letting you pass the special admissions. In other words, you're hiding a talent that even you don't know about. No one knew that this guy's clueless-sounding words were actually the truth. Even Simon was stunned and confused. This guy was full of wild ideas. He laughed, stood up, and told him straight, I don't understand this faction stuff. But how about we be friends? This was even better than he had expected. The guy was dumbfounded. Friends? Hearing that word at Kizen feels so strange. It's so cheesy. But having a friend is a good thing, I think. Simon enthusiastically shook his hand. Yeah? Let's be friends, they told each other. We should get going. The next class is about to start. All right. What class is next? The Class A student opened his notebook to check. Let's see. Simon's eyes lit up even brighter. It's summoning arts? He immediately thought of the magic his father used to use. Now he could. The skulls of the skeletons had always fascinated him. Summon creatures just like Dad. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. As soon as he walked into the classroom, he heard a group of students gossiping behind his back. Oh, it's the #1 special admissions student. The biggest joke in Kizen's history. Wasn't he supposed to be better than Sony Satan and Lorraine Archibald? Nonsense. Hector Moore glared at him without saying a word. Haywood, being a good friend, turned to reassure him. Don't mind them, Simon. They're just attention seekers. But he didn't need the reminder. Simon didn't care at all. I'm so excited. I can't wait for summoning class. He looked completely clueless. Haywood was at a loss for words. You really are a strange kid. Now he thought Simon was even crazier than him. Simon even turned and asked, Me? Haywood had to nod. Yeah, you mean me? Really? No one's ever said that to me before. The other guy stubbornly argued back. I think you'll be hearing it a lot from now on. A guy who looked like a drunkard walked into the classroom, scratching his head and ears. The students whispered to each other, Could that be the professor? No way. I thought he was just lost. The man stood at the podium, hands pressed against the desk, looking more like a regular person than a professor. Suddenly, he looked up and introduced himself. I'm Aaron, your summoning professor for this term. The study of summoning is the origin of all summoners, as well as history itself. Scholars may not admit it, but it's hard to deny that our origins lie with coffin makers, grave robbers, and deviants. He didn't give the students a chance to say a word. He dove right into the lesson. Even and eager, Simon was completely stunned. This guy was young, but he didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. If you have ears, you've probably heard plenty of stories about how summoning is outdated, has no future, is hard to learn, and has many limitations. All the stereotypes you've heard are pretty much true. The whole class was floored, their jaws dropping as they yelled, What? What is this man saying? He didn't sound like a summoning professor at all. The atmosphere in the classroom turned noticeably gloomy, but the old man didn't stop. I'm sure all the other classes are trying to entice you, telling you how wonderful their major is and why you should study it. Personally, I don't like that stuff. I think I should tell you both the pros and the cons so you can make an informed decision. So, first, the disadvantages. How backward. A teacher pointing out the disadvantages first? The professor's expression was cold as he stood with his arms crossed. Without a doubt, it's incredibly expensive. Whatever you're estimating, it's probably several times more than that. The cost of materials for summoning is more than the tuition for all your other subjects combined. Materials are essential in summoning. We can't just kill people or animals just because we run out of materials. That's why nowadays, we purchase and use specially treated skeletons or corpses to create the undead. Most of the ready-made products are also single-use only. We often spend more on materials than we get from mission rewards. So, if you plan to major in summoning, don't even think about making money. The second disadvantage, you're heavily dependent on your creatures. If you think about it, it's obvious. Since summoning involves fighting with summoned creatures, when they're destroyed, a summoner's power drops by more than 80%. Specifically, this problem is related to the first disadvantage. For example, modern summoners often use semi-permanent, enhanced undead instead of single-use ones. Just imagine what happens when this enhanced undead is destroyed. They'll suffer both strategic and financial losses. When these creatures are gone, until they can recover from the damage, all they can do is watch their comrades come up with strategies. That's it. Finally, disadvantage number 3. This is the most important one. His face looked even more grim. Summoning is very weak in fights against priests. To be precise, the time when summoning was at its peak was during all-out wars. Summoners had an endless supply of materials to raise the dead, with corpses scattered all over the battlefield. But after the armistice, modern warfare shifted to a smaller scale, often localized conflicts. For quick skirmishes, untraceable elementalists and wizards became more common. And it's true, summoning is very weak against priests. Imagine a single holy spell wiping out your entire army of undead. Think about how much time and money it would take to rebuild that. There are many other disadvantages, but the final decision is yours. The bookworm, Jaime Victoria, raised her hand to speak. Professor, my name is Jaime Victoria. I'd also like to know about the advantages of summoning. The professor let out a sigh, his face an emotionless mask. Faced with such an enthusiastic student, the old geezer still threw a bucket of cold water on her. I don't recall giving permission for questions. The girl froze, completely embarrassed. I'm sorry. The man, looking utterly bored, shoved his hands in his pockets. As for the advantages, numbers, diverse tactical possibilities, and support from summoned creatures, the guy with the same name sitting below was shocked. That's it? Do you think we skipped over too many advantages? A gloomy aura radiated from him. Whether you want to take this class in the second semester is up to you. But remember one thing. His eyes were as sharp as a knife as he declared, "Don't even dream of stepping into a field if you don't have enough courage. Whether you want to take this class in the second semester is up to you, but remember one thing. Don't even dream of stepping into a field if you don't have enough courage. If you're going to cry, whine, despair, or ask for my advice on changing majors after your second year because of financial issues or whatever." The professor had barely gotten to that point, and a few students were already in tears. Don't even think about entering this field with such a weak attitude. And if you think you want to major in summoning just because there's less competition, 2 people standing outside witnessing this felt a headache coming on, completely speechless. He's at it again. Then I will personally expel you. That's it. End of story. So cool, but he still talks a bit too much. Finally, the introduction was over. Now, let's begin the lesson. What you're holding are the skeletons of Islander Ratman. Simon looked at the box he received. It was clearly divided into compartments, each holding a piece of bone. The bones were similar to human ones, but cheaper and simpler. The professor waved a white skull in his hand. Most beginners in this subject start with Islander Ratman. And here is the bone structure and their corresponding numbers. This professor even had a teaching assistant who helped pin some diagrams to the board. Let's begin. Take out skull number 1. The skull has already been assembled for you, hasn't it? A timid student got a little spooked. This is a bit scary. Another, more daring student turned to tease him. Haha, but it's completely clean. You'll find a section where you can place your hand under the skull. Inside is the magic circle adjustment device. The guy next to me picked up the skull and followed the instructions, fiddling with it a bit. Under the skull, huh? Place your hand inside and create the magic circle. There really was a pre-made formation inside. It's really here. The skull itself must act as the adjustment device. Let me try. The professor sat at his podium, speaking as if reciting from memory. After you've cast the magic circle, before he could finish his sentence, the skulls In the students' hands suddenly moved, their eyes glowing brightly. Several of the girls jumped in fright. He could have warned them earlier, but only now did the professor feign concern. Oh my. I was about to tell you not to be startled when the undead activate. I guess I was a little too late. The students were furious, cursing him under their breath. How petty. Click. Stay put. As Simon yelled, "Stay put," the skull immediately obeyed. His friend next to him asked in confusion, "Simon, do you deal with this stuff often?" "Never. I've just seen them a lot." Suddenly, the professor slammed his hand on the desk as a reminder. "Get used to it. You're necromancers." After activating the magic circle, the process of creating the undead is nearly complete. Of course, it can't move freely yet. It can't move because it doesn't have a body. So now, you must construct its body. Necromancers should be intimately familiar with the skeletal structure of the creatures they summon. The human body has a total of 206 bones, but an island ratman only has 53, so it's much easier. First, find cervical bone number 2 and connect it to the cranium. As soon as he brought the bone close to the skull, the pieces immediately snapped together, as if drawn by a magnet. The skeleton has a tendency to return to its original form, so assembly will be very simple if you follow the correct sequence. This subject was right up Simon's alley. In no time at all, he was finished. It was a piece of cake. I get it now. His deskmate's jaw dropped. Next up are bones number 3, 4, through 11. The professor was calling out the numbers so fast that some students couldn't keep up and had to turn to ask each other, "How did you attach bone number 9? Some people couldn't even manage their own skulls. The professor paid them no mind, letting whoever could keep up, keep up. Be careful not to mix up the upper backbones with the lower backbones. Island ratmen walk upright, so completing the spinal column to support the back of the body is the most critical part. If you assemble them in the wrong order, the undead won't be able to move smoothly. Its bones will make a creaking sound, and movement will be difficult. At a critical moment, the entire skeleton could just fall apart. Hector Moore was already finished. A crowd of his friends gathered around, flattering him. "You're amazing at everything. You're the best." All right, let's move on to number 16. All the top students finished before the professor even gave the instruction. "We're almost done. Attach the final bone, number 53. If any of you are stuck, remember to raise your hand." The students immediately erupted in chaos. "Professor, I can't connect the leg part. Professor, my skeleton ran away." Once it's fully assembled, it actually looks pretty cool. This is the first skeleton I've made with dark energy. Simon was extremely pleased. He sat there, mesmerized by the skeleton, feeling quite proud. A stark contrast to his best friend beside him, who was yelling his head off. "Simon, look at my skeleton. Why does it keep sticking the leg bone to the arm?" Simon glanced over and spotted the problem immediately. "I think you mixed up the leg bone and the arm bone, so now it thinks its leg is its arm." He even kindly pointed it out for him. "Yeah, look here. Number 21 is a leg, not an arm." The other guy looked over, completely shocked. "You're right. Why do they look so similar?" The professor stood at the podium. "Time's up. Today's skeleton assembly class is now over. For the final part, I will have some students come up to demonstrate." A friend standing nearby patted his shoulder. "Simon, Polentia, please step forward." What could he do? He sighed, sweat pouring down his face like he'd just taken a shower. "Yes, sir." "Next, Hector Moore, please step up." He stood up immediately. "Yes, sir." Just like last time, the two of them faced each other again. "We have 10 minutes left until class ends. You two will assemble your skeletons and use them to retrieve this necklace. Whoever gets the necklace before time runs out is the winner." Between them, a sparkling gemstone necklace appeared. You cannot retrieve the necklace yourselves or use dark magic. Anything else is fair game. All right, get in position. Get ready. Both of them took out their wooden boxes to begin. Simon was more confident in this subject than the last. Holding the skull, he smiled to himself. "I can do this. I can win. First, I'll place the spine. At the same time, I'll put in bones number 2 through 7. Then, as he was working, creak, he froze and looked up. The pink-haired assistant was holding a sheet of paper on the board. She looked back, embarrassed. I forgot to mention. You are not allowed to cheat in this match." Both of them froze. "Who's cheating? We haven't even touched anything. And you're already accusing us of cheating?" Simon calmed himself. "It's fine. At least the bones are numbered. I can just assemble them in order, starting from number 1. The bones in the box looked the same, but looking at them again, something felt wrong. "Wait. There are no more numbers on the bones." The assistant hugged the scroll, looking troubled. "Of course not. The bones you just used were for instructional purposes. The teaching assistant was the one who numbered each one. The skeletons sold on the market don't come with numbers. The professor crossed his arms, stared them down, and asked mockingly, "Did I forget to mention that to you?" That old goat was a real piece of work, always adding a sarcastic comment. A necromancer should be familiar with these things. Simon was a bit intimidated, his whole body drenched in sweat as he tried to calm down. The old professor crossed his arms with a smug look on his face. "Didn't I tell you all? A necromancer should be familiar with these things." Well, what could he say to that? Simon was just as scared, but he had to act normal. Hector Moore, however, had a calm expression as he began to assemble his. Simon was drenched in sweat. "What's there to be afraid of? Don't give up. I just did this. I just have to remember the order of the main bones." Starting with cervical bone number 2. The professor stood with his arms crossed, staring intently at Simon, the top-ranked student from admissions, who has never assembled a skeleton before. And that big kid over there, he's already remembered the order and structure. He's relying on knowledge rather than memory. The knowledge he gained in the prep class is helping him, but it's his intuition that allows him to avoid making mistakes at critical moments. That Hector Moore, he's got a real talent for this. As for that number 1 rookie, he thought, silently assessing him, he's about to fall apart. Has he never taken a prep class? He looks visibly flustered. The professor crossed his arms and scanned the classroom. "It seems Hector is the only one in this class I see with any real talent." A rickety skeleton was now standing. Hector was finished. He was brimming with confidence. "I'm going to win." The whole class cheered. "Congratulations, amazing Hector, he's done." This guy was incredibly competitive. He looked at his aggressive Ratman skeleton. "When I get the chance, I'll crush you. That way, you'll never get the chance to compete with me again. I have to make him the laughingstock of the class. I'll stomp all over the confidence he has in his number 1 title." He was clearly green with envy, his eyes burning as he imagined Simon's downfall. His Ratman began to move. Step by step, it advanced straight forward, then leaped onto the professor's desk. The whole class held their breath and shouted, "Hector! Hector got the necklace first." That's right, the necklace with the gemstone was now in the Ratman's hand. Simon broke out in a sweat, extremely worried. There are still 5 minutes left. If Hector holds on to that necklace, he wins. As the reality set in, his hands began to tremble, but he forced himself to keep assembling. "I was too confident. Hector Moore took a prep class, but this is my first time ever creating a skeleton. The chances of beating him are very low. Instead of just randomly trying to remember what I learned in class, I should probably just give up. If I keep doing it the old way, I'm going to lose." He quickly engaged his brain. "That's right. I'll just have to go with my instincts. Just assemble it however you want." The other students stared, completely baffled. "What's that? He got it wrong from the very first step. Or has he already given up?" They whispered maliciously. "He has no talent or courage. How did someone like that end up in first place?" His close friend, sitting above, watched with concern. Simon thought, the professor said to use the skeleton to get the necklace, but he never said it had to be a perfect skeleton. "I don't have time for all these complicated structures. Forget it. The simpler, the better. I'll use bone number 20 as the front leg. Can't leave out number 27, since it's a critical part. I'll skip 28, take 29, and then 31. The old professor watched Simon assemble the bones, but he wasn't skilled enough to understand. After a moment, he jumped in surprise. "It seems he's figured it out." "No way. That kid. This is the skeleton of a gray rat." Simon's rat was finished. The gray rat is the pre-evolutionary form of the island ratman. He used a different method of assembly to create that structure. "See how smart I am?" The professor was completely shocked. Of course, it's not a perfect match, but it's still an undead. It doesn't have to be identical, as long as it can move, right? A student who's never even been in a prep course. Did he figure this out on his own, without using any prior knowledge? Simon's old friends roared with encouragement. "Go, Simon, go." "That's right, something's weird. I don't know what it is, but he finished it. I'm the only one who made a perfect skeleton. That's right, the form doesn't matter. I did it in a short amount of time without even looking at the diagram." The whole class started chanting his name. "Simon, Simon, Simon." The other guy was driven mad with rage. He screamed, "Moore is supposed to be the center of attention, but now no one is cheering for me." He stared helplessly as Simon's rat fought with his own. With one bite, it snatched the necklace, which then fell. Simon Polentia's face froze in surprise. His rat was injured. Hector Moore laughed with glee. "I'm about to win." Suddenly, Simon gave a knowing smile. His arm moved slightly, and a burst of power erupted. As the necklace fell through the air, he clenched his fist tightly. The arm holding the stone yanked the necklace off the other guy's rat and fell to the ground. The entire room seemed to freeze as the bell, signaling the end of the period, rang. The rat's hand was still clutching the necklace. "This is," Hector Moore yelled at the old professor. "This is unfair, Professor Aaron. This is completely absurd. You said we had to use a skeleton to get the necklace. This is just one bone, not a whole skeleton." Simon's cold voice cut him off. "Just one bone?" The guy froze in his tracks. "I don't think so." After saying that, Simon controlled the bone holding the necklace from a distance. In a flash, all the bones automatically assembled themselves. The other guy was stunned. What the hell? A proper rat was now complete. Now what? It's complete. It held the necklace in its mouth and finally dropped it in front of its master. Simon picked up the necklace and smiled smugly. "I guess it's fair now, right?" Hector Moore was furious, but the professor had to intervene. "That's enough." He sighed coldly and declared, "The winner is Simon Polentia." Simon finally managed to salvage some of his reputation. He picked up his skeleton rat, held it high, and celebrated more joyfully than a father with a newborn baby. "We won," voices chimed from the windows. "Professor, a pleasure to see you. How was the first day of class? I see there are many excellent students in this year's class, wouldn't you say? The specially selected students, and also the ones who scored high on the entrance exam." A younger woman remarked, "That's right. Malin Villeneuve is even better than I thought. She managed to create Sani poison on the very first day. It's true that blood is thicker than water. All 7 children from the Villena house are outstanding." The younger woman asked again, "What about the heir of the ivory tower?" The other person replied, "Ah, Shon Endak? Well, I can see why. The tower is so proud of her. And isn't Satan also incredible? She's completely shattered the previous notions about half-giants. There's that prejudice about half-giants not being good at using magic. As for Satan, I should ask if she's interested in specializing in magic." The group chatted back and forth. "Haha, have you already picked your students? Getting involved with them during the protection period is against the rules." "Hey, Professor Bahin Gas, you also taught a class today, didn't you? How was it?" This effeminate-looking man held a teacup and chuckled. "What do you mean?" The older woman continued. "You know what I mean. The number 1 specially selected student that, sir." Nephthys Archibald chose himself. He crossed his legs and smiled. "She lost to another student in my class. I'm not yet sure if she has great talent or not." "Not yet? That's unexpected. But she's still number 1. Is there really nothing special about her?" "Well, she has good stamina. She endured 9 exhaustion spells in the first class." The other woman seemed interested. "Oh, 9 times? Stamina is certainly important, but that's not impressive enough for the number 1 specially selected student." Just then, a man named Aaron walked into the classroom, yawning like an addict. The other teachers looked at him. "Ah, right. You also taught Class A today, didn't you, Aaron?" He poured himself some water, pretending to be deaf and not saying a word. Only after he finished pouring did he slowly turn around. "Yes? What is it?" The others continued asking about the number 1 specially selected student. Bahin Gas asked him directly, "What do you think of her?" He replied dismissively, "A slow and mediocre kid. She has a certain degree of uniqueness when making some creative, albeit flawed, specimens. I don't think this year's number 1 student is really all that special. No way. And she was chosen by Sir Nephthys Archibald." Only Bahin Gas knew the truth. He realized it. Aaron just created a smokescreen about her, didn't he? He's known for being a difficult person, and for him to do something like that, it can only be because he really likes that number 1 student. Reading the other man's mind, he quickly put down the cup in his hand. A slow, mediocre kid with a bit of uniqueness when creating some creative, albeit flawed, specimens. That was the highest praise Aaron could possibly give. This guy is sharp. He's already figured it out, staring at Aaron without blinking. A kid chosen by Nephthys Archibald, and even noticed by the difficult Aaron. "I'm getting more and more interested in this kid," he thought. Then suddenly called out, "Oh, right, Aaron. That declaration you made last year, you're still going to follow through with it, right?" Man, his memory is like a steel trap. Even the man himself had to ask, "Last year?" A man named Bahin Gas grinned slyly, making a preemptive strike, implying, "You weren't planning on directly mentoring any students under your wing again, were you?" Hitting a nerve, Aaron tensed up. "Professor Bahin Gas, this isn't the right time." The ageless woman burst through the door with a wide grin. "Hello, everyone." All the instructors stood up and bowed. Lady Nephthys Archibald. The young woman replied with a cheerful smile. "Greetings, greetings." A guy named Bahin Gas opened his coat to welcome her. Inside, a magic circle glowed light blue, materializing an ice cream bar. Nephthys Archibald took it right away, unable to resist. Oh my, I told you to stop treating me like a child. But she was dealing with a sly one, who immediately replied, one of the qualities of a gentleman is preparing snacks for the woman he admires. She was totally falling for it. What a smooth talker. Of course. Well, I suppose I should accept it, since Bahin Gaz went to the trouble of getting it for me. Another man proactively pulled out a chair. Please, have a seat, Lady Nephthys Archibald. She immediately agreed. All right. Thanks. She plopped down on the chair with a relaxed smile. So, how are the new students on their first day? A crowd rushed forward to flatter her. I now understand why you were so confident, my lady. Satan also has an incredible talent for magic. Malin Vilne is also absolutely amazing. The young woman nodded. I see. There are a lot of talented students in the first-year class this year. I hope the student protection detail ends soon. A guy named Aaron stood beside them, watching without saying a word. After finishing her ice cream, Nephthys snapped her fingers with a refreshed laugh. Very, very good. Report any issues you have. Anyway, since it's the first day, you should all head home early and get some rest. Aaron was the first one to speak up. Nephthys Archibald, I'd like to discuss a private matter with you. Everyone was stunned, frozen in place as they turned to look. A private matter. In the dark? Sounds intriguing. All right, let's go. The two of them walked and talked. So, what did you want to discuss? Aaron was tight-lipped, refusing to say a word. I'll tell you when we're alone. Bahin Gaz knew he'd always been that direct. But Lady Nephthys won't give you what you want so easily, Aaron. This guy seems overly interested in Aaron. Could this be a fated pairing? The two of them put their heads together, bewildered. What are we going to do? All the four-person rooms only have one empty spot left. Simon and his best friend looked at the crowd in front of them. Looks like we got to the dorms too late. The students walking around here are from our class, too, the Summoning Arts class. It ended 3 hours ago, so the other students have probably already found their rooms. I think so. The white-haired teacher informed the two of them. I'm sorry, there aren't any rooms with 2 empty spots left on the second floor either. The two just smiled brightly. It's okay. It's not your fault, miss. That's what they said, but they still huddled over to look at the list in the teacher's hand. There aren't any rooms with 2 spots on the 3rd or 4th floors either, is that right? Yes, the other floors are the same. The teacher was at a loss for words as the two conferred with each other. Should we go to one of the rooms and ask if they're willing to switch spots? I want to check the other floors again, just to be sure. The teacher was incredibly enthusiastic. In that case, I'll go with you. Maybe I can help. Just then, a guy pushing a cart rammed it hard into the teacher's back. He even yelled, "Get out of the way!" He had the nerve to look up and shout, "Damn it, what the hell, I told you to move." He must be someone important, because the teacher seemed scared. I'm sorry, but they wouldn't let it go. A mere staff member like you getting in our way? This corner got crushed because of you. What are you going to do about it, huh? The helpless teacher could only beg. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But they still wouldn't let up. Sorry, my ass. What are you doing just standing there? Move this thing, now. As the teacher was bowing her head, a hand suddenly blocked their path. Excuse me. Simon couldn't just stand by and watch this injustice. Can't you see I'm talking to her? He went straight for the hero saves the damsel move. His best friend behind him was all for it. He pointed a finger and shouted, "Yeah, that's right. We were here first. Don't just cut in line like that. Besides, it was obvious you ran into her on purpose." The other guys dared to act superior. "What's your problem? You're just a bunch of commoners, aren't you? Who the hell do you think you are?" The one next to him quickly tugged on his sleeve to stop his idiot friend. Hey, wait a minute. It's him. He's the #1 special admission student, the one who gave the oath. As the student representative in the auditorium, they finally got a good look at Simon. Terrified, they all scrambled to run away. Be more careful next time. Let's get out of here. They tucked tail and ran. The young woman was extremely grateful. Thank you so much for helping me. The best friend was laughing his head off. You don't need to thank us, miss. I just did what had to be done. After dealing with those guys, the young woman led the two away. All right then, shall we get going? Actually, there is one room left with 2 empty spots on the 4th floor. It's room 409. It's a 4-person room with a great view, and it's even close to the main staircase. Her eyes glazed over as she looked at the list. Let's see. Which students are in which room? Rooms 412 and 413 only have 1 spot left, but they're right next to room 409. We should probably check those rooms out. Her 180-degree change in attitude made him curious. So, what about 409? Is there a problem with it? The young woman suddenly seemed terrified of it, waving her hands around frantically. Well, There are students already in there, the main character replied nonchalantly. Then, we can just ask if we can join them. She still refused. But one of them couldn't hide it any longer and had to tell the truth. His name is Kizen Evan, and he was here last year too. Both of them were surprised. Last year? But this is the dormitory for first years. Kizen Evan failed to advance to the second year. I heard he has some issues, so he has to start over from the beginning. The three of them huddled together, whispering, I'm just a caretaker for this dorm, so I don't know the details, but I heard that many of his roommates had to request a room change. They had bruises on their faces, and Kizen Evan gets into a lot of trouble, too. That's what I heard. Kizen usually expels problem students. It's strange that he's an exception. What juicy drama. His best friend got a little spooked and turned to ask, For real, Simon? Should we go to a different room? The main character decisively walked straight to the door. No, we should at least say hello first. The other guy was about to piss his pants. What? Hey, wait. Are you really going in? Too late. Simon had already opened the door. Inside, the room was dark and gloomy. A figure was curled up in a blanket on the farthest bed. Hey! Simon was already feeling scared. He walked straight to the bed where the guy was lying. Hello. Excuse me. Sorry to bother you while you're sleeping. We were hoping to stay in this room with you. Before he could finish, a completely bandaged hand reached out and touched the bed frame. Is that all right? The main character's face was calm, as if nothing was wrong, while his best friend was scared out of his mind. The guy with the sharp gaze and rippling muscles appeared. He didn't look the least bit friendly. Ignoring the warnings, Simon casually asked if this was okay. The other guy glared over, looking incredibly intimidating. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had a long scar. The new student was terrified. I thought he was going to eat them alive, but he was surprisingly easygoing. Scratching his head, he said, I get it. So, today's the day they post the application scores, huh? Time flies, doesn't it? You don't have to be so formal. I'm a freshman too, after all. His friend was surprised. Oh, all right then. So, you can call me Kizen Evan. He cut them off before they could say more. Just Kizen Evan is fine. I don't know how long you two will be able to last in this godforsaken academy. But remember two things. 1, don't stick your nose in my business. And 2, don't make a racket before I go to sleep. Once I'm asleep, you can scream, dance, or do whatever you want. The two were overjoyed and asked, Oh, so you're letting us stay? He paid them no mind. He pulled his leg up and laid down to sleep. It doesn't really matter anyway, does it? If it wasn't you two, it would have been someone else, since this is the only vacant room. After that, with nothing left to say, he completely ignored them, leaving the two just standing there. Simon went out to finalize things with the teacher. We'll take this room. The young woman asked again in surprise. Are you two sure about this? His friend replied confidently. Yes, it'll be fine. I don't think he's a bad person. All right. The young woman had no other choice but to comply. Okay, then. If you run into any other problems, don't hesitate to let me know. I'll report the matter to the landlord immediately. They'll handle it, he replied politely. Okay, thank you. With nothing else to discuss, the two entered the room and closed the door. Well then, good night. His friend started getting curious again. Do you really think he won't wake up? His friend replied, I don't know. I'm not sure either, but he did say that we could do whatever we want after he's asleep. With a grunt, he dared to drop a stack of books to test it out. The noise was loud. It was so loud it made his friend jump, but the guy's expression didn't change one bit. So he was telling the truth, huh? They stopped whispering to each other. I don't think he's a bad guy. As long as we follow his rules, we'll be fine. Anyway, we have a room now, so let's drop our stuff and go take a shower. I saw a bathroom on the second floor when we were coming up. Let's go check it out. His friend was shocked. A bathroom? It didn't take long, and from the look on his face, he was in heaven. Wow, I love this. The look said it all. His friend was at a loss for words. Good grief. I've never seen anyone so happy. After taking a shower. Did you live in the mountains or something before coming here? He hit the nail on the head, and the other guy admitted it right away. Something like that. His system was definitely that of a forest dweller. The other guy had to remind him, but can you stop? Oohing and ahing while pressing the buttons in the bathroom? The other students are starting to talk. While he was at it, he filled him in. Listen, you were already the center of attention for being the top scorer on the exam, and now you're also being called a country bumpkin and a fraud. Might as well pile on any other bad rumors while they're at it. Simon could take it. Well, I still think being here at Kizen is better. That's true. Everyone wants to get accepted here. After their relaxing shower, the two went back to their room to talk. Of course, Whether or not we can stay here depends entirely on our scores, and I heard there are only 300 second-year students. Isn't that something? We still have time to chat. Like this, because we're still under the student protection period. Just you wait. Half of this place will be gone soon. This was news to his friend. He asked curiously. The student protection period? His friend explained it like a master strategist. That's right. It's when they can't accurately evaluate and assign scores to students yet. During that time, professors can't speak privately with these students, and they also can't arbitrarily expel them. And they're not allowed to harm students, either. If I remember correctly, there are a lot of other things they're not allowed to do, so I can't remember them all. His friend suddenly remembered what happened in class and got goosebumps, his face turning pale. So they're turning a blind eye to everything I did today? After that period, expelling students is a common occurrence. Expulsion for not showing enough talent, for not having any promise of a successful future, for violating the rules, submitting poor quality assignments, you name it. Wow. But, if you can hold on until the first year is over, you can get a job almost anywhere. If you can survive this extremely intense competition and officially graduate, then you'll become a pioneer in an era where all continents are developing. It did sound appealing. At this point, he stretched out on the bed. I think you can become anything you want, except a noble. But, actually, a small nation might even marry their princess off to you if you graduate from Kizen. Hearing him say that, his friend immediately guessed, you want to become a noble, don't you? But he immediately denied it. Nah, while that would bring certain benefits, that's not my goal. Then his hand formed a circle, an OK sign held up high. It's this. It's money. Money is a godsend, a miracle worker. The naive friend finally had his eyes opened a little. Oh, I see. Therefore, from now on, I'm going to be very busy. All right, I get it. The two were still talking. If you ever need money for something, from beneath the floorboards, it flew straight up into the air, startling them both. Whoa, what was that? What is this? What did you just do? That thing is yours. He held up the box. It's just a subspace. The other guy was freaking out. Then what's that other thing? Everything here was new to him, but his friend had a cool, expensive storage space. This is a skeleton creation kit, the mouse-shaped one. I haven't taken many classes on this yet, so I brought one here to practice and get more proficient. The other guy got interested too, crawling onto the floor to watch. We just finished class. And now you want to study more? Simon nodded. Yeah. I just don't want to forget everything I just felt, that's all, he asked in surprise. So, are you going to assemble it in the correct order this time? His friend picked up the skull and grinned. No, this time I'm just going to follow my instincts. A smart person always finds their own way. Without another word, he started tinkering. His best friend stared, wide-eyed, as he put down the rat skeleton. All right. This is the same type as the one you made in class. Not exactly. It can be improved. It took me longer, and it still has flaws. One of the legs is loose, but you still managed to make it into a complete skeleton. A complete one. I don't think I could do that. After saying that, Simon patted its head. I'm sorry. And without a second's thought, he pressed down and shattered the entire thing. The creature's bones scattered all over the floor. The other guy looked around in shock. Hey, that's enough. What was that for? What's wrong? You did such a good job, Simon. Simon paid him no mind and began to reassemble the skeleton piece by piece. A creature formed from summoning magic will usually retain some characteristics of its former body. The official term for this is regenerative force, also known as gravitational pull. Simon closed his eyes, concentrating and recalling everything he knew. Skeletons often carry the traits of their former bodies, so if I can just remember the positions, reconstructing its original form shouldn't be difficult. The bone fragments on the ground began to vibrate. The creature's head twitched. He shouted, "Restore!" A red light flashed, and his friend nearly jumped out of his skin. We're not even that close. You don't have to scare me like that. The rat that had just been smashed to pieces was now restored, as nimble as ever. His friend watched in amazement. Whoa, seeing it regenerate like that is still really cool. Simon chuckled. Really? Thanks. How can you do that when you didn't even prepare anything? After watching Simon's demonstration, his friend started to get sleepy. He yawned again and again. I'm so tired. It's late. I'm going to bed. What about you? Simon was still enthusiastically tinkering with the rat. I want to experiment a little more. His friend stood up. You do? All right then. I'll go to bed first. What's our first class tomorrow? Simon already remembered. Tomorrow, dark energy dynamics. Unnoticed, the rat's eyes suddenly glowed with a strange spiritual energy. And so, One person and one creature worked diligently late into the night. This time, I'll follow the diagram. I have to connect it like this so the leg joint can rotate. These are the bones of a wereat. If I arrange them differently, will it be able to move like a normal one? Probably not. Arranging the wereat's chest joints differently doesn't work. He experimented, researched, and took notes all at once. The assembly formulas are standards that necromancers established long ago. To have reached this point, they must have experimented and failed countless times. And just like me, right now, I'm only realizing after assembling and reassembling it myself that every exercise has its reason and meaning. Just how great was the previous generation of necromancers? He grabbed the rat's front leg. I tried swapping the positions of your 25th and 31st bones. How is it? Uncomfortable? I see. This combination isn't very good. The rat nodded its head vigorously. I'll put it back where it was. Even though the structure looks logical, there has to be a more efficient arrangement that allows you to move. How can I find it quickly? All right, I need to study this more properly and carefully. Simon started thinking about the skeletons his father used to help people in the fief, and the skeletons Lorraine Archibald used to control the gangs. What am I lacking compared to them? It seems my knowledge isn't enough. I'm really looking forward to the next class. The next day, the sound of a lecture rang out. Dark energy serves as the foundation for a necromancer, so I cannot overstate the importance of dark energy dynamics. This old man was Eric Auza, the professor of dark energy dynamics for Class A. So, how does dark energy create magic? To answer that question, we must understand the flow of dark energy, ancient runes, and the mechanics of a magic circle. The professor talked so much that a few students were already dozing off. The origin of ancient runes stems from the eternal torch of the Black Temple. At first, no one questioned why the torch there never went out. Why? Because at the time, people believed that doubting God was blasphemy. One day, they realized that the ash from the torch looked very similar to letters, and they were astonished to learn that those ordinary letters were what created a miracle to sustain the torch's light. That is the story behind the origin of the runic language. Simon's best friend had already fallen asleep, his head on the desk. The mages and necromancers, who discovered the ancient runes, tried countless times to create the modern, easy-to-understand runic language we have today. This is the runic language after those improvements, and these two magic circles are examples of using the improved runic language. The magic circle you see here cannot be activated. The difference between it and the activatable magic circle on the right is how the runic language is applied to magic. Therefore, with the proper conditioning devices and the knowledge you have learned, you can use dark energy more freely. That concludes today's lecture. Today, I have an assignment for you. It's due next class. Using the non-activatable magic circle we used as an example in class, I want you to present how you would modify it, including the calculations and formulas you used to make it functional. Ah, yes. And the 3 students I call on next class will have to present their assignments. See you all next class. As soon as he finished, the lazy and clueless students started to complain. Oh man, dark energy dynamics is so hard. You're telling me, especially Simon's friend. It feels just like when my dad taught me algebra. Why can't I remember any of the formulas? I don't get why we even have to know these rules. Only Simon was interested. But it's not that bad. I didn't understand more than half of the lecture, but I liked how he described each principle of operation. Seeing him so passionate, his friend couldn't help but tease him. Is there anything about Kizen you don't like? It was the same this morning. You kept going on and on about the soap in the bathroom. That one comment completely killed Simon's mood, and he couldn't stop himself from smacking his friend on the head. After hitting him, he just walked off, ignoring his friend who was chasing him. Ow, Simon. Hey, wait for me. Hey, Simon, what's the next class? Simon replied, Combat Magic. Are we having class in here? Where's the professor? I don't know. Just then, the bookworm, Victoria, waved to them. Hey, everyone. Hey, look over there. Is that a huge cloud of dust kicking up from the ground? Is something heading this way? Guys, do you feel the ground shaking? Before they could even figure out what was happening, the foot of a massive beast appeared. The students looked on in horror, screaming their lungs out. A hippo! No, not just one, but a whole herd. The students were surrounded by them, huddling together in fear. Why are there hippos here? What's going on? But for all the students' terror, their teacher's laughter was just as loud and cheerful. Ha ha ha! Welcome, new students, he boomed, riding on the back of one, propping himself up with one hand. Today, Professor Hong Chang will be teaching on Mount Doak. Now, everyone, climb onto the hippos' backs. Climb on. Those things? Honestly, it wasn't that surprising. The famous combat magic professor was known for being an eccentric here at Kizen. I heard she sets up camp at different locations all over Mount Dock. Ben, hearing his best friend whisper this, asked in disbelief, "For real?" The terrified students turned to the TA and asked, "Sir, you want us to climb onto that thing?" Just looking at the hippo was terrifying enough. One of them pointed an arrogant finger. "You need to put a rug or something on that monster before we'll even consider sitting on it." The teaching assistant, with both hands in his pockets, looked extremely annoyed. Oh, for crying out loud. With a single leap, he jumped down from the hippo's back. He looked incredibly cool, and the other guys were instantly intimidated. What the? The mountain of a teaching assistant landed squarely in front of him. The other guys were scared witless but still tried to act tough. "What do you think you're doing? How dare a mere servant like you block our path? We are Kizen students, you know." Such insolence. The TA, annoyed, growled. "Servant?" His whole body flushed red with anger as he couldn't stop himself from cursing. "Why are the new students these days so damn stupid? You're supposed to call me teaching assistant, not servant." After saying that, he knocked the group out cold. They were pissing blood, muttering, "I'm sorry." He smirked in satisfaction. Anything else?" "No, sir. We're sorry, Mr. TA. These students. Some people only learn the hard way." Simon just watched and shook his head disapprovingly. "They're probably not going to change, are they?" His best friend burst out laughing. "Haha, let me tell you something. You're the exception among all those nobles. We've wasted enough time," the TA immediately reminded them. "Hey, we're running a bit behind schedule. Everyone, get on the hippos. One hippo can carry 3 students." The group scrambled to climb on. "Yes, sir." One of Ben's friends complained. "Man, this hippo is so big it's hard to even get on. Is everyone on? All right, let's get going." Just then, a girl standing below Ben's hippo raised her hand and shouted, "Wait!" The handsome Ben graciously offered her a hand. "Need some help?" The girl conveniently took his hand. "Thank you." With one arm, he effortlessly lifted her onto the hippo's back. Seeing that there was nothing else, the TA yelled, "All right, hold on tight. Let's go." At his command, the hippo opened its massive mouth and started charging forward like a speeding arrow. A girl sitting in front of Ben, in this life-or-death situation, was struggling to stay on and still said, "Thank you for helping me." Other students who couldn't get a grip on the hippos were screaming their heads off. "Sorry, I'm gonna fall off. How are we supposed to hold on to this thing?" The TA just replied nonchalantly, "Overcome it with your willpower. This is also part of your training. If you fall off now, you'll be trampled to death by the other hippos. Got it?" The students were scared out of their minds. "What?" He then added, "Every year, there are 1 or 2 accidents." Everyone was scared to death, screaming wildly. "I want to get off, I'm sorry. Ah, help, just hold on." The teacher didn't care at all. He even issued a challenge. Kizen doesn't need a student who can't even handle a hippo. Finally, they arrived at their destination. The entire group collapsed like a field of wheat, completely drained of energy. The TA walked around. "All right, everyone, 1 for each of you." Everyone was exhausted as they took one. They were about to pass out. Having some water would make them feel better. Simon's group was also resting and drinking water. A pretty, pink-haired girl let out a long sigh. She didn't look too tired. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed out. "Welcome to class, everyone." The students all jumped in surprise. A muscular, tangent-skinned female teacher appeared. "I am Hong Chang." 2 plump, white birds were perched on her shoulders, and her eyes shone brightly. "This semester, I will be teaching your combat magic class. An immortal, invulnerable monster that once burned down an entire fiefdom. Its name was Kunda. She's a legend among necromancers. She was the one who fought that immortal, invulnerable monster for 5 days and 5 nights, and personally broke 100 of its heads to claim a dramatic victory." Hong Chang, the first-year combat magic professor, looked as cool as a general as she looked down at the students sitting below. "Please stand up." "Yes, ma'am," and form 4 vertical lines. The professor had a strange accent, so the students didn't understand. "Huh?" The TA had to repeat it. She said, "Form 4 vertical lines. Hurry up, people." "Good. We'll be setting off immediately." Setting off? Simon wondered to himself. Where are we going? Before he could even figure it out, the teacher was already full of energy, running like the wind. "All right, students. A healthy body and a sound mind are the foundation of magic. Combat magic stems from physical fitness." As she ran, her skirt flew up, nearly exposing everything. The students were in awe. "She's amazing. How can she run like that? We all have 2 arms and 2 legs just like her. The professor is truly on another level." The teacher even lectured while running. "Training your body with dark energy. is the basis of this combat magic class, and we'll also be learning about physical techniques. Necromancers who primarily use combat magic are called combat specialized necromancers. If you reach a certain level like them, dark energy will flow from your body as smoothly as silk. This dark energy will take the shape of clothing, which we call a dark cloak. This is a signature skill of combat specialized necromancers. The trees are dense here, so be careful. With that, she ran straight into the forest, leaving the students to follow, nearly dead from exhaustion. Ben's friend cried out, "Man, I'm so jealous of the kids who are naturally gifted at this stuff." This was the first Ben had heard of it, and he asked, confused, "Gifted?" He now noticed the other students running like ninjas. "You're right. It looks like they're just playing around." He turned to look at his friend. He was so tired he could barely breathe. "Hey, Simon. Are you okay?" Ben was still doing just fine. "Yeah, I'm good." His friend was in disbelief. "How is that possible? Are you really okay?" Ben, who was sweating buckets, just smiled cheerfully and replied, "My hometown has a lot of hills and mountains. Besides, it's been a while since I've had such a refreshing run." His friend gave up. "You're a real beast. I'm so jealous." The professor ran in a straight line until she reached a cliff. "All right. You all must use your dark energy to jump across the valley in front of us. Just running isn't enough." Below the cliff was a breathtaking landscape of water and mountains. It looked terrifying. "We have to jump over this?" The instructor reassured them. "You can do it. It just takes a little trick, similar to when you channel dark energy into the palm of your hand. The difference is, we'll be using our feet. Watch closely." A wisp of black smoke appeared at her heel. With a slight bend of her knees, she shot straight into the air. "If you all do it again." She was like a circus performer, doing several flips in midair before finishing with a perfect, spectacular landing. Everyone saw that, right? You don't need to fly through the air. When you jump, just release the dark energy through your feet, like a rocket taking off. It'll feel like you're stepping out of the shadows. With that, she left the students, bent her knees, and leaped straight across the cliff, her feet touching the ground in an instant. Not only that, she stood on the other side, waving and calling, "Come on over." The more gifted students started to run up. They cleared the gap easily, like it was a piece of cake. Some made it over perfectly. Another one nearly fell into the water, but the instructor still praised them. "Good job. If you miss the timing, it can be dangerous just like that. Next time, you need to release the energy a bit sooner, okay?" The student she helped up was completely dizzy. "Yes, ma'am." "Thank you, Professor." But on the other side, Simon still hadn't jumped. He stood with his eyes shut tight, mumbling, "Step out of the shadows. Step out of the shadows." His best friend next to him was speechless. "Looks like you're overthinking it again." "I don't know," Simon replied. "Yeah, but it just seems so hard." His friend was out of options. "Well, whatever." He ran forward himself. "The more I think about it, the harder it gets." "I'm going first," Simon tried to warn him. "Be careful." Suddenly, his friend froze in midair. "Huh?" Right above him was Hector Moore. That guy was literally flying. He actually made it to the other side. A crowd of his lackeys immediately surrounded him, praising him. "That was awesome, Hector. You jumped the highest so far." His friend landed, extremely annoyed, and dusted off his sleeves. "Damn, I definitely can't jump like that guy." He looked back to the other side and waved, showing off to Simon. "Hey, did you see me just now? Even I could do it. You'll do great." But Simon just stood there, endlessly mumbling the theory. A leap, using dark energy. Finally, he decided to charge forward. Magic erupted from beneath his feet. The whole crowd watched his every step. In the end, he flew incredibly high, maybe even higher than Hector Moore. His friend sat there waving his arms and yelling, "That was insane, Simon." As soon as he landed, his friend ran right up to him, happier than a new father. "Amazing. You jumped the highest in the class today." Simon was thrilled too, grinning from ear to ear. "I did it." Even the professor's eyes widened. She walked over and praised him in front of everyone. "You're truly skilled, Simon." He and his friend high-fived in excitement. Only Hector Moore was furious, gritting his teeth and glaring. The professor put her hands on her hips and looked around at the students. "All right, it seems everyone has made it across. We'll wait a bit for the students who fell into the valley. Once they get back, we'll move on to the next location." His friend immediately agreed. "Yes, Professor." Simon had jumped 8 feet high. Everyone who saw it was in awe. Incredible. As soon as Simon landed, his friend ran over shouting, "Amazing! You jumped the highest in the class today." The two joyfully high-fived each other. The professor looked over, satisfied. "It seems everyone made it across. We'll wait a bit for the students who fell into the valley. His friend turned to him. Oh, right, Simon. Do you want to take a look at this on the way? Simon was curious. What is it? This guy knew everything. It's a list of students we should recruit for our class group. Group classes start next week, so we should prepare. I've already listed everyone's names, strengths, and personalities. See, he might be terrible at academics, but he's diligent with this stuff, even making a whole notebook. Simon looked at it, impressed. Wow, this is amazing. How did you find out all this? It's true. Everyone has different strengths. Simon felt that while he was just barely catching up with his studies, his friend had already found time to observe the other students in the class. He probably saw me too, Simon realized. Oh, so that's why he approached me and not Hector Moore. Because after observing Hector Moore, he figured he couldn't get along with him. After all, you need chemistry to keep a group together. His friend finished his long explanation and put the notebook away. So, what do you think? Most of the students in our class are very competent. They're all skilled. But that girl, the one who rode the hippo with us, I bet as soon as the student protection period ends, she'll get expelled immediately. She seems really weak. I mean, only 2 people in the class fell into the valley, and she was one of them. Her personality is pretty timid too, so she'll probably get bullied. Simon just replied, I see. Then, the professor got fired up again. All right, students, we've walked for a bit. Now it's time to run again, right? Some students complained, but it was no use. I think we need a break. But Simon was still excited, smiling cheerfully. This class is so dynamic. It's so much fun. His friend was speechless. You think this class is fun? Suddenly, Simon froze. His eyes went wide as he stood stock still. The game's difficulty just spiked. A whole herd of massive hippos was thundering towards them from behind. The students were terrified. Professor, the hippos are running towards us, ma'am. But when they turned around, she was gone, vanished like the wind. The professor. We should get the teaching assistant's help. But looking around, there was no one. Wait, he's not here either? Staring at the herd of huge, smelly black hippos, even Simon felt a chill. This was bad. Mustering all his courage, he stood to block their path. Magic billowed from under his feet like darkness itself, and he leaped high into the air, dodging the herd that was as numerous as ants. He was incredibly doubtful. They said nothing dangerous would happen during the student protection period. Could this be an accident? He wondered. If we can't dodge these hippos, someone could get hurt. Just then, he saw something that completely stunned him. A female student was creating. He cast a spell on the huge hippo, and it froze instantly. The other guys also had protective magic circles, while some of them jumped into the trees. Just then, the pink-haired girl, Cindy Vivace, appeared right next to Simon. Long time no see, but he was extremely disappointed and jumped straight to the ground. Looks like I have no right to worry about others. That girl was still clinging to Simon. The guy who had climbed the tree finally came down. Are you okay? No one looks hurt. Our guy completely deflated. I was worried for nothing. I can't believe it. I have to compete with a— Don't worry. Professor Hong Chang had already tamed all the hippos. You're just finding this out now? Really? He added. Yeah. She's a master of combat magic, but she can also use her bloodline's taming abilities. Plus, when I was up there, I saw the hippos just surrounding the kids who had fallen. They weren't actually attacking them. Our man was so embarrassed. So that's how it was. It's over. The teaching assistants finally showed up. All right. No time to rest. Get up. The hippos will be back to attack again. Get up, quickly. The professor is waiting down below. The timid, purple-haired girl's face was pale. She was trembling with fear, unable to even walk steadily. We have to go now. The professor was already there. She looked at the students and called out to everyone. In front of the group, the scenery was suddenly breathtaking. All around them were lush green trees and plants. The professor stood there, calling out, There are no more obstacles. Hurry up and come over here. The whole group of students, who had overcome so many difficulties, were ecstatic at the sight. You all did very well. Now you can take a break. Oh, but you're only supposed to eat after class is over. But I figured you'd all be exhausted, so I contacted Kizen beforehand. The students wondered, for what? The professor pointed to the side. Look over there. Lunch. Several servers were bringing out food, looking incredibly professional. Are you excited? The crowd roared. Yes, Professor, you're the best. All their fatigue vanished. Looking at the delicious food, they couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my God! No other professor is like ours, letting students eat during class. With the other strict professors at Kizen, that would never happen. Simon took the opportunity to sit and talk with him. By the way, I think things are a little different from the rumors I heard before I came here. The two looked at the professor in front of them and asked, "What rumors?" "I heard that Professor Hong Chang is one of the most typical Kizen professors." Unexpectedly, the guy blurted out, "Professor Hong Chang? This nature-loving lady? Where did you hear that? That's just a baseless rumor." Our guy was speechless, completely frozen. He thought about who spread the rumor that there was a professor named Hong Chang at Kizen. It came from none other than Lorraine Archibald, the daughter of Nephthys Archibald. He'd been completely tricked. Just then, the professor shouted, "All right, students, let's clean up. We're leaving in 10 minutes. The students were bewildered. I thought we were going to rest and then head back to where the hippos were. Our guy felt that something was wrong. His sixth sense was tingling. "I have a feeling this is just the beginning." She put her hands on her hips and asked, "Everyone has their bracelets, right? Now, I want you all to channel your dark energy into them." As soon as they did, the entire space around them changed drastically. Black smoke billowed out, startling the students. "What's happening to my body?" The professor, who seemed to really enjoy tormenting her students, grinned from ear to ear. "You all know what the exhaustion curse is, right? This is your next lesson. See that flag? You're going to have to climb to the top of that hill while the exhaustion curse is weighing you down. All right, get ready." Simon and his buddy were sweating bullets. "When you get there, I'll be seeing who fell behind." She's so cruel, feeding them a full meal just to torture them into mush. The professor was a straight-up tyrant. The only thing missing was a cattle prod. As the students suffered, the professor was thrilled. "You all know what the exhaustion curse is, right? This is your next lesson. See that flag? You're going to have to climb to the top of that hill while the exhaustion curse is weighing you down. All right, get ready. I'll be watching to see who falls behind." Just thinking about it was horrifying. The distance to the red flag wasn't far, but in their current state, it was an unimaginable feat. "Are you serious, Professor? Is this even allowed? Come on, now." But she didn't give them any way out. "Get in position, students." The entire group of students could barely stand up straight. "All right then, ready." One of the TAs waved the flag and shouted, "Begin!" The whole crowd started moving forward, panting with every step. One by one, they collapsed to the ground. The rocks under their feet were nothing. Now they were something to cling to. Simon, covered in dirt, was exhausted. Breathe in, breathe out. He tried to calm himself. It was hard to even lift a single foot. "My head is spinning. But this has nothing to do with the preparatory class. This is purely a test of willpower and endurance. If I fall behind here, I'll never be able to catch up to my peers." He knelt there, looking up as spiritual power flared up all over his body. "I will move forward, no matter what happens." An iron will, refusing to give up. Just then, he noticed Hector Moore crawling right beside him. He glared over. "Damn it, you again? He's always watching me. I already used a special skill to reduce the curse's effect and get ahead. So how is he still keeping up with me without pulling any tricks? This time, I'll show you. You've got no real talent, you just like to show off." The two of them were in the lead. Professor Hong Chang and two teaching assistants stood on high, looking down. "Keep going, you're almost there." This time, he used both his hands to pull himself up. This time, they both had the same thought. "First place has to be mine." They fought for it until the very end, but unexpectedly, a pair of legs casually walked past both of them. Finishing first was Maylin Villaine. She didn't look the least bit tired. The professor chuckled softly. "Congratulations on taking first place." The young lady obediently bowed her head. "Thank you, Professor." Even the professor was curious. "You walked up as if it were nothing. How did you do it?" The girl replied calmly, "I found a way to resist the exhaustion curse. Truly impeccable. You did well. You can rest now." The two guys were thunderstruck. "I didn't know you could break the curse yourself. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I would have just stayed at the bottom." Just then, a teaching assistant shouted, "Professor, we have an injured student. It looks like a scraped elbow, I think." The professor walked over immediately. "Let me see. Model, he just ran right past me. What's the point anymore?" The other guy was panting, drenched in sweat. He even broke the curse and walked straight up. "You've got to be kidding me." The announcer's voice echoed. "Second place, Hector Moore." I was the only one left, completely frozen and speechless. He walked straight over to Malin Villena, who was resting. "Hey, why'd you break the curse?" "To wear you out in combat magic class, obviously. Did you think I struggled because I didn't know how?" He was even scheming against a female student, but she didn't seem to care. She let out a sigh and turned away. Whatever. Unexpectedly, he continued to mock her. "Besides, what could you possibly know about the outside world? Being locked up in an ivory tower all day like a princess? This guy in a skirt sure talks a lot," she thought. frowning in annoyance. Are you trying to pick a fight with me? He still wouldn't stop. I'm not picking a fight. I'm just telling the truth. The professors don't evaluate us during the student protection period. What's important is showing them how hard we're working now to get on their good side. He was acting like he knew everything. He even pointed his finger, lecturing her as if he had the right. But that stupid stunt you pulled has already lost you Professor Hong Chang's trust. The girl was cold, not bothering to care. Ha, you're getting worked up, huh? Are you that sad about getting second place? Why take it out on me? He was picking a fight for no reason and even yelled, I'm just telling you not to cause a scene in this class. As for me, I have zero interest in you. He probably thinks he's so charming. The announcer then saw me finally drag myself to the finish line and kindly handed me a bottle of water. Simon Polentia, third place. I was so tired I could barely breathe, but I still managed to say, thank you. Only then did I dare to sit down under a tree to rest. I couldn't be bothered with those two. The three of them stood near each other, but no one said a word. We waited for a while until the last guy finally made it and collapsed on the ground. I'm gonna die, Simon. I turned to comfort him. You did great. I'm exhausted too. How do you think we're getting back? If I have to climb over those hippos again, I'll bite my tongue and end it all. He looked tired enough to want to reincarnate. But we hadn't been resting for long when the professor returned and shouted, Students, gather around. Since you're all tired, I've contacted Kizen again. I've been given permission to use a temporary magic circle for instant teleportation. So, please line up. She laid a magic circle on the ground. The whole class cheered. Thank you, Professor. Then, the next two people stepped forward. Yes, ma'am. A blue light radiated out, shining on the students' faces. But whatever they were expecting, when they finally teleported back, they ended up face-planting on the ground. This place was incredibly filthy. I got up, patting my 80-year-old back. Where are we? I don't think this is Kizen. It looks more like my home in Lexan. Simon. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Sorry for scaring you, Simon. Somehow, the professor had appeared right in front of me. Professor Hong Chang? She smiled. Have a seat. I'll explain why you're here. I walked over to the table. So, one of them. Was you? She placed a cup of water in front of me. That's right. It was you, Simon. When it was activated, you were sent to a place that wasn't Kizen. Can you guess who did it? Of course not. The professor laughed freely, without a hint of fear. In any case, part of my responsibility is to protect my students from danger. So I sent you home. Besides, I also wanted to speak with you privately. I looked up at her in astonishment. With me? During the student protection period, contacting a student privately is against the rules. But from what I've seen, the other professors have been breaking the rules too. She suddenly became unusually serious. Simon Polentia, how about you major in combat magic? If you want, I would be more than willing to take you on as my disciple. This was too sudden. You mean, you'll take me as your disciple? The professor seriously held up 3 fingers. That's right. It means I'll be responsible for you. A professor personally teaches each disciple with an absolute sense of purpose and responsibility. A disciple's achievements are directly linked to the professor's own. And we can only recruit 3 students per year. I want to give that opportunity to you, Simon. The professor was incredibly enthusiastic. She extended her hand towards me. So, what do you say? I hadn't even had time to think. I just froze. I stared at the hand she offered me. I still don't understand, ma'am. I didn't really show anything special in today's class. I only just managed to keep up with the other students. I even finished after 2 others on the hill climb. It's only the 2nd day of school. I'm not sure why you'd offer such an important position to me, Hong Chang explained. The students care about rankings, but the teachers only look at talent, the way you release that dark energy. When you jumped across the valley, that was your first time trying, wasn't it? Even so, you jumped the highest in the class. That's not a matter of talent or coincidence anymore. The professor had calculated everything. She had observed me most carefully before making her decision. And when you climbed the hill, you relied only on your stamina and physical strength. Your pure strength, unlike those other 2. So nothing they did escaped her notice. You might think you haven't shown anything yet, but you've already proven yourself to me. Do you need more praise? Your physical strength, mental fortitude, and outstanding talent with dark energy. If you study combat magic, you will become the best, Simon. In just a few years, you could even defeat me. No, I can make you stronger than anyone. The professor's words were incredibly tempting, but it seemed I wasn't ready. Professor, thank you for the offer. I even stood up and bowed politely to refuse. But I'm afraid I have to decline. The professor looked surprised. May I ask why? I answered honestly. Right now, there's another field I want to explore. The professor was very relaxed, laughing cheerfully. All right then. Thank you for being direct with me. It saves us both time. But that doesn't mean I'm giving up. I was dumbfounded. I didn't understand. Huh? But I just declined? The professor propped her chin on her hand and said bluntly, "You still have another year. Before you have to choose your major, don't you? So I'll just have to try harder to change your mind." I never expected to be in this position. Confused, I asked again, "You're still going to try and persuade me?" "It's just my curious nature. How far can you develop, Simon? I want to know the answer. You don't necessarily have to be my disciple for that." The professor waved her hand lightly. "You can come to me for help any time." A brilliant light enveloped me. I only had time to say, "Thank you, Professor." She didn't forget to add, "Oh, and keep this a secret, okay? After all, you're still under student protection." He completely understood. This time, the teleportation would truly take him back to Kizen. He was already exhausted. Grinning from ear to ear, he thanked the heavens. The professor waved goodbye. "You can go now. See you next class." Simon stepped into the teleportation circle to return. "See you later, Professor." Just then, someone knocked on the door. "Professor? Professor!" It was the bald teaching assistant, urgently asking, "Professor, how did it go? What did Simon say?" Hong Chang answered bluntly. He refused. The other guy immediately changed his tune. "What? How dare he refuse? Professor, maybe we should just choose Hector Moore. He's more talented in this subject anyway. Honestly, I don't understand why you prefer Simon over him. What do you know about judging people? That boy is a genius." With just one word from his aunt, he was left speechless. I've seen plenty of geniuses at Kizen, but a genius like him is a first. Simon, looking completely disheveled, went to take a shower. He still didn't understand why he was rated so highly. Reaching out to open the door, he saw his roommate, freshly showered and clean, asking, "Why are you back so late?" Simon gave a vague answer. Probably an issue with the instant teleportation. His roommate was stunned, pointing a finger at his own face, eyes shining with excitement. "And do you know what happened to me? You won't believe this." Hearing him hype it up like that made Simon curious too. "What is it?" His roommate recounted. "When I stepped into the teleportation circle, it felt like I got hit by something. It was like my body was being blocked by something. When I came to my senses, I was in a place I never expected. I was like, where am I? And it turned out to be Professor Bahingas's office. He looked like a demon, sitting there with his legs crossed, just smiling. Even Simon was startled. Professor Bahingas, the one who teaches theology? His roommate confirmed. That's right. So what happened? The professor just had me clean his office. I thought it was going to be something big, but I just ended up doing some chores. The upperclassmen at Kizen told me the professor often recruits students through this kind of instant teleportation. Do you think maybe I was chosen? Could I become his direct disciple? Simon was speechless. It's possible, he said, while his roommate was still lost in his fantasy. I can't believe I've gotten so close to a major figure at Kizen like this. He was so happy he started shouting in the middle of the bathroom. You know what a direct disciple is, right? From now on, my school life will be a path of roses, all thanks to the professor's authority. I can even avoid disciplinary action and expulsion. Simon desperately wanted to shut this loudmouth up. Calm down. But his roommate argued back stubbornly. How can I calm down? This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard all year. Just then, the big, muscular guy, Hector, walked over and crossed his arms in front of him. A commoner. A puny little thing like you becoming a direct disciple of Professor Bahingas? Don't make me laugh. Hearing those jealous words, the fearless roommate turned to challenge them. Oh my, this young master seems upset. You're supposed to be number one, but the professor paid more attention to me, so you don't like it, do you? Simon was exhausted. Here we go again. The other guy didn't let it go. He walked over, fist clenched, and warned, watch your mouth, you lowly commoner. But his roommate wasn't one to back down and they started arguing face to face. Being a lowly merchant means I know your type all too well. I heard you caused trouble with Malin Villain in combat magic class, huh? Do you think you're the only one facing difficulties? You and I are equals here. Don't act like you have special privileges just because you were taught by your clan. Those words really set Hector Moore off. He clenched his fists. It wasn't Malin Villain. It's you who knows nothing about the world. For every 2 or 3 things Hector said, his roommate had 10 comebacks. He was completely dismissive of him. Hector Moore's face turned beet red. You son of a bitch. Well, this is great. He provoked the guy so much that he's pulling out a magic circle to settle things. As a magical aura enveloped his roommate, Simon, standing nearby, was horrified. What's going on? The guy's body was squeezed tight and lifted into the air. A lowlife like you. How dare you? A curse, followed by a powerful slam to the ground. Is that all you can do? Run your mouth? I'm going to kill you. The guy was becoming more and more unhinged. His throat was being squeezed, making it hard to breathe. But this bold guy wasn't scared at all. He even managed a smirk and a wink, taunting him further. I dare you. A friend from behind quickly tried to stop him. Hector, that's enough. You can't use spells outside of class like this. But unexpectedly, the guy went berserk. He even attacked the people around him who were trying to help. Shut up. His eyes were bloodshot. He had completely lost his senses. Just then, Simon rushed in and delivered a kick straight to his head. His whole body was sent flying. He looked thrilled. Nice. I was wondering when you were going to step in. He had planned this all along. He really wanted to fight Simon the most. Simon Polentia. His friend was saved. A swift kick to the head sent the big oaf Hector flying. He looked pleased. Excellent. I was wondering when you'd make your move, Simon Polentia. Simon looked furious. He had managed to save a life this time. Let's have a proper fight. He began to use dark magic. Just then, something came flying straight towards them, hitting Hector right in the leg. A tall, muscular figure appeared. Back down, before I break both your necks. It was the muscular, scar-faced guy from their dorm, Kizen Evan. The other guy still wasn't scared. Kizen Evan? I didn't even know you were still at this school. His cronies next to him were trembling with fear and shouted, Wait, Hector, that's him, the one who got expelled for beating up another student. You must have heard the rumors, right? But it seemed he had more guts than brains. He clicked his tongue. Whatever. Let's go. He had to leave, but not without a final threat. From now on, you two better watch out. I won't let this go a second time. Kizen Evan glanced at him without saying a word. Simon and his roommate were also silent. Kizen Evan, thanks for helping us. But unexpectedly, the cold guy turned sharply and walked away. You two, shut up and get lost. The two of them were scared stiff. I'm sorry. Simon smiled with amusement and told his roommate, See, he's not such a bad guy. His roommate, having just escaped with his life, rubbed his still sore neck. Yeah, sure. He led them all back to the dorm. Ah, it's finally the weekend. Simon, what are you planning to do this weekend? Simon had no idea. This weekend? I don't have any plans yet. His roommate, holding a large bag, said, That's so boring. You can't just do nothing. What you do on the weekend is actually pretty important. Simon guessed it immediately. It seems you have your own plans. His roommate pointed to himself, puffing out his chest. Of course. To me, my weekend schedule is more important than any of my classes during the week. Simon was curious. Why is that? I'm preparing to go to Rochester. Simon immediately remembered. Oh, the town down below, right? What are you planning to do there? To his surprise, his roommate's answer was very short. Make money. What else? Simon was stunned and asked again. Make money? His roommate explained. You know how Kizen gives students a living stipend, right? But the higher your level, the less sufficient that money becomes. So I thought I'd have to get a scholarship for extra cash. But I probably don't have a chance of getting those kinds of grades, so I plan to use my unique abilities as soon as possible. So you should find a way to make money too. Once the student protection period ends, the professors won't be giving out class materials for free anymore. Simon was just now learning about this money-grabbing system and was shocked. Really? The living stipend Kizen gives us isn't even enough to cover that? That's why the upperclassmen have their own ways of making money. You're interested in summoning, right? Well, that's even tougher than other majors. That specialty will devour your money. He sounded exactly like Professor Aaron. It was an eye-opener for Simon. I had no idea we had to take care of all those extra things ourselves. Life at Kizen really isn't easy. Unexpectedly, his roommate slung his backpack on and made a casual suggestion. Hey, how about you wait until I get my business set up in Rochester? By then, I can at least find a job for you. Simon immediately refused. No, it's okay. It's only fair that I earn my own money. Besides, by the time that day came, Simon would probably be an old man. He's so smooth with his promises. He complimented your friend on being so disciplined with money. Anyway, I've got to take care of the schedule for tomorrow. I'll be back when I'm done. See ya. That guy, he's got more guts than brains. Are you really just going to leave? It's late. What if the landlord catches you? But he was still so confident. It's fine. Even if Kizen is strict, everyone has their rights. As long as you don't get caught, it's all good. See you later. Ben couldn't do anything but say goodbye to him. Yeah, okay. He took a pastry from his bag and started eating. When he gets back, I should go thank Kizen Evan. But Cajun Evan isn't here either. He had just left, too. As Ben ate the delicious pastry, he wondered, what should I do now? Just then, a dark shadow with two glowing eyes appeared behind him. It was terrifying, a ghost. But when Simon turned around, it wasn't a ghost, but a beautiful woman with sparkling eyes. Staring intently at the bag of pastries in his hand was none other than Miss Nephthys Archibald, grinning from ear to ear. "Hello there." Simon quickly opened the window. "How did you get here?" The woman simply replied, "I was just passing by." "Passing by? You've got to be kidding me." Simon was in complete shock. "But this is the 4th floor." She was floating outside the window and claimed she was just passing by? Who would believe that? And just like that, she was in the room, sitting casually, and eating his pastries. Yum. With no other choice, Ben offered her the whole bag. "Just eat them all." "Oh, what a treat," she said, digging right in. "Can I really? This is great. I'm not allowed to eat sweets at home. Oh, by the way, Simon, this is your first time at school, isn't it? How do you feel?" The two of them sat facing each other. He replied cheerfully, "I'm really happy. The professors are super cool, everyone is nice, and the subjects are interesting too. I think I fit in at this school better than I thought. To be honest, it was a bit of a struggle at first, but a friend from Kizen helped me a lot." "Oh, is that so?" The woman seemed relieved. "Well, that's good. I thought you'd have a hard time. Since you came here without any prior training, you knew and still set me up." Simon was speechless. "Talking with you here at Kizen like this is wonderful. It reminds me of when Richard Polentia was here." Hearing that name, Simon immediately reacted. "My father?" Now he was really finding things out. "Yes, your father, Richard Polentia, was also a Kizen student. Richard Polentia was quite a handful, you know. You're so reasonable, but he was a real troublemaker. He was a walking disaster, really. But he was also very smart. Richard Polentia often got into trouble for teasing the professors, and then he'd try to skip class. A few times, I had to drag him back myself. This was a real eye-opener." Ben was frozen solid. It was the first time he'd heard that his father had such a wild side. His father's mischief was making him so embarrassed he had to clutch his head. "That's so hard to believe. The father I know." The woman dangled her feet, teasing, "Completely different, huh?" Ben had to ask, "So, did my father graduate?" The woman answered nonchalantly, "He dropped out in his 2nd year. Richard Polentia said this school was too small for him, so he left." Kizen had never seen a case like him before. He was getting more and more shocked. This was beyond belief. He was a special case. "I was young back then, so I couldn't handle him properly." As she said this, the woman flopped onto the bed. "Ah, that's right. I was young back then too." Her attitude suddenly became cheerful again as she sat bolt upright, grinning from ear to ear. "Anyway, back in the day, Richard Polentia really turned this whole sloped island upside down. If you look carefully, you can still find traces of your father." She almost sounded proud of it. Ben asked, bewildered, "Really?" Suddenly, the woman leaped off the bed. "Pay close attention, okay? I'm sure your school life will be interesting. Now, I have to go. I have an evening schedule, and it's getting late." Confused, he asked, "You have to go already?" She quickly opened the window. "Yep, if I'm late, I'll get an earful. We'll meet again soon. Thanks for the snacks." Looking at her, you'd never guess she was a mother of one. She looked unbelievably young. "Bye," she said, and with that, she jumped out of the window, leaving behind only a piece of paper. Simon picked it up and hurriedly called out, "Nephthys Archibald, you dropped this." Before he could finish, she vanished without a trace. She must have left it for me on purpose. He looked down at the paper and was a little startled. A treasure map? But why is there a skull drawn on it? Shouldn't it be a treasure chest? He suddenly remembered what the woman had said earlier. Back in the day, Richard Polentia really turned this whole sloped island upside down. If you look carefully, you can still find traces of your father. It all clicked. In the dark night forest, a white bird sat on a branch, observing the young man below. Simon was so scared he felt dizzy. Should I turn back while I still can? Thousands of glowing red eyes in the darkness stared straight at him. The phrase "scared enough to pee your pants" was suddenly very real. Simon looked at the map the woman had left behind. Is this a treasure map? But why is there a skull drawn at the destination? Normally, it should be a treasure chest, right? He suddenly recalled what Nephthys Archibald had said. Richard nearly turned the entire sloped island upside down. If you search carefully, you might find a trace of your father. The gears in his head started turning. She did say, "As long as you don't get caught." In that case, time to gear up and get going. Ben's eyes sparkled like stars, and his whole body tingled with excitement. "Tomorrow, I'll go exploring." The next day, his face, which had been shining with excitement yesterday, was now pale with fear. The whole scared enough to pee your pants thing was real. Should I turn back while I still can? In front of him were countless red eyes, like lasers, all fixed on him. Ben was terrified, but he was already here. He tried to calm himself down. No, I got permission to stay out overnight for this. If I go back now, it'll be a total waste. He hadn't walked more than a few steps when he saw a posted notice. Beware of monsters. Monsters? Pfft, that's a daily thing back in Lexan. But I don't know what the monsters on Sloped Island are like. I should be more careful. He stopped for a moment to observe the terrain. There's a ravine in East Pier, and the outer wall of Kizen is in West Pier. Okay, I'm heading in the right direction. Suddenly, Ben broke out in a cold sweat and froze. Was that some kind of large beast? The sound. He immediately dove into the bushes and looked out, only to see a pair of gleaming red eyes. A monster. And he wasn't even prepared. It saw Simon too, and charged at him like a hurricane, landing a direct hit in a single blow. The tackle was too fast. What kind of monster is that? It's too fast. I can't see it in the dark. Now, looking closely, he finally realized what it was. It was a werewolf. Judging by its size, it looked like it still wasn't fully grown. If this were before I came to Kizen, I would have run away. But not anymore. No more cowardice, Ben shouted. Restore, and 2 complete rat skeletons appeared instantly. He raised his hand and commanded them, fire. The 2 skeletons grabbed their weapons. He knew he didn't have to run anymore. With his 2 bony minions, he could probably fight it. The wolf seemed intimidated and kept backing away, but, deciding to risk it all, it charged forward again. Ben flinched, trying his best to stay calm. It's getting closer. He charges forward, and both sides clash in a flurry of attacks. How could a few rat skeletons possibly stand up to a wolf's claws? One of its strikes makes his head ring, and he doesn't know what to do. But then, one of the rats manages to stab its sword into the wolf's back. Simon seizes the opportunity. Upon recovering, the rat instantly reforms, revived, and charges with its sword again, landing another clean strike. But it doesn't seem very effective. Simon still has to shout, stab it! Hesitate, and you're toast. This time, the rat decisively stabs straight into the wolf's main artery. This is my chance. It's time for the master to step in. He also grabs his sword and lands another blow. A 3-on-1 fight, not counting the crippled rat. The wolf collapses. Simon slumps to the ground, the fear finally hitting him. That was too close. Come to think of it, this is my first battle in Kizen. It's a good thing I practiced assembling rat skeletons. If I'd run into a monster in LEGENDARY, I definitely would have run away. But now, I was able to defeat a werewolf after just 3 days in Kizen. This is beyond my expectations. A proper education really makes a difference. How strong will I become if I can survive for 3 years in Kizen? He quickly snaps back to reality, because one of his rats has a cracked skull. He needs to snap out of it and save it. Wait, now is not the time to be thinking about this stuff. I have to clean this place up before other monsters come, drawn by the smell of blood. Huh? One of the rats shatters on the spot. No, it was too badly injured. He consoles it a bit. You did well, buddy. Now, with only 1 skeleton warrior left, he tells it helplessly, if we have to fight again, we won't be able to win. Be careful. He continues on his way. He's arrived, but there's nothing in front of him. Just a barren, empty field. But there's nothing here. Not even weeds are growing. What a letdown. A scam? No. If nothing can grow here, it means there must be something underneath. He takes out his tools and gets right to work. Good thing I borrowed these before leaving the dorm. A shovel and a lamp. He starts digging, but after putting all his effort into it, he's only made a small dent. He discovers a stone foundation underneath. What's this? It's made of blackstone. Is it some kind of device? After digging for a while, something appears in the shape of a fist. A perfect fit for his own. If this is some kind of device, it should react to dark energy, right? Simon clenches his hand into a fist and places it inside. A light immediately flares up. It's reacting. Smoke billows out. Beyond his expectations, a hidden cellar appears before him, complete with stairs leading down. His eyes light up. I've really found a treasure, he smiles with delight. All right, let's go down and check it out. The skeleton rat follows, holding the lamp. It's pitch black below. It seems like no one has been here for a very long time. A skeleton covered in vines appears. The skull is quite large and looks a bit strange. The more he looks, the more amazing it seems. What is this place? Ancient ruins or something? Suddenly, he reaches out to touch something. This looks familiar. It's the ancient runic language I just learned yesterday. So this place really is ancient ruins, right? With ancient runes everywhere like this, This place must be some kind of giant magical tool. Suddenly, the rat beside him points and squeaks. He looks in its direction. What is it? What did you find? Only then does he notice a skull, a cranium. Without any fear, he reaches out and picks it up. This, even with my limited knowledge of the undead, I'm certain. This skull is incredibly old and very dangerous. Why is something so sinister here? Suddenly, the rest of the skeleton collapses right in front of him, making him jump. My heart skipped a beat. I nearly saw my past life flash before my eyes. He crouches down to look at the skeleton. What are these? This is the number 2 bone. Let's try fitting the bone to the skull. I don't know how this undead being will react when it awakens. Maybe it'll try to harm me. But I still want to try reassembling it, rushing in head first even when facing death. That's the style of a main character. Now's the perfect time to take a risk, to do something. His raised hand begins to glow. This is the moment. The light of his spiritual power shines everywhere. The skull is enveloped in magical light. The skull's eyes light up. It's working. I've awakened a skeleton. Now all that's left is, all right, let's assemble it. It's a good thing I focused on my summoning studies. The skeleton is also standing still obediently, letting him assemble it. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to put this skeleton together all night. I'm not 100% sure, but its structure is similar to a human skeleton, so I have an idea of how to piece it together. But it's huge. When assembled, it's even taller than Simon. Hey, why are you standing up with just 2 legs? If I'd known you were going to do that, I would have attached the arms first. Tsk, tsk. At least when all the parts are together, it looks pretty cool. It has to be around 2 meters tall. But what do I do now? It's fully assembled, but it's not moving. Suddenly, a beam of light flashes above the skeleton's head. It begins to glow. Simon panics. What? The skull lunges forward, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha. The entire cellar shakes violently. The stone platform Simon is standing on is lifted high into the air. He has no idea what's happening. What's going on? The ancient runes on the walls are also glowing brightly. They fly around the skeleton. This bag of bones can talk? Too? Finally. But finally, I have returned. Its eyes emit a horrifying blue-black light. Who dares disturb my slumber? It stands before Simon, enormous and radiating spiritual power. You, human. You are the one who awakened me, aren't you? State your name, quickly. Scared out of his mind, Simon obediently confesses before a fight can even start. I'm Simon Polentia. The skeleton rat beside him is speechless. As soon as it hears the name, the skeleton's tone changes completely. What? You're from the Polentia family? The bag of bones crosses its arms and laughs. I see. You are a descendant of Richard Polentia. Its voice is so loud and booming it gives Simon a headache, and he has to cover his ears. Descendant sounds a bit distant, but that's right. Richard is my father's name. I am the son of Richard Polentia. Once he started talking, he might as well be clear. The skeleton booms. I understand. Now I understand. Your dark energy felt quite familiar. Only Richard Polentia could have awakened me. Simon is at a loss. All right. Confused, he asks. Excuse me, but who are you? The skeleton doesn't seem to care much. It strikes a cool pose and brandishes its sword to show off. I am Pier, master of the battalion. I once ruled the entire continent alongside your father, Richard Polentia. Simon's eyes go wide in amazement. This was beyond anything he could have expected. You're my father's undead. But why? Simon begins to ask, but the skeleton cuts him off. Now then, it is my turn to ask you. Who led you to this place? He held out the marked piece of paper. Nephthys Archibald was the one who told me about this place. That bag of bones seems to know her. Ah, so it was her. That sounds just like something she'd do. He slammed his sword into the ground. All right, make a pact with me, Simon Polentia, and lead the battalion. This was something I had never heard before. A pact? I asked, surprised. The old man explained. The battalion will act according to your will, and it will crush everything in your path. All living creatures in this world will kneel at your feet, begging for mercy. That sounded pretty cool. But before I could even get excited, the old man added, however, you will have to walk a bloody path of destruction. That will become a part of your destiny. Just hearing that gave me the creeps. He didn't seem to care whether I agreed or not, and spread his arms wide. Now, son of Richard, are you ready to lead the battalion? But I was much calmer than he expected. What's the rush? I have a question first. I don't know what use you are, or what kind of undead you even are, and this is the first time I've ever heard of the battalion. Is this battalion thing you're talking about really that powerful? Seems like he'd never been asked that. Not even by Richard Polentia. The old man was extremely annoyed. You dare question the power of the battalion without a shred of doubt or fear? An excellent question. Human. Very well, I will answer you. My battalion is very strong. Strong enough to destroy Kizen right here, right now. However, your father, the former commander, disbanded the battalion, and I was sealed here. And you, the master of the battalion, have awakened me. My battalion can feel the breath of life once more. If you regather our forces, the battalion that was disbanded, and restore its past strength, I still remember all those who once fought alongside me, then no one on this continent will be able to stand in your way. I wonder if he's bluffing. If this is true, just how powerful was Richard Polentia? Inheriting my father's legacy seems like a no-brainer. I had to agree right away. All right. I agree to the pact. The skeleton lifted me right up. A wise choice, human. He placed me on a higher stone pedestal. Then, he opened his ribcage, revealing a shining stone. Place your hand on my core. After the pact is made, your life will change completely. If you're afraid, there's still time to back out. I place my hand on it immediately. More guts than brains. There's nothing to be afraid of. If you and your comrades were truly my father's army, then there's nothing wrong with recruiting you. The old man was quite surprised. Recruiting, you say? He thought, sizing me up. At first, he seemed like a calm and polite kid, but deep down, he has the qualities of a ruler. Truly, the son of Richard Polentia. The old man grinned with delight. I like your spirit. Richard Polentia, you raised your son well. Then, let us begin the pact. An immense light and power radiated from the old man's chest. Don't you die on me. Simon Polentia. A bony creature called Pier opened his chest, showing off a brightly shining energy stone. Place your hand on my core. After the pact is made, your life will change completely. If you're afraid, there's still time to back out. Why the hell would I be scared? There's nothing to be afraid of. If you and your comrades were truly my father's army, then let us begin the pact. Light and power erupted furiously. Don't you die on me, Simon Polentia. Hearing that, I just stared blankly. What? I was totally confused. Are you kidding me? Did I miss something? I yelled. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Don't die. What did he mean? Before I could even process it, black smoke enveloped me. Just as he'd expected, I passed out cold, completely drained of strength. He stood there baffled, then turned to the skeleton rat. Do you think our master is dead? It immediately shook its head vigorously. Just then, Simon's eyes shot open. He was awake, but his brain was still in shock. The first thing he saw was two skeletons clapping. Oh ho! You're awake! I didn't understand a thing. Panicking, I screamed. What happened? My pants are all wet. What about the pact? Pier let out a satisfied laugh. The pact was successfully completed. Now, feel the changes inside your body. You feel the same. Not a single thing has changed. After feeling around for a moment, I suddenly noticed my core. He asked curiously, how does it feel? Your core is larger and more stable now, isn't it? It's not just larger, it's massive. That's right, kid. Before, using dark energy for even a short time would tire my body out. But now, I feel great. It feels like I'm soaking in a warm bath. This proved I had returned to my proper operating system. The old man replied cheerfully, well then, congratulations, kid. You've succeeded. You've become one of the 7 commanders of the battalion. But as soon as I stood up, I staggered, unable to even say thank you. The old man was startled. Don't overdo it. Your body has just undergone a major change. It's clearly too much to handle. My head hurts so much. I'll just rest here for the night. The skeleton added, it'll be uncomfortable for a little while. Are you sure it'll only be for a little while? I'm afraid I'll wake up completely out of it. Oh, but I have a question. My brain was still working, which meant I was fine. Go ahead and ask. What is the battalion? What is the battalion? Pier froze solid, staring at me like I was an alien. He was furious, as if I was a child playing a prank. You made a pact with me without knowing what the battalion is? I was so startled by his shouting that I covered my ears. I told you I didn't know. He was dumbfounded down to his bones, covering his face in exasperation. This is unbelievable. A bit of time figuring out just what kind of person you are. We had no choice but to sit down cross-legged and talk, like 2 real men. All right, I'll explain. Before I begin, how much do you know about the undead? Whatever I know, I'll tell you. About as much as a first-year student at Kizen who hasn't even taken the prep courses. This was beyond idiotic. The old man was just as dumbfounded as I was. Huh, a freshman who dares to wander in here. Truly the son of Richard Polentia. All right then, I will explain it in a way that suits your level. First, the undead in this world can be divided into 3 types: summoned undead, natural undead, and the battalion. First, all the undead that necromancers like you control are called summoned undead. They are created by magic and move according to the summoner's commands. They disappear after a certain amount of time or when the magic wears off. Then, there are the natural undead. They are created without the need for necromancers or magic. When people think of the undead, this is the type they imagine, due to their blind hatred for the living and their aggressive nature. Natural undead are classified by humans as monsters. And last but not least, the battalion. You could say we fall somewhere between summoned undead and natural undead. The battalion is like the natural undead, in that we can exist on our own, using our own core. But we are also like summoned undead, in that we obey the commands of our necromancer or higher-ranking undead. In this world, there are only 7 battalion legions. In other words, there are only 7 necromancers who can command the battalions, and you are one of those 7. Basically, a necromancer leads a platoon of undead. As their summoning skill increases, the size of their army also increases. I've seen a fleet of a battalion before, but there weren't that many of them. Simon then wondered, what about the necromancers who graduated from Kizen? Surely there must be many high-level necromancers from Kizen. The old lich replied, yes, those high-level necromancers can command a legion of undead, but it's usually not very effective. That's strange. How can they be skilled but ineffective? Really? How so? I just told you that all undead controlled by a necromancer are considered the summoned type, right? Summoned undead move using dark energy from the summoner. Both summoning and controlling the undead consume a large amount of dark energy and mental strength. So, obviously, as the number increases, the burden on them becomes greater. He instinctively turned and petted his rat. Ah, that reminds me. One of my skeletons was destroyed on the way here. So, is that the reason I felt pain then? The lich confirmed. Yes, it's for the same reason. Summoned undead and their necromancer are connected. Major damage will put a strain on the summoner, but the battalion's undead move using their own magic. Furthermore, the battalion has no limit. Sounds like this old guy is quite something. He even knows how to advertise himself. That allows the operator to control an unlimited number of undead. Whether it's 1,000 or 1,000,000 undead, it's no problem. Have you ever heard the story of a necromancer commanding an army of giant undead? It was a shock. Of course Simon knew. I know it. Well, that must be the story of a battalion commander. Then, Simon looked down at his hands. So you're telling me I've just become one of the 7 necromancers who can summon unlimited undead? Why couldn't he get it through his head? The guy was so slow on the uptake, it left a skeleton speechless. Sheesh. You don't have any more questions, do you? Now, the contract has been successfully signed. Whether you like it or not, we're in the same boat now. Shouldn't we discuss our future plans? Both you and I are in special circumstances. You said you're a new student at Kizen, right? Simon nodded. Yes. The old lich continued. Are you planning to drop out of Kizen? Simon was much more obedient than Richard Polentia. Not right now, he answered. That would be against my father's wishes, and I still have a lot to learn. That was a relief to hear. Good. I agree that Kizen has assets you can make use of. Now it was time to talk about the old lich. But what about your special circumstances? The old lich opened up. To be more precise, it's the circumstance that makes me and my battalion special. Simon went straight for the sore spot. Is it about the battalion being disbanded? The old man broke into a sweat, looking embarrassed, and scratched his head. That, too. But there's something more important than that. Currently, my battalion is the common enemy of all necromancers. Simply put, we are a wanted group. That was quite the bombshell. Why didn't you say so from the start? Did you trick me just to drag me to prison with you? We are wanted for a crime that your father, the former commander, committed. Another shock. A crime? What kind of crime? He immediately recalled, when Richard Polentia dropped him off at school, he had said, I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner, son, but I cannot enter the territory of the Region Kingdom. It's a long story. Now, Simon told the old lich, when my father dropped me off, he said he couldn't enter the Region Kingdom's territory. Could it be because of? The old lich nodded. Yes, I believe that's the reason. This was getting interesting. Then, what was the crime? He began to tell Simon the story. It was an unforgivable crime in the world of magic, and my battalion aided in that crime. That crime was betrayal. Richard fell in love with a priestess. At that time, the 100 Years' War between necromancers and priests was still raging, and even during that most sensitive time, Richard still ordered the battalion to protect his lover. That order was to attack the necromancers who came to kill her. Many necromancers were killed by our battalion. So, it was only natural that they ordered the extermination of our battalion. And that order is still in effect, even though our battalion has been disbanded. This is why we cannot show ourselves in public. Richard Polentia was quite the romantic. Simon asked directly, "So, do you hate my father?" The old lich bristled. Hate? Such a weak emotion doesn't exist in the battalion, but he was definitely angry. He warned Simon, "Of course, if his son pulls that same damn stunt again, I will be furious." Letting some infatuation blind him. It's unacceptable. But you don't need to feel guilty about it. It was the will of Richard Polentia, your father, and our former commander. That's right, the will of that strange bastard. He said he didn't hate him, but he's really laying into him, Simon thought, at a loss for words. A bastard? Why should I hide it? He was the lowest of the low, the absolute scum. He made girls cry every day and angered the professors. Skipping class was probably the least offensive thing he did. First, the professor was complaining, and now a skeleton was complaining. Suddenly, Simon felt embarrassed to be associated with him. I see. So, that bastard has a son now. Wait, his son? Why have I never thought about that before? Huh? You said you're Richard Polentia's son, right? How? Model. It seems like everyone in this den is a bit slow on the uptake. So, that means I should be grinning from ear to ear? Yes, you guessed correctly. My mother's name is Anna Polentia. A skull-headed figure was completely and utterly shocked, drenched in a cold sweat. What did you just say? But then again, this was a worthy reward for the battalion's hard-fought battle. The old man was so scared he backed far, far away, avoiding Simon like the plague. After all, the boy had half of Anna's blood in him. The one named Pier crossed his arms, deep in thought. I see. So that bastard has a son now. He suddenly clutched his head in alarm. Wait, his son? Why did I never think of that? Huh? You said you're the son of Richard Polentia, right? So, that means. Simon blushed and chuckled. Ah, yes, you guessed correctly. My mother's name is Anna. The news sent shockwaves through the old skeleton's entire being. The old man screamed like he'd never screamed before. What did you say? That's enough. How disgusting. You are the son of my friend. And my enemy. His brainless, bony head couldn't handle this twisted combination. How could this have happened? Simon, being extra, even started imitating his mother, Anna. My love, dinner is ready, he cooed. A perfect impersonation. Or would you like to take a bath first? Old Pier couldn't take it. Simon was more evil than the devil himself. He hurriedly begged, Stop it. It's too scary. I'm going to have nightmares. Get out of my head, you devil. Boo-hoo-hoo. Why? The old man lay on the ground, shaking like a leaf, while Simon just sat there laughing like a maniac. Ah ha ha ha. The old man even signed the contract. Simon then deliberately laughed exactly like his mother. I'm so looking forward to working with you. Who could stand that? We're not even close, so stop joking around. And don't laugh like that, hag. You damn brat. Fine. It's not like you get to choose who your parents are, anyway. Let's get back to the main topic. The old man had calmed down. He had no choice but to accept it. From now on, absorb the knowledge Kizen teaches you and become stronger. Don't let anyone know you possess that legion. Because you are the son of Richard Polentia, the adults will be shocked enough about you and him. More importantly, what do you think the other necromancers will think? When they hear that a first year from Kizen possesses a legion, Simon's brain must have taken the day off. The old man had to point this out to him. You mean, necromancers stronger than me will hunt me down? The old man nodded. Yes, and when that time comes, what will you need? Simon replied seriously, straight out of a textbook. To become stronger. The old man nodded, satisfied. Exactly, kid. That's why. You must learn everything you can at Kizen. The Legion will slowly recover its former glory. Simon finally understood everything. He nodded, his mind now clear. Now then, we need a way to command the Legion based on specific situations. I'll show you something. Come closer, kid. Suddenly, the old man gestured to the skeleton rat. The rat immediately left and sat obediently by the lamp like a puppy. Simon was surprised. You can control my skeletons? The old man nodded. Of course, we are now sharing the same dark energy, so all the undead summoned through your dark energy belong to the Legion. You are the supreme leader of the Legion, and I hold second-in-command authority. However, these undead haven't undergone Legion consolidation yet. As he spoke, the old man placed his hand on the rat's head. Watch this. A stream of dark light shot straight into the rat's head. The surging power formed a giant orb floating in midair as black smoke billowed from the rat's head. This is an undead that has undergone consolidation. It looked way cooler, but Simon's vision was blurry and he couldn't see a thing. Really? It doesn't look any different from before. The rat shook its head vigorously. A fierce power emanated from its eyes. Simply put, it helps a summoned undead become an independent entity. A confused Simon asked, "If so, does this rat have a monocore now? I thought there was no difference, but I must have been wrong. I'll be caught immediately if I take this to school." The old man waved his hand dismissively and explained, "You don't need to consolidate all of the undead. Unless an undead can exist for a long time like me, summoned undead are more effective in actual combat. That's basic knowledge. Put that aside for now and just use regular summoned undead when you're at school. Just like usual. If the undead's summoning time runs out or they get killed, bring them to me. I'll consolidate them into the Legion and deploy them here. If their injuries aren't too severe, they can recover on their own here." That already sounded appealing. Oh, this will be effective. The two were starting to understand each other much better. They seemed to be on the same wavelength. Good. Now, you will gradually become stronger. If you can summon outstanding undead individuals, the Legion's power will also increase. Simon agreed enthusiastically. Right, of course. But by the way, it seems to behave more like a real animal now. The rat has started a new life. It shares characteristics with natural undead, but since you have control over it, it will come to you immediately, if summoned. "How long have you been at Kizen, kid?" Simon replied, "Only 3 days." "I see. It'll be soon then. In a few days, the first-year students at Kizen will receive missions. You'll be able to teleport to Steeple Island or anywhere on the continent." The more the clueless Simon heard, the more he liked it. "When that time comes, I will go with you. That way, you'll have a chance to command the Legion and gather our scattered forces from all over the continent." This old man seemed pretty knowledgeable. "You seem to know a lot about Kizen. Live long enough and you learn a lot." "Of course. I observed your father's entire life at Kizen. And I also observed how your father commanded his Legion. Do you want to hear about it?" "Of course I do. Very, very much." And so began the A Thousand Wises show, starring Simon. Then why do the undead defy their summoner? It's because the summoner lacks an understanding of the undead. You can't judge the undead with common sense. What drives them to act is their infernal faith. By now, you should have collected quite a few new words. In human language, it would be equivalent to the concept of an intent. For example, say there's someone you despise, and with that rage, you constantly wish for their death multiple times a day. The undead will then remember your intent. Then, that undead creature will finish that person off, even if you're not around, even when you're no longer thinking about them, or have forgotten completely. The undead will still remember that hatred and chase that person for the rest of its life. I'll be constantly warning you, so there's no need to worry. That will also help you understand many issues from the perspective of the undead. Ben looked over at his rat in surprise. These undead are like dogs, completely loyal. Thanks, this is a real help. By the way, speaking of which, I'll also teach you how to command the undead to attack. First, the most important thing is your will, no matter what the target is. For example, pretend the wall behind you is your enemy. Go on, try it. Hate the wall more than anything else. Ben immediately put it into practice, commanding the rat named Pier. The old man yelled instructions. "You need to project your desire to avenge your parents onto that wall. It's the one who killed the person you love. Come on, destroy it, split it in two. It's your enemy, a demon. Bathe in its blood." The rat became agitated and immediately charged forward like a suicide bomber, slamming straight into the wall in front of it. "Kill it! Kill it! The rat must die! It doesn't deserve to live!" The rat just kept charging like a bullet. "It's not allowed to exist! Tear it into a million pieces until it screams in agony." Ben stood there, completely stunned. Before Ben could even process it, the man explained, "I used some rather extreme words so you could understand better. But the most important part is still your will. A top-tier necromancer can convey their exact intent, even when giving the most trivial commands. Above all, think of anger, hatred, and killing intent." On the other side, the rat was still frantically attacking the wall. Those negative emotions are much more powerful. Now, try to stop it. You're the commander, after all. "This is tough," Ben thought as he stood there watching it. He yelled, "Stop! You can stop now. I said stop. Stop right now. Stop. Can't you hear what I'm saying?" The rat continued to claw, dig, and punch as if it were deaf. Only now did Simon realize how difficult this was. It was quite a challenge. His eyes widened in shock as he clenched his teeth, both angry and helpless. He finally exploded. Stop. An earthquake? No, it was Ben's will. The rat was no longer deaf. It actually stopped. If you disobey my command again, I won't let you off easy. Pier stood beside him, feeling satisfied. Look at that. He just used an absolute command. You're not just some country bumpkin, are you? What kind of monster did you just create, Richard Polentia? It was far more than he had ever expected. Simon had finally succeeded in stopping the rat, even scaring it witless. Ben was a bit bewildered. Was that terrible? I couldn't even control my own undead. The rat's head had been smashed from fighting the wall. Even Ben himself was shocked. The old man encouraged him. No, you did well. But on the battlefield, there's no room for failure. So, practice until you can move the undead with a single command. Understood? After that ordeal, Ben couldn't even stand properly. The man reminded him, it's because you're tense, and what you just witnessed was pretty shocking. Simon sat down on the ground. Let me rest for a bit, then I'll head back to Kizen. I'm only allowed out for one day. The old man suddenly tossed something to him. Here, take this, kid. Ben quickly caught it. If you're giving it to me, I'll take it. What is this? It was a skull-shaped button. You'll need a way to contact me when you get back to Kizen, right? This is my proxy. With it, you can talk to me whenever you want. Don't hesitate to call if you run into trouble. I'll take good care of you. Yes, thank you, sir. It's getting late, so I'll visit again next weekend. The old man bid him farewell. All right. I look forward to seeing your new achievements after this week. Goodbye. And with that, the button was pinned to his shirt. The old man cheered ecstatically. Ha ha ha. It's been a while since I've set foot in Kizen. You said they're still in the student protection period, right? I'm looking forward to seeing how things play out. Ben let out a long sigh. Like what, for example? For example, the hellish exam that's waiting for you. It was truly terrifying. Ben sat there with a blank expression, clenching his teeth. He was sweating bullets. He had stayed up studying the night before. His friend pushed up his glasses, looking serious. Let's begin the meeting. Ben also put on a serious face. I'm listening. First, this coming Monday. My morning and afternoon classes are both in dark magic, and there's something infamous about it. The group project. Once a group is formed, it stays together for the rest of the semester. So, this is a matter of life and death for us here at Kizen. The first subject is also the most important one. A group must have 4 people. It's better if everyone is good at a different subject. As for me, I'm average in all subjects, but a little better in dark energy studies. And you're best at summoning, right? Ben replied. That's right. The other guy nodded in confirmation. Good. Even though it's just the 2 of us, we have a good balance. Let me explain in more detail. We're taking 9 subjects in total, right? Theology, dark energy studies, summoning, spirit studies, hemomancy, toxicology, combat magic, and finally, defense against holy arts and basic dark magic. This guy was a bad student, so he had to find ways to compensate. Among those, theology, dark energy studies, and summoning carry a very high percentage of the final exam grade. Therefore, these 3 subjects are called the 3 studies of a necromancer. Looking at this, Simon didn't seem scared yet. Well then, we've got 2 of the 3 main subjects covered. You handle dark energy studies, and I know summoning. So we need to recruit someone who is good at theology. What about the others? Spirit studies, hemomancy, toxicology, and combat magic. Defense against holy arts and basic dark magic are minor subjects. You can't register them as a major, so let's ignore them. Most of the kids who like combat magic tend to focus only on that subject. Their grades in other subjects are usually super low, so we'll have to exclude them too. Those who plan to major in theology are often good at defense against holy arts. It seems they understand their enemy very well. Similarly, hemomancy has similarities with toxicology. So many students will study both at the same time. Ben's face was now pale. He froze. Do we have to know all of this? His friend showed him a list he had painstakingly compiled. That's why we need to recruit the kids on this list. If we can't get one, we'll get another. And we have to make it clear that our group has the #1 student from the special admissions. Got it? Ben pretty much understood. All right, the 2 boys began to hatch their scheme. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Well then, let's hurry up and win. For my victory. Even after all that discussion, I'm still staring at this test, completely speechless, unable to write a single word. Helpless. I just mumble. Victory. A guy suddenly flinched, looking at Pier. Wait, why is she in a first-year classroom? He wondered, turning to her in surprise. That's Elisa Olivia. She's the vice principal of Kizen, the mobile terror, the one who even expels third-year students. No sooner had he finished his sentence than the professor called his name. Haywood, Mr. Haywood. Life is full of surprises, isn't it? If you say one more word, I'll consider it cheating and nullify your exam. And just like that, he jumped so hard he nearly wet his pants. I'm sorry. The other students, just as terrified, fell silent and sat still, probably feeling the same as Haywood. The rest of you must be wondering why I'm here. As you know, I've only ever taught third-year students, so some of you might think I'm just a substitute. But starting this semester, I will officially be in charge of Class 1A. I expect you all to work hard and not disappoint me with your profound lack of skills. For now, just focus on finishing your test. I stared down at the paper, not understanding a single question. My friend next to me was also pulling his hair out in frustration. It was just like him. This is reality. Even though some things have gone my way, and even though I have my father's undead legion, it doesn't mean I'll have an easy time adjusting here at Kizen. I still don't understand the lessons. I still can't solve the problems, just like always. But I can't give up without trying. I'll do my best until time's up. Finally, the test came to an end. I hope you all did well. I'll see you 2 hours after lunch. You've all worked hard. The professor looked at the stack of papers on her desk. Now, time to grade. The other teachers were also focused on grading. That peppy little professor was here too, giggling cluelessly as she wandered from place to place, and as soon as she was spotted, the stern professor immediately asked, "What brings you here?" The bubbly professor, Nephthys, bounced on her heels and announced, "I came to play." Hehe, but there was no way she was getting a smile back. The stern old professor didn't crack a smile and smacked the headmistress right on the head. "Don't be a distraction." She then turned to her 2 teaching assistants. "You two, go to the grading room and finish up." Nephthys Archibald, fuming from the pain, yelled, "When I met you in the slums, you were such a pure and cute girl. Everyone changes. That pure girl turned into this because she has to deal with the stress of overworking every single day," the professor sighed. "Anyway, since you're here, why don't you grade some papers?" Faced with a mountain of tests, her eyes suddenly froze. She was completely stunned. This student got almost all the basic questions wrong, but managed to answer the most difficult one. "I have a question for you." The professor propped her chin on her hand. "What is it?" "Why did you assign me to a first-year class, and not any other?" she asked, holding up a test paper to bluntly question her. "This is Simon Polentia's test, so it's his class." Nephthys Archibald, having achieved her goal, gave a knowing, satisfied smile. But then Nephthys Archibald suddenly wondered, "Why are all these names covered up?" The professor replied, "I cover them to grade fairly. Names can create bias in my scoring." Nephthys Archibald was speechless. "This is just the first test of the semester. Isn't that a bit excessive? You're scary, even for just one test. But among these, there are some interesting ones. For example, the test you're doodling on. This student answered the second question correctly, which is related to toxicity in ingredients, but got the simple comparison question below it wrong. Nephthys looked like she wanted to rip the test in half. I see that. Truly idiotic. It makes me curious about this person's name. But this paper is the complete opposite. This student answered most of the basic, point-giving questions incorrectly, but dared to answer question 20, which was the most difficult. Nephthys Archibald was surprised. Really, the formulas this student used are all wrong. Using ancient language for dark dynamics, the Kokot model equation for summoning, calculating decay in curse arts, all of it is wrong. Based on the formulas used, it's clear they haven't learned the prerequisite material and just combined and deduced the answers. Based on last week's lessons, they used a summoning formula to answer a question about calculating the flow of dark energy. Could it be that this student thinks resistance level is directly proportional to dark energy loss? The other professor saw it too, perhaps. What about this answer? Using Tayson's theorem, the correct answer is 1,200,000. But this student wrote 1,200,146. It's not the correct answer to this question, but they were able to deduce a result that was remarkably close. Nephthys Archibald, I want to ask you something. Why did you assign me to a first-year class, and not any other? The professor directly held up the test paper. Why did it have to be the class with this kid in it? At the top was written the name Simon Polentia. Nephthys Archibald understood immediately, but played dumb with a wink and a giggle. Hey, I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing the professor's gaze, sharp as a knife, there was no way she didn't understand. The professor knew it instantly. She's as cunning as a 300-year-old fox. Fine, if you won't admit it. The scene shifts to the students crowding around the bulletin board with the theology scores. I got an 85. Damn it. What subject is pulling my average down? Simon and his friends were also standing there, watching. They finished grading already? He was at a loss for words. That's fast, he admitted. Other students were buzzing. My average is over 80. Damn it. Should I change my major? Let's see. My score is. The two stood at a distance, already knowing the results. My score is over there. Hey, why are so many answers? So, it was a 5 in combat magic, huh? I knew I shouldn't have changed my answer. Let's see my report card. Theology, 40. Hematology, 20. Necromancy, 33. Poison arts, 20. Summoning, 76. Combat magic, 43. Spirit studies, 25. Defense against holy arts, 40. That's super low. Sigh. Even though I was prepared for this, seeing these scores still hurts. Rick suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, but your summoning score is really high. Getting a score like that without even attending the earlier classes is really impressive. And like I said yesterday, it's better to specialize in one subject. Being great at one thing is better than being mediocre at everything." This was his attempt at comforting and encouraging him. You should have seen his face. I asked, "So, how are your scores? Are they okay?" He replied, "My highest is dark arts, 74 points. My other subjects are all around 60 to 70, so my average is probably about 70 points. And here he is complaining all day long." I was completely dumbfounded. "You're actually pretty smart, huh?" I feel so betrayed. He awkwardly tried to explain, "Not really. I just study enough to not get kicked out." Then, he shoved both hands in his pockets. "Hey, we've got a little problem with our plan," I asked in surprise. "What is it?" The scores for all the students were announced during the first class of the day, and our plan was only effective before this information was released. Now that the scores are out, everyone already knows their own strengths. If we're not lucky, recruiting even a single person will be incredibly difficult. Just then, the teacher walked in and called for their attention. "I'm giving you all 30 minutes, starting now. Check your scores and form a group of 4. Barring any special circumstances, your group will remain the same until the end of the semester." The thing he dreaded most had arrived. From now on, basic magic would be taught in groups, and there would be group assignments that could only be completed by having all members cooperate. You will receive individual scores and separate group scores. Of course, points will be deducted if you don't demonstrate good teamwork, no matter how skilled you are. This means you need to choose your teammates wisely. Understood? The whole class erupted into chaos. Everyone scrambled to find members, with the top students being targeted first. "Jaime Victoria. Is Jaime Victoria here? I need to find 3 people who are good at theology and dark arts, with scores of 60 or higher. Can anyone let me join their group? I'm good at spiritology. Let me join. My average score is 60. Combat magic. Does anyone need someone who's good at combat magic?" I stood there, staring blankly at the list. "I'll go invite Jaime Victoria, our #1 priority. Claudia is #2. Damn it, she's already in a group. Then Josen is #3. But Josen and Kate Zinn, our 4th priority, are already in a group together." All right, calm down. No group has 4 members yet. Everyone is rushing because of the 30-minute time limit. The most sought-after skill right now is theology, and most groups have about 3 members with average scores. The top students are still observing the situation. So, the choice I should make right now is... My gaze landed on the beautiful Maylene Villain. I walked right up and asked, "Maylene Villain, I'd like to invite you to join our group." All the other students' jaws dropped. Did he just invite Maylene Villeneuve? She's the only one with an average score above 90. She crossed her arms and replied coldly, "That's hilarious. Do you think getting special admission is a free pass? It just proves you have good connections. I only believe in the numbers in front of me. You want to invite me to join a group with you, someone with an average score of 30? How shocking." His friend stood there, clutching his head in horror as she continued. "I see you're quite skilled in summoning. That's your only score of 80. The other students in the class started whispering. "A 30-pointer is inviting a 90-pointer? He's so reckless." To everyone's surprise, I said, "So are you." She got annoyed. "But my score is higher than yours." "I know. So let's make a bet," I replied bluntly. 1 month. Give me 1 month, and I will surpass you in summoning. If I can't, I'll leave Kizen." She was completely shocked. "Are you serious?" Her eyes widened in disbelief. "That's enough. You're crazy. Take back what you said if you don't want to make things hard on yourself." I stood my ground. "No, I only say things I can actually do." She was at a complete loss for words, utterly stunned and frozen to the spot. She sat down helplessly, looking dazed. I just stood there, waiting for her answer. She had to think it through carefully. I need to maintain my position as the top of the class this semester, no matter what. Looking at the others in class, the biggest obstacle to that is Hector Moore. I can beat him on the written exams, but not in practical combat and performance evaluations. To beat him, I have to win the group assignments. That means I need someone skilled in summoning, the one subject I'm still weak in. Special admission student number 1, Simon Polentia, the one who defeated Hector without attending the previous classes. Should I look for another student with a summoning score over 80? Or bet on the special admission student who already defeated Hector? This is a tough choice. She stood up again, her tone changing. That promise you just mentioned, are you sure you'll keep it? Without a second thought, I immediately said, yes, and held out my hand. No matter what, I'll keep my word. You don't look like the type to make promises, but I'll trust you. Finally, I convinced her. She shook my hand and agreed. All right, I'll join your group. But the happiest person there was my friend. He was happier than a pig in mud, rushing over to hug me. Simon, you're a true problem solver. How did you manage to recruit Maylene Villain? Startled, she asked. Wait, who are you? I explained. He's also a member of our group. I just invited you to our group, remember? But he's a total noob, don't worry. We have a D rank and an S rank in theology and dark arts. Why does it already feel like our future is completely doomed? She put her face in her hands and groaned. Oh, for heaven's sake. Fine, I'll do my best. But I won't forgive you if you hold me back. Especially you, dead weight. She pointed right at my friend, who was deeply offended. Dead weight? That's harsh. Their voices echoed from inside the room. You said the D and S rank subjects were covered, right? Then I'll take charge of theology. We need to allocate. Malin Villeneuve didn't trust him. But before that, tell me your dark arts score. He grinned widely. Average of 70. Dark arts, specifically, is 74. Only then did she stop looking down on him. Not bad. He got a little annoyed. You're pretty picky, aren't you? Who should we recruit as our final member? Just say the word, and I'll find them for you. But she hadn't picked anyone yet. Her confidence was absolute. I'm good at everything, so I don't really. Before she could finish, my friend cut her off. Come on, you have to pick someone, if possible. Could we get someone to handle hematology? It's time-consuming and requires a lot of calculation. Now she was finally stating her requirements. If possible, someone who can handle hematology. It's because it's time-consuming and requires a lot of calculations. Simon immediately agreed. All right, hematology it is. You guys wait here. I'll be right back. Just take a seat and relax. Now it's my time to shine. The other students in the class stared as Simon and the mysterious girl sat next to each other, murmuring in amazement. Wait, are they in the same group? The special admission student and the top of the class are in the same group? Then it's game over for the rest of us. But another guy openly scoffed. We'll see about that. That special admission kid's scores aren't even that high. Suddenly, the girl called out, Hey! Simon immediately turned to her, glad she was finally paying him some attention. Your name is Simon Polentia, right? I've never heard that name before. Where is your family from? Simon coolly introduced himself. I am the heir to a barony in the Bangan Kingdom. My family governs the Lesson region, Simon asked politely, trying to keep the conversation low. And what about you? What kind of family is Villain? He had no idea about her massively famous family, leaving the girl completely shocked. Are you serious right now? I come from a prestigious family with deep roots in the Ivory Tower. Even after she explained, Simon's face remained blank. The Ivory Tower. You mean the Tower of Magic? It's no fun showing off to someone so clueless. The girl just nodded. That's what it was called 300 years ago. Just then, Simon noticed another beautiful girl. That's Shone Endake. She's the second-ranked special admission student. Before he could finish, Malin Villain interrupted him. Excuse me, but could you please just stop talking? Please. It seems he had struck a nerve. An incredibly awkward silence fell between them. Simon was mortified. I guess I shouldn't have asked her. Noble families are so complicated. In awkward moments like these, it's best to just put on a bright smile. Just then, Rick came back, waving and grinning from ear to ear. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. I've brought the hematology member you were looking for. A budding hematologist with an outstanding score of 87 in the subject. It was the same girl from the other day. Her name was Kamibazu Sula. She was always so timid and shy. Thank you for letting me join your group. The girl bowed her head and introduced herself. My name is Kamibazu Sula. Please, just call me Kamibaz. I'll do my absolute best to help our group succeed. What caught Simon's attention the most, however, Were the wings on her back? He chuckled. You don't have to be so formal with us. We're all in the same grade here. The girl's face flushed red as she stammered, yes, but I'm only 16. Rick just laughed it off. Age doesn't matter. We even have a 20-year-old here. Oh. The girl finally relented. Okay then. I'll keep that in mind. Malin Vilena, looking slightly annoyed, spoke up. You're an Usula, aren't you? Are you from the family I think you are? Kamiba's Usula froze. Yes, Malin asked directly. The great vampire family? Rick, whose mouth was basically a megaphone, yelled, What? A lady from the Usula family is here at Kizen, and I've never even heard of her? Malin Vilena immediately cut him off. Hey, don't be so loud when you say that, but he just argued back. Why not? This is huge. Poor Kamiba's Usula didn't even get a chance to say anything. That's because my mother is a commoner. The other three were stunned into silence. Nobody had considered that possibility. They were completely frozen. Rick's face turned beet red. I had no idea. I'm sorry. The kind girl just replied, It's all right. Simon, on the other hand, had a moment of understanding. So that's it. She's an illegitimate child of that vampire clan. No wonder no one ever talks about her. She has a complicated family situation, just like me. Well, since you all know about each other's families now, Rick said, propping his chin on his hand, I suppose it's only fair that I tell you about mine. I'm a commoner, the son of a merchant from the White Ox Merchant Guild. As soon as he said that, Kamiba's Usula's eyes widened in shock. Huh? You mean one of the largest merchant guilds in existence? Despite that, he didn't sound very proud. To be exact, I'm the third of 8 sons. My eldest brother is the one who will inherit everything. So, all the resources are invested in him. As for me, I'm just the son who has to do whatever my parents say. He said it casually, but added, It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but the only reason I get to study at Kizen is because they think I have some talent for necromancy. I'm actually on a mission to find out the needs of necromancers and to research the market. Simon recalled what Rick had confided in him earlier. So that's why you said going to Rocher was more important. Rick nodded. Exactly. But I'm not just following my father's orders. His mood shifted on a dime as he raised his hands enthusiastically. I plan to graduate from Kizen properly and establish a merchant guild under my own name in Josh. A guild so massive it'll force my father to finally acknowledge me. Having such a cool dream was impressive. Good luck with that, Maylene said, propping her chin on her hand without a hint of interest. Whatever. A teaching assistant walked over with a smile. Well, it seems this group gets along just fine. You'll be Group 7. Please write down the names of your members and the subjects you want to focus on. You also need to choose a leader. A team name isn't mandatory, but you must have a leader. Malin snatched the paper out of Simon's hand while he was still smiling and replying, Yes, of course, we understand. Simon immediately understood what she wanted. So, since you're the core member of this group, would you like to be the leader? Malin Villeneuve was overflowing with confidence. Obviously. Who else could it possibly be? Next, what should we call our team? In the end, they just settled on Group 7. Leader, Malin Villeneuve, focusing on Theology 2. Simon Polentia, focusing on Summoning and Necromancy. Kamibaz Usula, focusing on Hematology. Rick slumped onto the desk, at a loss for words. Aw, man. I was hoping Malin would just carry the whole team. His laziness was truly incurable. Kamibaz Usula seemed to misunderstand him, replying innocently, I like the Jade Rabbit Princess. Suddenly, the sound of arguing echoed through the room. What is this? Since when did you guys decide on that terrible, horrible combination? But both our groups only have 2 members. 2 students were shouting at each other in the middle of the classroom. You only have 2 people specializing in toxicology. We don't want to be on this useless team. How can you say that? The whole class erupted into a lively commotion. Wait, only 3 people are taking necromancy? Are they insane? Look, they have 3 necromancers. Are they seriously trying to form a team like that? As several students argued, the members of Group 7 just sat there, watching the chaos unfold with blank expressions. That's the major I was aiming for, but my grades in other subjects are high too. Whatever, I'm not joining this group of weirdos. One guy sat calmly, chin in his hand, discussing how tense everything was. It's no surprise, he's in beginner's dark magic. The evaluation is based on all 8 subjects, so it's better if the 4 of us have different specializations. Therefore, if you get too close with students in the same major, you won't be able to recruit anyone else for your group, just like them. He had already figured all this out. I guess I was lucky. A bossy blonde girl propped her hand on her hip and pointed. I'll just pick one person from your group. The others yelled. What the hell? If you hadn't poached Lucy from my group, we would have had 4 people. Sorry, but groups are constantly forming and falling apart like crazy. I plan on majoring in hematology, so it won't overlap with you. Oh, that works then? Yeah, of course. Welcome to the team. You're pretty smart. Where's the teaching assistant? Time to sign up. Ben's face went blank. It was the first time he'd seen a scene like this. He was drenched in sweat. Man, this is intense. He'd barely gotten a read on the situation before being cut off. You don't have time to worry about other people, Simon. This kind of thing always happens during the student protection period. If we don't compete fiercely with them, we'll fall behind. And falling behind at Kizen means you're done for. Geez, why is your first thought so grim? Only Kamibazu Sula sat there quietly, looking worried. Malin Vilani put it bluntly. This is due to their lack of skill, preparation, and effort. What have they been doing for the 4 days since school started? If their scores are bad, they should have tried a different approach. Find someone. That line hit Ben right where it hurt. The vice principal stepped onto the podium. 30 minutes are up. Any students who don't have a group, please come up here. The whole class was in an uproar, so we won't be seeing them at Kizen next week. Wait, are all 3 of them really that bad? If so, a single magic spell and they're toast. The professor looked directly at the class. Are you all upset? A difficult start doesn't mean a bad ending. Remember this feeling of indignation, and try harder. You'll have hope if you divide the work for other subjects among yourselves to pull up your average scores. Get back to your seats. All right. The ones who couldn't find a group obediently replied, Yes, Professor. Now that the groups are set, I have an important announcement. Next week, when the student protection period ends, we will hold a group competency assessment during the first class of Level 1 Dark Arts. You will have to fight a monster. And it is. All the students were a little spooked. The monster the professor mentioned was a giant, one-horned beast called a cyclops. The vice principal looked down at the class. Now that all the groups have been decided, I'm going to make a very important announcement. Next week, after the student protection period ends, we will be holding a group performance evaluation. During the first period of basic magic, you will have to fight a monster. And that monster is. All the students listened intently. They were already feeling a bit nervous. It was a tall, hulking, foul-smelling, one-horned cyclops that looked both filthy and ugly. The students began to chatter nervously. A cyclops. At our current level, is there any way we can possibly defeat it? I haven't even said. The professor cut them off, shouting loudly. Quiet. I will now explain the rules. You and your group members will have to go down into the underground dungeon at Kizen to defeat a cyclops. However, only one student will be allowed to fight the cyclops directly. The other 3 members must stay in one place to support that student. Fight the monster, or weaken the monster, to provide support. Of course, obstructive skills like exhaustion or blinding skills are permitted. The same goes for blood-draining skills from hematology, or poisoning skills from potions. Fighting by summoning creatures is also allowed. However, the direct casting of offensive spells by necromancers, including their magic, will be forbidden. You can refer to the handout provided for more detailed instructions. The guy seemed to be deep in thought. It looks like he's already figured out a strategy. One combat member will be wearing a protective suit enchanted with a protection spell. We will grade you based on whether or not you successfully hunt the Cyclops. This will be combined with the hunt time, stability, teamwork among members, and creativity. We will grade you based on whether or not you successfully hunt the Cyclops, combined with the hunt time, stability, teamwork among members, creativity, and the level of proficiency in dark magic. That girl Malin Vilene sat there, her eyes shining like stars, ready for action. To successfully defeat the Cyclops, you will have to maximize your own power until the exam begins. That concludes the explanation. Are there any questions? As usual, the bookish girl raised her hand. Jaime Victoria, sir. Will we be fighting a real Cyclops? Or will this assessment use Kizen's simulation system to create virtual battles? Don't be ridiculous, the professor replied icily. They are all living, breathing Cyclops, freshly captured from the Pier continent. Ah, your question reminds me of something. Before the exam begins, all of you must sign a waiver of life and limb. This is getting serious. The atmosphere in the classroom dropped to sub-zero. Any other questions? A terrified blonde guy raised his hand. Scott Chandler, sir. What if we fail to defeat the Cyclops? The professor explained. If you fail, you will receive the lowest possible score, regardless of any other criteria. There are 3 failure conditions. First, the combat member is no longer able to fight. Second, is when a professor or a proctor deems that the battle can no longer continue. And third is when one of the members declares they are forfeiting the test. Malin Vilena understood immediately. If we're going to fight a real Cyclops, we have to plan our strategy carefully. Ben, however, had more guts than brains. This is so exciting. My heart is pounding. Only one person is speaking. I'm a little scared. The guy resting his chin on his hand sighed. So, who's going to be the fighter? Malin Villain, always the center of attention, declared, I'm the strongest, so obviously, it's me. Simon suddenly had a flash of insight. But if only one student fights, isn't the test unfairly biased towards those who excel at combat magic? Kamibaz Usula chimed in to agree. Yeah, I think so too. A Cyclops' hit is really powerful, so defending against it with magic is pretty difficult, and besides, doing so also consumes a huge amount of magic. I think the best way is to dodge its attacks. Before she could finish, Malin Vilene cut her off. No, actually, I think the opposite. Students who learn combat magic usually choose physical attacks over magical ones. But think about a Cyclops' hide. You think a physical attack will even work? The guy agreed. That's right. The hide of a Cyclops is incredibly thick. Even if you enhance your own strength with dark energy, you'll just run out of power quickly. Kamibazu Sula's eyes sparkled as she turned to look at the star of their group. So, do you have any ideas on how to defeat them? Malin Villain wasn't scared in the least. She was the genius of the class after all. With a wink, she said, Of course I do. Seeing no one else speaking up, the vice principal let it go. It seems there are no more questions. Before the exam, there are 3 more beginners dark magic classes. In the first class, each group will present their hunting plan. You will get hands-on experience through a simulated battle. The second and third classes next week will be the real battle. The rest of you, please discuss your strategy with your teammates. If you have any more questions, please stand up and ask. Group 7 began their discussion. A guy asked, So, what's this strategy you just mentioned? A confident girl held out her hand. A magic circle glowed with a golden light, looking quite impressive. This was basic dark magic. In an instant, bright flames erupted. You could see the power in it that was black fire. This should be enough, right? The other 2 guys were completely stunned. More than enough. You already know that spell. You're amazing, Malin Villain. Now, let me explain my plan. She took out a pen and paper to look professional. First, I'll fight the Cyclops and incinerate it with black fire. The 3 of you will support me with weakening curses. Cast them on the Cyclops to slow it down. While you do that, I can burn it to a crisp. A guy suddenly cut in. Wait, did you forget? Teamwork is also part of the evaluation. You might stand out, but we'll have nothing to do. In that situation, we'd get 0 points for teamwork. The girl immediately shot back. Well, do you have a better idea? What a great point. But her retort left him speechless. Simon had to find a way to break the tension. Malin Vienna, can you cast black fire while dodging the Cyclops' attacks? It's not that damn hard, she snapped. Why wouldn't I be able to? Why do you ask? Unexpectedly, the hothead with a mouth faster than his brain said bluntly, Because we're afraid you can't do it. That's why. You fell behind Pier and couldn't even make it through the valley. During combat magic class, remember? He really hit a nerve. The girl furiously argued back. If your curses were effective, I wouldn't have to dodge in the first place. The 2 of them kept arguing, the tension rising. Hey, our major isn't curses. You're the one from the theology department, the only one in our group. Their argument got so heated that no one could stop them. They were about to start fighting. He had to step in to mediate. All right, let's do this instead. Since we're allowed to summon creatures, I'll draw the Cyclops' attention as much as possible. If Kamabaz and Usula can use their specializations, then they'll provide as much support as they can. First, Kamibaz Usula, what do you think you can do with your hematology major? The girl, caught off guard, replied hesitantly, Hematology is the study of versatile attack methods. So, I think it's best if I provide support with curses. Next up was the group's biggest burden. And you? After arguing so fiercely, he was now slumped over his desk. I can't really do anything either. I'll just practice my weakening skills all week. Then, the teacher at the front started her lecture again. All right, prepare a presentation on your attack strategy for the Cyclops within 10 minutes for the next class. The roles of each member and any magical creatures you'll use must be included in the presentation. Class is dismissed for today. After today's session, the guy started to admire Simon even more. That guy, Simon, he's actually pretty smart sometimes. He managed to sort out all the problems, naturally leading the other students while also voicing his own opinions. I have to admit, I'm a little jealous. That must be why he was admitted under special circumstances. Unable to hold back, he called out, "Hey, Simon!" He then ran over and threw an arm around his neck. "I heard today's special at the cafeteria is limited edition hamburgers and steak." The girls wanted to go too. Even Malin Villeneuve demanded to come along. "Hey, hey, let me come with you." When no one answered, she flew into a rage and started screaming. "Hey, how can you be so mean and leave me behind like this? You all get hamburgers and steak while I get nothing." "Well, you should have followed us then. I told you it was limited edition." The girl was speechless. This sucks," the teacher's voice echoed. "All right, everyone, take a seat." Which class is this?" A bookish girl raised her hand. "Class A, sir?" the old man asked. "This is my first time teaching you all, isn't it? Let me introduce myself. I am Langfleet, and I'll be teaching potions." Well then, let's begin. Everyone, please open your books to page 1. Ahem. Potions isn't just a subject about handling poisons. The old man had only said a few words when the guy dozed off. So boring. The old teacher's voice was like a lullaby. You must combine and arrange countless solutions to create a series of transformations. That is the hallmark of this field. More than half the class was about to fall asleep. All right then, now we will create a low-level potion. At this, the student suddenly jolted awake. To brew a potion, you must measure the ingredients with precision. As he was speaking, the old man suddenly started coughing violently, spitting up blood right there in the classroom. The students screamed in terror. "Professor, you're overexerting yourself. We'll take responsibility for the experiment. Please go rest." But the old man refused to listen. "I must teach." "No, it's fine. Let me handle it." Only then did the old man agree to leave. "All right then. Thank you." That old man works out of passion, to the point of death. The substitute teacher sighed helplessly and opened her book. Some students were sleeping so soundly they had no idea what had just happened. The teacher's eyes narrowed as she stared intently at the sleeping students. Things got intense. Without a word, she hurled a thick book right at his face. The book flew past Simon, who felt a cool breeze. The girl's voice boomed like thunder. "Everyone, wake up! How dare you!" All the sleeping students shot up in an instant. "How dare you be so disrespectful in front of a professor, Class A?" A whole book flew right at a sleeping student's face. The book whizzed past Simon's cheek, cold as ice. The teacher then gathered her strength and screamed, "Everyone, wake up! How dare you be so disrespectful in front of a professor? Class A, how can you just sprawl across your desks and sleep during my period? How can you call yourselves students of Kizen when you're so delinquent? At the very least, don't forget your basic manners. Is that clear?" The whole class, scared witless, replied, "Yes, ma'am. I am Professor Langfled's teaching assistant, Seblamon. Today, I will be teaching this class in the professor's stead. You will be practicing how to brew low-level poisons. You can put your textbooks aside. One of the keys to brewing a low-level poison isn't controlling variables like quantity or the order of ingredients, but rather the brewer's flexibility during the concoction process. Light the candle beneath the cauldron, and when the water begins to boil, add the newt and barley powder from the ingredient packet." One of the female students raised her hand, asking, "Excuse me, ma'am, how much should I add?" The teacher turned and replied immediately, "The amount doesn't matter. Just add it until you feel it's enough." And so, he added it drop by drop into the water. A green smoke rose up, and Simon was about to pass out. "Ugh, the smell is horrible." A guy named Aiden peeked in. "Hey, your stuff has turned green," the teacher's voice called out. "If your cauldron is emitting green smoke, raise your hand. You students will create a poison that causes nerve paralysis. As for those with blue smoke, you will create a poison that causes severe headaches and hallucinations. It will be beneficial for you when dealing with mages or necromancers. That's right, my color." The book doesn't mention any of this. I've never learned such a flexible method. In the preparatory class, those with green smoke, please take off your coats and place them on your chairs. The teaching assistants will give you more ingredients. Simon quickly followed her instructions. "Now, everyone, you will see a thin layer of oil on your cauldrons. Take your ladles and remove it. The fatty acid will reduce the poison's effectiveness, so remove as much as you can. Once you're done, stir the solution continuously. You must keep doing this until the solution thickens. The solution might solidify if the flame is too high, so pay attention to the fire." A flustered student below raised his hand. "Ma'am, my poison turned yellow. Is that a problem?" The teacher looked delighted and praised him. "Excellent. Yellow means this is a poison. 2 of the highest quality. You could sell a poison of that caliber in Rocher." Hearing this, the group of students grinned from ear to ear. "That's amazing. So cool. Another student raised their hand. My poison smoke changed from blue to green. The teacher knew immediately. It seems the ingredients at the bottom of the cauldron have floated up and changed the poison's effect. Please give this student more ingredients for me. Simon watched as the teacher diligently guided her students. Hey, Simon. Now I understand why Professor Lang can still teach at Kizen. It's because his teaching assistant is so talented, right? Simon had to agree. Just as they were whispering, the teacher turned to them. Is there a problem? Simon jumped. No, ma'am. Nothing at all. Aiden, who was sitting next to him, looked at Simon's vial of poison. Should we bring this into the fight with the Cyclops? I think it's best we try everything we can. Great minds think alike. Simon agreed instantly. I was just thinking the same thing. But just as their fun was starting, Malin turned and shot the idea down. That's a terrible idea. It won't have any effect, you idiots. This is a low-grade poison, which means it has no effect on medium to large-sized monsters. A Cyclops is a medium-sized monster, so the poison won't work. He was completely dejected and let out a sigh. Man, this is useless. Just then, Simon saw something in the book he was reading. This type of poison uses Liha mushrooms. Liha mushrooms. That's what Mom cooked for me a few times. This is wild. My mom is honestly the best. He quickly showed the other three. The girl took the book, her jaw dropping in surprise. Feeling like she'd struck gold, she got excited. Simon, what page is that? He replied, page 254. Kamibaz Usula was also intrigued. So it's this one, heh. The two girls were quick on the uptake. Simon, I think this will work. As long as we can brew it. Both of the clueless guys' eyes widened with excitement. Really? Look, this poison will temporarily paralyze the tendons and cause muscle contractions. It's called Nacer. It's a neurotoxin that weakens the muscles. It also says here, it's effective on small to medium-sized monsters, level 3 and above. If we use this against the Cyclops, at the very least, we can slow its movements. That's good enough. It might also be useful for amplifying weakening spells. Let's see. The method of use is to make the target drink it or apply it to a wound. We could injure the Cyclops and then throw the vial of poison on it. The four of them, now more united, held a strategy session. That's right. We can use a summoned creature to injure it, then throw the poison vial on it. Right? It's a great idea. Then let's try to brew it. We can reserve a spot in the lab to get some cauldrons. The problem is the ingredients. We can find the simple ones here in Kizen, like Liha mushrooms, Smite's blood, and silk grapes. But the last three will be hard to find. A merchant type like me has friends everywhere. If I go to Roche and ask around, I'm sure I can get all of them. Simon was just now realizing how resourceful his friend was. Really? He was very confident. Of course. Why don't we do it right away? I'll head to Roche after class. Simon pointed to the mushroom he'd eaten so many times. Right. I can get this one. Liha mushrooms. I've seen them many times back home. And there are some here in Kizen too, in the Forbidden Forest. Just that one location was enough to leave the other three completely and utterly frozen in shock. That's more than enough. Aiden was stunned. How do you know that? No, wait. Are you planning to go into the Forbidden Forest? What are you getting yourself into? He started to panic, but Simon had already been in there, so he wasn't the least bit scared. It's fine. It won't take long. These mushrooms grow near the entrance to the forest. Besides, you're taking a big risk going to Roche. You could get punished. At least this is something I can do for the group. I'll find them as fast as I can, before tomorrow. The shy Kamibaz mustered all her courage to raise her hand and shout a warning. Hey, monsters could attack you in there. Malin Villena also advised him. I just said it, didn't I? It's too dangerous. That's exactly why he shouldn't go alone. 2 people are better than 1. Simon saw their concern and enthusiasm and agreed immediately. All right, then let's go together. But we get out of there immediately if there's any danger, okay? He was stating the obvious, leaving Malin speechless. Oh, for heaven's sake, do you even need to say that? And so, the tasks were assigned. All right, then. I'll go get the Smite's blood and silk grapes. Malin Villeneuve will get the basic ingredients, and reserve a spot in the lab. Kamibaz Usula and I will go get the Liha mushrooms. We'll meet up in the lab tonight with all the ingredients. The whole team agreed. Sounds good. Got it. Little did the 4 of them know, hidden eyes were secretly watching them. He let out a sinister smile. A figure in a cloak appeared. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. The cloaked figure approached that good-for-nothing scoundrel. Hello, Hector. Hector turned to see who the heck it was. I have some useful information for you. Want to hear it? All right. Here we go. snitching behind people's backs. Absolutely pathetic. That night, at the appointed time, Simon and Kamibazu Sula met in the forest. Let's grab it quickly and head back. A man led the two of them past the stables. You can go this way. This is a secret tunnel that very few people know about. The guards near the Forbidden Forest have just finished their shift. They probably won't be back for a while. But don't let your guard down. Hurry up. All right, see you later. The other two also reminded him. Okay, be careful. It's late at night in a forest, but you seem pretty excited, Kamibazu Sula. Yeah. The girl, a true vampire, smiled with her eyes crinkled. I really like taking walks at night, now that you mention it. Right. Kamibazu Sula is a vampire. This must just be her personality. He still asked the obvious question. So, you like the nighttime, huh? She nodded immediately. That's right. The night is very peaceful and pleasant. He was a little skeptical. Really? I never would have thought that someone who seems so shy would be a night owl. Now that they had some private space, she finally mustered up the courage. Simon. I'm sorry this is a little late, but thank you for helping me in combat magic class. I couldn't climb up on my own. I looked around for help, but everyone just ignored me. I told myself that Kizen is a harsh place, so that's just how it is. But then, you appeared. The only one who reached out to help me. In her eyes, he was like the dazzling sun. Meanwhile, he thought, I just did what anyone should have done. This girl really overthinks things to an insane degree. She insisted. It's precisely because you do what you should do that makes it so amazing. How embarrassing. Late at night, in a silent forest, a guy and a girl getting all close. Who could handle that? He quickly changed the subject, holding his lamp high. Really? I see. Hey, look over there, Kamibazu Sula. Lie-hat mushrooms. That's them. There are so many. We don't know how many we need, so let's just pick them all. Now, the girl finally calmed down. In no time, their basket was full. That was quicker than I thought. Suddenly, she asked him, By the way, there's something I wanted to ask you. Why did you come to Kizen, Simon? He didn't really have a special reason. That woman, Nephthys Archibald, just showed up and forced him to enroll. He could only reply, I guess the initial reason was because of my parents. But after I started studying here, I began to form my own goals. My parents were always behind me, enthusiastically encouraging me, and quickly kicking their son out so they could have a new one. And besides, after learning about summoning, I've started to seriously want to become a necromancer. What about you, Kamibazu Sula? Just then, the sound of a search party echoed through the forest. They're close. Someone's coming. Our hero quickly grabbed Kamibazu Sula's hand. Hide, quickly. The voices of the other people were still booming. Looks like they're hiding somewhere around here. Good. Focus the search in this area. The two sat dead still, hiding behind a boulder right in front of the guards. They were the Kizen guards, and they even had service dogs. That's right, they protect the area around Kizen, usually managing the forest or hunting monsters. Kamibazu Sula was shaking with fear. If they catch us, then even with our student protection period, we won't be able to get away with it. But he remembered being told the patrol wouldn't be back for a while. He knew immediately. This was an emergency patrol, not a regular one. Did something happen in the Forbidden Forest? Tears streamed down Kamibazu Sula's face. She was scared out of her mind. What should I do? I can't let her get so scared that she does something reckless. He quickly encouraged her. Kamibazu Sula, look at me. Listen carefully. We can get out of here. I have an idea, so please trust me. Just do as I say. You can do it, right? The thing he planned to use was that old man's skull badge. Old man, can you hear me? The old man answered immediately. I hear you, kid. What's wrong? He quickly asked for help. I'm in a bit of trouble. I'm afraid our legion will have to take action. Yes. And just like that, he summoned a few skeletons. Simon, I've searched all around this area. The two coordinated their efforts. Thanks, Kamibazu Sula. I'm done over here too. Let's just use what we have. Are you ready? The girl was much more confident now, no longer afraid. She answered immediately. Ready. When the enemy is at the gates, even the women must fight. Not great. So, he commanded the bone rat. Go. The rat successfully distracted the guards. Pier, take half the men and chase after it. The rest of you, keep searching for me. There's still another one. Go after it. Catch it. The two took the opportunity to escape. Kamibazu Sula, run. But the two service dogs had spotted them. Kamibazu Sula had probably never teased a dog in her life. She was scared stiff. Simon, the dogs. He was already running while carrying dead weight. Kamibazu Sula, use your blood curse on them. It'll be fine, she quickly complied. Okay, let me. Activate super attack. With one shot, she unleashed a powerful blast. It was unclear if the two dogs could withstand it. Both were knocked down, but the guards had already caught up. There they are, get them, they're running back into the forest. An arrow whizzed past, nearly hitting Kamibazu Sula. Simon, that was a real arrow. What do we do? Our guy remained calm and handsome. It's okay. They saw our uniforms. The other men were shouting curses, but he knew they were still Kizen employees and wouldn't seriously harm them. Stop, don't run. Like hell we're gonna stop and let you catch us. He gripped her hand tightly, as if you'd stop shooting. One of his skills caused a commotion among them. What is this? Be careful, it might be a real ghost. We've lost them. They can't have gone far. Find them. The two had just run to a cliff's edge. They couldn't run any further. Kamibazu Sula, do you remember the leap technique that we learned in combat magic class? Do you think you can do it? The cliff was high and steep, with a river below. She was scared before she even tried. No way. I can't do it. Simon, you go on ahead. I'll hold them off. It's okay. Even if I get caught, I won't rat you out. So brave. But who in their right mind would do that? He decisively scooped the girl up, princess style, no less. Sorry man, you've had it rough. And with that, he dashed straight ahead toward the pier. The girl was scared out of her mind. Wait, Simon, But our man was determined to get across. He leaped high into the air. And finally, he successfully crossed the river. He landed safely, the pretty girl still in his arms. She kept her eyes shut tight, her arms wrapped around him, unwilling to let go, even when he called out, Kamibaz Usula, are you okay? The girl was still dazed. He called her name a few more times, but her brain was still lagging. It took Kamibaz Usula 3 seconds to reboot, and after bypassing her Bickerbone operating system, she finally upgraded. Before she could even say a word, she burst into tears, leaving him speechless. What's wrong? Are you hurt? She trembled. I thought we were caught. Kamibazu Sula was sobbing, tears streaming down her face. He couldn't understand it. How could she still be thinking about sacrificing herself when she was this terrified? All while repeatedly saying, thank you for saving me. It's just like last time. I'm just doing my duty as a friend. She was overthinking things, but still, being together was better than being alone. Well, it looks like we've shaken the guards. Let's head back to the academy. I think we'll have to take the long way around though. Can you make it? Luckily, she wasn't a liability. I can make it. I'm fine, she said, laughing through her tears. Thank you so much, Simon. The two successfully escaped, hand in hand. But after walking for what felt like forever, they still couldn't find their way out. Are we lost, Simon? No way, he replied confidently. I think we're going the right way. Suddenly, the perceptive Kamibaz Usula flinched slightly. Simon, I hear something. Ever the optimist, he dismissed it without even looking. It's probably just some night owls. But she didn't think so. No, it's not an owl. It's a person's voice. He had guessed as much. You're right. I think the sound is coming from over there. The two hid behind a bush to eavesdrop. Kamibazu Sula gripped his shirt collar. Simon, we have to run. Someone was being held captive, begging to be spared. Overwhelmed, the poor girl buried her face in his chest and burst into tears, once again becoming a liability. He had to comfort Cammy again, looking on at the terrifying scene before them. How is this here? We're in Kizen, on the sloped island. How is this possible? Destroyer of fate, almighty holy mother. He saw a white skull impaled on a cross. What is that for? In front of them was an altar, with a demonic figure standing over it. Oh, holy mother, only you and the divine spirits. He then noticed there was also a priest. He was praying, radiating a holy aura. Just then, their eyes met. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. He was terrified. He hadn't run when she told him to, and now he was the one screaming, Cammy, run! Run! But before they could even move, they were attacked. His voice trembled. A priest, using dark energy? Then, he understood. This wasn't just some random priest who had snuck onto the sloped island. He realized it was a traitor of Kizen. He looked absolutely terrifying. Cammy recognized him, too. Simon. That priest is using both dark energy and holy power. I know, he replied. I think he's the traitor. Those two powers are incompatible. You know that. He gripped the beautiful girl's hand tightly. I don't know what's going on, but I'm sure if we get caught, they'll eliminate us immediately. The two of them turned and ran for their lives. The man chasing them was the one from their class. He tried to capture them with chains. As one whipped past her, Simon screamed, Cammy, get down. A barrage of sharp iron chains was impossible to dodge completely. One wrapped tightly around her leg. By the time he turned back, it was too late. The man was dragging her back. He couldn't just abandon her and run. He yelled, "Kamibaz Usula!" The traitor pinned Kamibaz Usula's entire body against a large tree with a flurry of iron chains. He then turned his relentless assault on Simon. No matter how fast he ran, it was hard to escape. He had to use his skills on the move, but they weren't having any effect. Gripping his sword, he slashed at the pursuing chains. But no matter how many he cut, more kept coming. Simon's hand started to tremble. By the time he managed to cut through the chains, his sword had shattered in two. He quickly ducked to dodge an attack, clenching his fist. "I permit you, dark energy." He hurled a black orb straight at the masked man. "Take this, show your face." But his opponent simply tilted his head to the side, dodging the attack without a scratch. To make matters worse, the man taunted him. He summoned a series of massive, towering crosses that filled the sky, all of them glowing a menacing crimson. The sight alone was terrifying. Now, Simon was scared out of his wits. He grabbed his emblem. "I don't think I can handle him alone." Suddenly, Pier appeared right behind the traitor, shattering his attack with a single palm strike. "It's been a while since I've gotten to stretch my legs." The old man was clearly pleased, laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. "Ha ha ha. You all right, kid? Right now, you're no match for this one. Step aside." Simon obediently listened. "I know." The old man's eyes glowed fiercely. "It's been far too long since I've had a proper fight to stretch my muscles." Meanwhile, Simon rushed to his girl's side. Cammy, are you okay?" She didn't have a single scratch on her. She had only fainted. That was for the best, making it easier for him to act. Thank God, he thought, she's not seriously hurt. As he carried Cammy and ran, he asked the old man how things were going. Even Pier had to admit, "This one's tough. He's incredibly strong, and that's just using dark energy. He's likely at the master level. If my power weren't sealed, this would be a different story." Ha ha ha. The two were locked in a fierce battle. When brute force doesn't work, you have to get crafty. "I have an idea. Just follow my lead." The old man agreed immediately, without a hint of doubt, trusting him completely. "Ha ha. Got it, kid. You're Richard Polentia's son. You must have a clever plan." Pier then gathered all his strength, unleashing a massive explosion that Simon could see light up the sky, even from a distance. The guards on the other side immediately noticed the direction and gave chase. "Release the hounds!" It was just as Simon had planned. He had just managed to escape. Not only that, but he'd also successfully led the guards right to the traitor. "It worked!" A voice in the distance shouted. "Stop chasing the priest! Get back here!" Just then, the old man appeared right behind him. "So you managed to trick the guards, eh?" "I'm proud of you, kid." Simon immediately asked, "Are you okay?" "Don't worry," Pier replied. "This is nothing. Besides," he said, "that girl seems to need more urgent care than I do. I'm fine. I'll help you." After saying that, he effortlessly lifted both of them. "Huh? I didn't know you could heal wounds," Simon said. He carried the two of them on his shoulders. "I can't, but I can get us out of this forest immediately." Simon was still wondering how he would do that when the old man's speed suddenly became faster than light. The old man laughed with delight. "Ha ha ha, hold on tight." Simon screamed like he was being kidnapped. "Help, help." Finally, he had escaped yet another ordeal. "All right, you'll have to walk from here." The old man had sniffed something out. "It's suspicious. This area is crawling with detection magic. I don't think I should go any further." Simon was a bit queasy, but relieved. "We made it. Thanks, Pier. You just saved us." The old man waved dismissively as he left. "We just formed a contract, so I couldn't bear to lose you just yet. Now, take care." Simon bid the old man farewell. "Okay, you too." But Kamibaz Usula still hadn't woken up. He couldn't go back with her in this state. Now, what should I do? I could follow the old path back, but where am I supposed to treat Kamibaz Usula? Pier was right. I should have just left her at home. She only ended up getting in the way. They'll ask why she's like this if we go to the infirmary. We'll definitely be in big trouble if what happened today gets out. And that priest might have seen our faces. Why did they become traitors, anyway? She needs to be treated by someone we can trust. The scene shifts back to the dorm. A night duty sign was posted on the door, yet he still knocked. A voice from inside called out, "Come in." The woman inside wondered, "What brings you here at this hour?" But as soon as she saw the two of them, the woman froze in shock. "You two have really done it now." They were covered in mud, and he was carrying Kamibaz Usula. Alex stood at the door, pleading, "Please, help us." The woman shot up from her seat. "What happened? And females aren't allowed near the male dorms." He just stood there. "I know, but this is an emergency." The woman advised them, "Wait. Is she hurt? You should take her to the infirmary." "Not here." He had no choice but to be honest. "I can't. It's complicated. I can't explain the details, but I'm hoping you'll help us." Before the woman could even think, he bowed his head deeply and pleaded, "Please, treat her here." The woman let out a long sigh. "Lay her down here. You should prioritize her treatment." And just like that, they were in the clear. "Thank you." While she treated the girl, she started asking questions. "Simon, what really happened? Most of her injuries are just minor scratches and bruises, but this spot here looks. She was cut by something sharp." Kamabaz Usula's leg had a deep gash that was oozing blood. "If you got into a fight with another student, you need to resolve it during the student protection period. I've learned one thing from this job. The students here will do anything to survive, no matter how dirty or harmful it is to themselves and others." Our guy clenched his fists, not knowing how to explain. "We didn't get into a fight. I'm sorry, ma'am. I can't go into detail." The woman was very understanding and moved on. "If you say so, I won't ask any more. Now, I need to take a look at your wounds. Please, roll up your sleeve. I don't know what happened, but your health is what's most important. You need to be healthy, if you even want to think about surviving in Kizen. You understand, right? She's a good person, but talks a bit much. That other student's injuries aren't too serious, so I'll ask a female student that I trust to take care of her." Our guy didn't know what to say, except, "Yes, ma'am, and thank you very much. It's rare to meet a good, trustworthy person like her." Simon bowed sincerely. "I will never forget what you've done for us today." The woman was now more than willing to help. "You should head back now, Simon. I'm happy to help. You should get back to your room, Simon." He stepped out of the teacher's office. "Okay, I'm leaving now. Sorry to bother you in the middle of the night." The woman felt helpless and could only sigh. What can you do with these students? Especially a handsome, charming, and sensible one like him. I wonder how long he'll last here. It's so rare to find someone like him in Kizen. As he walked through his dorm room door, his best friend yelled, "Simon." He even dropped to his knees and hugged our guy tightly. "Are you okay? Are you all right? What about Kamabaz Usula?" He quickly reassured his friend, "We're both fine, so calm down," and then updated him on the situation. "We were chased by the guards and got separated. What about you? Where's Malene Villain?" It seemed like the whole group had been cornered. His friend's face was red from crying. "The guards were chasing us too, so it was hard to slip past them. They don't usually patrol at this hour," he reported to Simon. "I also spoke with Malin. I told her about the guards, and she suggested we postpone making the medicine until tomorrow." This was the first our guy was hearing of this. "Really? She must have stayed up late waiting for us." His friend remembered how she looked earlier. She seemed a little hurt, but she was understanding. When I mentioned the guards. "Anyway, Kamibaz Usula is back in the dorms, right? We should get some sleep." He pointed to the lamp. "I'll get the lights." Lying in bed, he couldn't stop thinking. He was used to seeing people pray. His mother was a priest, after all. But Kamibaz Usula seemed really shaken. I should have a clear talk with Kamibaz Usula tomorrow. The scene changes to the next morning, where the lovely Kamibaz Usula was as cheerful as ever. "Good morning, Simon." He looked her up and down, a little worried. "Kamibaz Usula, are you okay?" She was full of energy again. "Yep, I'm fine. Yesterday felt like a dream, didn't it?" "You've got to be kidding me. A nightmare is more like it. Weren't we walking through the night, picking mushrooms, getting chased, and a bunch of other scary stuff happened? It felt just like a dream." At first, the dream was beautiful, but then it slowly turned into a nightmare, right? Maybe it was because of that thing. But last night didn't feel very real. Our man was stunned. Does she think last night was just a dream because she was in shock? This girl's operating system is not normal at all, but maybe that's easier for her than dealing with the shock of it all. Simon placed his hands firmly on her shoulders. "Kamibaz Usula, listen to me." He had to warn her, no matter what. That priest escaped as soon as he saw the guards. They might have seen my face, but not yours. Don't tell anyone about your dream from last night, and just act normal, okay? Our man told the girl. "I'll find out who that priest is." Kamibaz Usula, already a liability, still wanted to charge into the storm. Me too. Ignorance plus enthusiasm equals disaster. Doesn't she know she's a burden who just keeps causing trouble? I want to help too. It happened to both of us, you know. Don't leave me out of it. Her eyes were sparkling. Help? You faint at the first sign of trouble. He reluctantly agreed just to end the conversation. All right. But for now, you don't need to do anything. When the time comes, I'll ask for your help. The girl finally relented. Okay, just leave it to Team Simon. I'll do my best. The scene shifts to a classroom with the same teacher from before, and deliberately twisting the knife about his pain during the last exhaustion class. I noticed that many students were relying too much on their adjustment devices, so this time, we'll learn about a simpler curse. Old Bahin Gaz lectured from the podium. Today's curse will be the translocation curse. It uses a formula that helps dark energy target an object and serves as the foundation for all curses. Today's objective will be to move this magic circle through the air without using an adjustment device. The potted plant in front of you will bloom when it absorbs the dark energy. Use the translocation curse to make the flower bloom. What kind of messed up skill did he use? The magic formation flew haywire and smacked him right in the head. I'm about to have an aneurysm, and I can't do a thing about it. I feel like I'm going to explode. Every time this class starts, I just fall apart. I have to beat Xylop next week. But just then, the professor walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and asked, "How's everything going? Can you perform the practical?" Simon looked at the old man, flustered and a bit intimidated. "Yes, sir. I tried, but it didn't." Before he could finish, the old man suggested, "Try using your core. You don't have experience controlling it yet, do you? That's why your dark energy isn't stable enough, and the magic circle isn't forming completely. No one teaches you how to control your core here at Kizen. It's too basic. Besides, everyone's control method is different. Allow me." As soon as he finished speaking, it felt like a jolt of electricity shot through Simon from the top of his head down to his toes. The old man was zapping him. Curses are often considered harmful. As an expert in this field, I truly find that regrettable. "Professor, what is this?" "I'm using a sensory transformation curse to maximally amplify your senses." The old man zapped the entire class. This way, a curse can be a means for lost students to find their own path. Now, focus with all your might. Breathe in and hold the mana from the air inside your body. Now, we will activate the mana with your core. Simon closed his eyes, sensing his own body. He detected only one spot with an unusual mana flow. The old man asked, "Can you feel the difference? Your dark energy is different from everyone else's. If you only think about simply releasing it, it won't be enough. What you need is to develop your mana circuit. Forget about concepts like change, transformation, or modulation. Just imagine the core is a living creature. You have to soothe it to tame it. Yes, wait until the dark energy naturally radiates out. It's really radiating out." Simon could feel his core. "Now it's your turn. Don't try to control it by force. Just let things happen naturally." Suddenly, this professor seems kind of adorable. He agreed immediately. "Yes, Professor." Simon's mana core became clearer and clearer. "Excellent. You're getting it. Outstanding. I'll reduce the sensory transformation level to 50%. Oh, and one more tip. Dark energy has a tendency to remember its flow. It's like how our hands work. If the flow is repeated hundreds, thousands of times, the dark energy will start to repeat the action without relying on your consciousness anymore. Yes, that's why good habits and regular practice are extremely important. Now that we're here, let's try casting a curse, shall we? I'll help you. Don't worry." Even though he'd had a breakthrough, Simon was still worried as he looked at the tree in front of him. "Yes. Use your method to cast the magic circle." The old man was practically glued to Simon's back. "Yes, sir." Black energy appeared between his hands. "All right, now create the formation. This time it looks much better. Activate it." The energy radiating from the formation was stronger than ever. In an instant, the tree burst into bloom. Just like that, it transformed into a tall tree covered in lush blossoms. Simon couldn't even process it. "Professor, what just?" The old man was already beaming, his eyes crinkling. "It's wonderful, isn't it? This is your special ability." Hearing this for the first time, Simon asked in confusion, "My special ability?" The man lifted his hand from Simon's shoulder, and the electric current receded. "That's right. I only helped, so you could release your power in a stable manner. You've just seen a glimpse of your own potential in the near future. Your dark energy is very special, Simon Polentia. I hope you will think seriously about it. What is the best way to express your talent? And what path should you follow to fully utilize this special dark energy?" Simon knew he was trying to persuade him to choose his subject. Simon softly called out, "Professor?" The man was standing right there. "I'm here." "Sir, could you give me some feedback on the curse I just cast?" He chuckled and praised Simon. "You have an admirable mindset, being able to reflect on yourself without being subjective. Very good. I think your curse needs more emotion. This is new." "Emotion?" Simon unexpectedly blurted out. "Like when you give commands to the undead, sir?" Bahin Goss's entire body jolted. His eyes widened in shock. That was close. He tried to calm himself and let out a cheerful laugh. "Yes, something like that." He stopped patting Simon's head. Emotion is a decisive factor in dark magic in general. The professor's words were similar to the other old man's. "Yes, thank you, sir." He's got a bit of a limp. What was that about? His expression just now was terrifying. Remember what I just told you. After saying that, the professor walked away. Suddenly, he waved and called out, Professor Bahingas. The old man turned back. What is it? Simon proactively asked. Sir, would you be willing to assist me? Making these trees bloom isn't easy at all. The professor seemed a little surprised. I see. It seems he had a particular dislike for this. Just a moment ago, he was actively helping Simon, but now he was saying, waiting for someone to feed you is the mindset of a lazy newcomer. Keep trying. Just then, the ghost girl arrived, trying her best to hold back her laughter. That's a country bumpkin name if I ever heard one. I'm sorry. Simon looked down at his empty hands, recalling the old man's words. My special ability. He suddenly felt much more excited. All right, I have to master this before class ends. In another class, a guy sitting next to the shy girl asked, Hey, Kamibazu Sula, have you noticed the professors have been weirdly biased towards Simon lately? The girl didn't seem very interested. Is that so? The guy seemed to have been watching closely. Yeah, Professor Bahingas was really nice to him just now too. Maybe that's why today. Simon managed to master the transformation curse. And now, look at Professor Hong Chang. The female professor was touching his stomach, guiding him enthusiastically. Suck in your stomach. Don't forget this time. The moment he made a mistake, she corrected him. Here too. That's wrong. He was even getting one-on-one instruction, corrected from head to toe. The guy watching from the side was burning with jealousy. It feels like she's giving him a private lesson. Meanwhile, Simon, being touched all over, was blushing furiously. The two sitting in the corner watched, and everyone started to feel that something was off. The professor stood before him with her hands on her hips, instructing, Come on, plant your toes firmly. Simon obeyed, spreading his legs. Yes, ma'am. He raised his knee and delivered a powerful kick, a beautiful kick. The professor clapped, delighted. Good, well done. Simon himself didn't know how he did it. Really? Next came a long lecture. But you only did the turn well. Your 4 basic stances are still unstable. Your eyes must be fixed on the target, and you also need to use your lower back correctly. Furthermore, your heel needs to rotate deeper. When you kick, you're also releasing too much dark energy. Being under this special care was exhausting. Simon managed to say only one thing. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful. The professor beamed. No, you're doing great. Simon just needs more practice. He once again thanked her. Thank you, ma'am. Malin Villain, who was watching, was speechless at the guy's attitude. Oh my god. With that attitude, you dare call yourself a Kizen student? How about you stop complaining and try to get the professor's attention yourself? He got annoyed and argued back. I'm not resentful. I'm just curious. Besides, who are you to talk? You're labeled a problem student too. It was probably because he was exhausted from breaking a curse last time, but his words really set her off, and they started arguing again. I am not a troublemaker, one of them yelled. She refused to back down an inch, even standing up to argue with him face to face. Has she even said a single word to you today? Let me tell you, she definitely sees you as a complete troublemaker. Their classmate, Kamibaz Usula, sitting between them, couldn't stop them. Come on, you two, stop fighting. But Malin Villain wasn't having any of it. You're mistaken. So be it. I'll just have to give you a label of my own. Malin Villain then turned to the other guy in their group. Whatever. Hey, Simon, come and teach me. The top student in the class asking him for help? What is this, some kind of weird manhwa plot? Me? The girl blushed, embarrassed. You're good at combat magic. The professor won't help me, so I have no choice but to ask you. But, too proud to leave it at that, she quickly added. I have to fight Selop in the proficiency evaluation test. I need your help coordinating my movements to increase my speed. That way, we'll both get a better score. Simon laughed. You don't have to explain. I'll teach you. Don't worry. Now, let's work on your stances. Since Simon was being so polite, she didn't waste any time either. She replied with a direct thank you and started demonstrating a few moves for him. But seeing her form, he couldn't help but bluntly say, You're terrible at this. Mortified, she yelled. I know. Simon began to instruct her. First off, you're way too stiff. I can tell you lack confidence. Try to relax and get into the most natural stance you can. Left foot back a little. Whoa. That's too far. Clench your fist lightly, then punch toward the pier in front of you. Does this girl even exercise? She was really struggling with this. Don't move your feet. And that's the wrong position again. Yes. Like that. Focus the dark energy into your core and hold it there. The other guy watching from the side couldn't help but stir the pot. How can she be that bad? The girl was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear. Then, Put the force on the ball of your foot and pivot. After one attempt, she immediately asked, like this? Unfortunately, no. That's not it. It's similar to when you use your core strength to rotate. Just trying to teach her was making Simon's face turn pale with exhaustion. When you pivot, place the dark energy behind your thigh. The girl tried again. Here? How about a little higher? Here? No, that's too high. A little lower. What about here? That's your knee, for crying out loud. Even the two people watching were getting exhausted for them. After going back and forth endlessly with no progress, she was the first one to lose her patience. She yelled, "Damn it, it's not like I'm naked. I'm wearing gym shorts, so just touch me. Go on, just touch me." That sounded way more suggestive than she intended. The entire class immediately turned to look. A juicy classroom drama like this? It would be a waste not to gossip. What's going on over there? Are they dating or something? She told him to touch her. While she was blushing furiously, Simon seized the opportunity, placing his hand right on her thigh. Here, you focus the dark energy on this spot. Then when you pivot, you transfer it over here. Both of his hands were on her leg now. When you pivot, you move it to here. Simon was not only a skilled teacher but also a master of psychology, a trait women love. Malin Vielny. If you want to clear up this misunderstanding, it's better to act indifferent than to get all worked up. Forget them, and just do what I showed you. Try it now. She immediately performed the spinning kick. This time, it was a success. Good enough to pass. But right after landing the kick, she fell flat on her back. Simon was speechless. This girl was hopeless. He rushed over to see if she was hurt. "Are you okay? You fell, but you've improved." "Humph. I still have a long way to go, but I guess it's fine." The other students stopped their gossiping. "Oh, he was just teaching Malin Villain the proper stance." Immediately, other girls flocked around him. "Simon, that kick was so cool. Can you teach me too?" The proud Malin Villainy now saw Simon in a completely different light. Just what kind of guy is he? The scene changes to another classroom. The topic of today's lesson is restoration. A skeleton's greatest advantage is its ability to regenerate, the old professor, Aaron, announced from the front of the class. He beckoned with his hand, and immediately, all the piles of bones flew into the air. The principle of restoration isn't complex at all. An intact mouse skeleton then appeared. Even if a skeleton's body is shattered by a powerful impact, its bones still contain residual dark energy. All you need to do is activate it, and maximize its attractive properties, which will pull the bones back into their original structure. Alright, begin your practice. And just like last time, some of the unruly skeletons even turned around and tried to bite their masters. Some students couldn't even make their skeletons budge, no matter how hard they tried. Meanwhile, Simon just pretended to read a book, since he was already a master at this. That girl, Malin Valena, wandered over to him. "Hey, you think you can get away with slacking off like that?" But with a single flick of his wrist, Simon instantly reassembled his skeleton, putting on a little magic show just for her. Her eyes went wide, and she froze in place. You're really good at this." The mouse skeleton even raised 2 fingers and a peace sign to greet her. She had to admit, how come this is so difficult for everyone else? But this disagreeable girl was still full of arrogance. Don't get cocky just because you're good at this one restoration trick. You haven't forgotten your promise, have you? Simon wasn't fazed in the slightest, casually replying, "I haven't forgotten, don't worry. No matter what, my score will be higher than yours. Good. As long as you remember." "Yeah, as long as you remember," she muttered. "If I had just been able to solve question 20, I would have gotten a 90 on that test." Speaking of which, Simon knew exactly which question she meant. Question 20. From summoning class? You mean the test from Professor Dien's class, right? The one on the last page? That one was easy. But she didn't seem to notice his comment. Of course, even someone who didn't take the prep class could solve that. "So, what answer did you get?" she asked. He replied with his answer, 1,200,146. She was completely floored. She whipped her head around to face him. "Okay, that's enough. Are we friends now? Is this some kind of joke? How? How did you get that answer?" Just as she said that, a voice called out, "Simon Polentia." Professor Aaron was standing right behind Simon, looming over him with a face as dark as the Grim Reaper's. "What do you think you're doing?" They both jumped in surprise. "He caught us." Simon turned and answered, "I've already restored the skeleton, sir, so I was just looking over the materials for our next class." Meanwhile, Malin Villien slowly backed away, trying to make a quick escape, but the professor's eyes were glued to Simon, and he wasn't letting him off the hook. "After class, you will stay behind." Malin Vieni thought it was her fault, and her jaw dropped. "I'm sorry. I'm out of here." After class ended, only the professor and his student remained. The old man closed Simon's book. Follow me. There are a few things in this world that I truly despise. He led Simon outside. And one of them is students who, despite being here of their own free will, learn absolutely nothing from my lessons. Take out your skeleton. Simon quickly clasped his hands and complied. Yes, sir. With a snap of his fingers, the pile of mouse bones appeared. Now, restore it, right here in front of me. Simon had no choice but to obey. Understood. With another snap, the mouse reassembled into a complete, perfect skeleton for the professor to see. It seems you really are quite skilled at this restoration technique, aren't you? In that case, I'll teach you a more advanced skill. This is insane. Simon couldn't believe he had excelled so much. Aren't you going to reprimand me for losing my focus? The professor acted nonchalantly. What are you talking about? This is a supplementary lesson, the old man replied casually. This is a supplementary class. Let me be clear so there's no misunderstanding. It's a professor's duty to provide additional training for students who achieve results far beyond the standard curriculum. His words made Simon's eyes sparkle with admiration. Professor Aaron continued, Now, get into position. Don't make me stay late. It's probably been a while since the old man did a good deed. How awkward. Aaron brought out an incredibly cool skeleton. This skeleton is made from the bones of a demon. Simon was instantly captivated, his eyes shining like stars. So cool. I'm not doing this twice, so watch closely. With a snap of his fingers, he pointed directly at it. Immediately, the skeleton's core began to radiate magical energy as the bones started to move. This is an offensive skill, using reconstitution. A barrage of power shot out from him, piercing straight through a large tree. Bone pierce. A squirrel, an innocent bystander in the tree, cried out as it ran for its life. The professor flicked his hand again, and a binding skill, also using reconstitution, caught the squirrel, flipping it onto its back. Trapped, he used the bones to form a cage, imprisoning it. It was now the most miserable squirrel in the world. Finally, with another wave of his hand, all the bones were recalled. A defensive skill, using reconstitution. This time, the bones completely enveloped Aaron, forming a suit of bone armor. Watching this display completely blew Simon's mind. That's incredible. The professor continued his lecture. Depending on the necromancer's skill, the skeleton can transform into a weapon, a prison, or armor. But all the dark magic skills I just showed you are all applications of reconstitution. Do you understand? Normally, reconstitution is taught in the second year, but you've already mastered the basics. So, I've chosen a few applications to teach you. Who wouldn't love this special treatment? Thank you, Professor. For now, I'll focus on learning the bone pierce skill. First, you need to correct a habit you have when using reconstitution. That's right. The essence of this skill is to control the skeleton and assemble it at your desired location. However, your method focuses on the skull. In other words, instead of waiting for the whole skeleton to regenerate from the skull before moving it, you must use your will to have the skeleton reform at the desired location from the start. Simon understood immediately. My will. That's what Pier said too. Maybe I can use the same method I use to control it. He immediately began to practice, holding out his hand. All right, assemble before me. The pile of bones began to move, each piece connecting to the next. It wasn't too slow. Now, for the next step. Reconstitution and bone pierce are two different skills. The latter is simply an application of the former's regenerative power. So, when you reconstitute the bones, make it a habit to angle them so their sharp points will pierce your enemy's flesh. If you focus the dark energy on the bone in one direction, you can turn it into a sharp blade, like this. The professor even cut his own fingertip to demonstrate. Simon yelped in sympathetic pain and fell over. For the parts of the bone without sharp points, make use of them to attach to your opponent and bind them. Your skeleton should start wrapping around that tree trunk. It's time to practice. Reconstitute. The skeleton clamped around the tree like a vice, and with one squeeze, it snapped the trunk clean in two. All right, Simon shouted with joy. I did it. His professor continued the lesson. For now, you're merely constricting your enemies with bones. However, since you can repurpose a destroyed skeleton as an offensive weapon, this will be your new ace in the hole. Keep practicing so you can use it in a real fight. Yes, sir. I heard Professor Duyen has chosen a Sun Celop for the proficiency assessment. Are you planning on fighting it yourself? Simon shook his head. No, sir. My teammate, Malin Villain, will be handling that. Aaron didn't offer any criticism. He simply said, smart. Focusing on supporting your teammates is crucial. There's a lot to learn, so give it your all. And remember, this is just a supplementary lesson. Simon understood his meaning immediately. Yes, Professor. Thank you. The man said nothing more, simply put his hands in his pockets, and left. Simon ran back to his classroom and burst through the door. Sorry I'm late. As soon as he entered, the whole class erupted in worried shouts. Simon, what happened? Did he hit you? We're still in the student protection period. How could a professor be so cruel as to punish you that way? I heard physical punishment at Kizen involves caning. Looking at his worried friends, Simon tried to calm them down. Simon tried to explain, it wasn't a punishment, it was just a supplementary lesson. But even after he said that, the others still weren't convinced. He must be in shock, mistaking punishment for a supplementary lesson. Well, as long as you're not hurt, that's all that matters. Come check out this potion. Okay. The entire group completely ignored him. One of them, stirring a yellowish concoction, said, Perfect. It's progressing nicely. Of course it's perfect. I'm the one making it, after all. The amount of water, the carefully measured ingredients, the boiling time, the removal of impurities, everything is flawless. Malin Villeneuve held up a peace sign, winked, and smiled. Just simmer it on low heat for another 20 minutes, and we'll be done. The others lavished her with praise. I knew we could count on you, Malin Villeneuve. We've all worked so hard. I hope it turns out well. The others gathered around to watch, buzzing with excitement. We finally have something to present in basic dark magic class. Oh, everyone's here. Let's get ready for tomorrow's presentation. Good idea. Okay, let's go over all the potential questions again. Yep, all 300 of them. We've got answers for every single one. They worked late into the night until everyone was completely exhausted. We're definitely going to ace this tomorrow. Let's go, team. The scene shifts to the next day. 1 main damage dealer, 1 summoner, 2 sorcerers. The members of your group have different specializations, but your roles are unclear. Furthermore, this dark magic composition is lacking. Creativity. The professor, a woman with a stern face, sat with her legs crossed and stared intently at the students. And who had the bright idea to put the main damage dealer in a support role? I have no idea what Group 7 was thinking. The 4 students stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. We studied all night. How could not a single one of the 300 questions we prepared have come up? It was a classic case of being brilliant in your studies but unlucky in the exam. The professor was relentless in her criticism, and the 4 students stood huddled together fearfully. I can't believe that out of the 300 questions we prepared, not a single one showed up. You'd have to be insanely lucky to have such bad luck. The professor started her questioning. First of all, I want to hear why you assigned your roles this way. Malin Villeneuve stepped forward to answer on behalf of the group. We believe that a clear division of labor is for the best, and we thought the most important goal was to defeat the Cyclops quickly and efficiently. The professor continued. Humph. So, you're saying this is your team's optimal formation? Yes, that's right. Simon secretly cracked his knuckles. Unexpectedly, the professor asked him another question. And what's your opinion, Simon Polentia? The professor stared at him intently. He had to think carefully before speaking. The professor probably wants a different answer, but we're still in the student protection period. Today's presentation is just to get feedback on our strategy, so there's no need to be nervous. I just need to focus on showing our strong teamwork. He clenched his fist and calmly replied, First of all, I understand that our team lacks creativity in combining dark magic. But more important than creativity is safety. We'll be able to hunt the Cyclops more reliably than any other group. That way, our corresponding power score will compensate for our creativity score. The professor seemed to only want his opinion, and she nodded. If you say so, then fine. Next, Kamibaz Usula. This girl was the shyest in the group. P present. The professor's expression grew stern. You're a hemomancy student, so you should be on offense. But I see you've given that position to a theology student. Instead, you're using curses for support. I'd like to hear your reasoning for this. Panicked, Kamibaz Usula's face turned beet red. She lowered her head in defeat. The rest of the team tensed up, their faces pale. This was a tough question. They tried to encourage her. Kamibaz Usula, don't worry, just answer confidently. You can do it, Kamibaz Usula. Don't give up. But she was trembling so much she couldn't form words. This was the girl who accidentally sprouted wings in potion class. Finally, she spoke up confidently. It's because of the Cyclops' characteristics. The professor seemed intrigued. Characteristics? Please, explain. She answered in one breath. A Cyclops' hide is very tough. Blood curses are more effective when there's already physical damage, so it's difficult to defeat a Cyclops with just blood curses. Malin Villain knows how to use dark lightning, a dark elemental spell. So I thought we could burn the Cyclops alive with it. Yes. Therefore, I believe Malin Villain is better suited to attack the Cyclops. The professor was unexpectedly satisfied. That's good enough. I understand. Then let me ask you this. What would you do if it were a different monster? The girl tensed up again, clenching her hands. Then, I'd have to use all of my limited wits. If that's the case, she shouted with conviction, then I would be the main damage dealer. It was the first time she had ever been so brave. The whole class was taken aback and fell silent, especially Malin Villain and Simon, whose jaws dropped. She startled herself, and her heart skipped a beat. After her outburst, she was speechless. It was as if she'd used up 10 years' worth of courage. The professor, however, was pleased. She nodded with a small smile. I'll remember that. Last group, Haywood. He immediately shot his hand up. Yes, ma'am. And in my class, don't talk to the person next to you. He froze. Yes, group 7 is done. Next is group 8. Please come up. This guy was a total outcast that no one wanted to deal with. When class ended, the room buzzed with chatter. Geez, we already have homework on the first day. I already took the prep class, but this part is still confusing. You can use a different formula, you know. Simon sat by the window, chin in his hand, lost in thought. When is she going to get here? I have to see her today. I wonder who this girl is that he's so smitten with. Suddenly, the classroom stirred. Look, is that her? Lorraine Archibald had appeared, arrogantly flipping her long black hair, capturing everyone's attention. A sharp, red eye glanced over. What do you want to say? The students scattered in fear. She walked straight up to Simon, looking at him with a cold expression, before sitting down and crossing her legs, acting like a completely different person. He'd been a little suspicious the other day. Seriously, why is Lorraine acting like a different person? She's a bit scary. Before entering Kizen, he recalled the fun times they had together. She was so friendly. We went shopping and ate together, and talked for hours, not wanting to go home. Now, they were sitting together, but the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Long time no see. Lorraine Archibald. She didn't even crack a smile, just rested her chin on her hand and grunted. It was like she had a different personality. Only after a while did she finally smile. Hello, Simon. This is the first time we've seen each other since leaving Langzertine, isn't it? How have you been? Now that's the girl I know. But her attitude changes so incredibly fast. This girl must have 50 shades, at least. He couldn't even keep up. She took out the letter he had sent. By the way, what did you say to the girl who delivered this? She screamed her head off. He was speechless. Girls are so hard to understand. He froze up completely. I just told her to give it to you. Is that so? I didn't expect you to say I look good in the uniform. Even better than you imagined. To think you've been dreaming about me. But she was quick to find fault. Better than you imagined? What do you mean by that? Are you saying I looked old? He panicked, sweating bullets. That's not what I meant. It's just that in Langzertine, you looked like a professional necromancer. A necromancer wearing a school uniform is a bit. I know what you mean. Seeing him all flustered, she burst out laughing. It's fine. I was just teasing. No need to get so worked up. He was clearly shy around girls. After a bit of small talk, they got to the main point. She asked directly, so, why did you want to see me? He got straight to the point, not beating around the bush. There's a traitor in Kizen. You know Professor Deanne's class, right? The one with the Cyclops fight. I went to the Forbidden Forest to craft a magic potion for it. She sat quietly, listening. Lorraine Archibald, this might be hard to believe. But before he could even finish, she stated firmly, I believe you. The cross, you saw. Can you describe it to me in detail? What did it look like? Of course. Simon began to describe it. If I remember correctly, the largest cross was in the center. Carved on it was the figure of a woman, with vines wrapped around her. As soon as she heard the description, she recognized it. Then it's clear. That woman is the goddess Ziva, the one and only goddess worshipped by the priests of Epnele. That's a holy institute directly overseen by the Pope. Just like how Kizen trains necromancers, Epnele trains priests. To be specific, the saintess is considered the most powerful of the holy ranks. All disciples of the saintess are members of Epnele, and they hold all the power within the organization. She was so angry she shattered the glass cup in her hand. How dare a damn priest set foot in Kizen? She was so angry she lost her composure. Who shouts like that? You'll alert the enemy. Does anyone else know about this besides you, Simon? He replied. Only me and Kamabaz Usula, the one who went into the Forbidden Forest with me. She calmed herself down. Thank you for telling me. I'll report this to my mother immediately. Hearing this, Simon felt relieved. Thank you. Lorraine Archibald. She even praised him, telling me was the right decision. If what you're saying is true, that priest must be a high-ranking one, with power equivalent to a professor. That means every professor at Kizen is a suspect. If you asked a professor, they would have already destroyed the evidence and obstructed the investigation. My mother needs to know about this. That way, that priest can't get involved. The investigation will also be broader and more thorough, he chuckled, his eyes crinkling. Haha, I'm just glad I could help. Meeting a beautiful girl was the main goal. This was just a bonus. The girl suddenly pointed and shouted, "Then let's go, Simon." He thought, should I even bother styling my hair? Where are we going? This girl has more guts than brains, even more reckless than me. We're heading to the Forbidden Forest. There must still be some evidence left at the scene where you saw the priest. Simon, like a fish back in water, immediately agreed. All right, let's go check it out. But when they arrived, Simon was completely shocked, standing frozen as if struck by lightning. No way! How can there be nothing here? It's all gone. Now that we're back, there's nothing left. Simon didn't know what to do. I swear it was right here. He looked around carefully again. There was a shrine and a slash mark right on this spot. But now, there wasn't a single trace of Pier or that priest. While he was still standing there, dumbfounded, Lorraine Archibald walked past him. She knelt to examine the ground. The fact that there are no traces makes it even more suspicious. Simon, based on what you said, that priest is quite powerful. Even though I didn't witness the fight myself, I can tell just by how they wiped such a large area clean. But what shocks me, even more, is that they embedded a core into their body to get into Kizen, even though they serve a god. Priests believe the core is a power that opposes God. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait, Lorraine Archibald, I have a question. If someone has opened their core, they can't use divine power like a priest anymore, right? The girl nodded. That's right. I'm not entirely sure about the mechanism, but that's the price they pay. Divine power is strength that comes from faith in a god, while dark energy is the power of a cursed demon. Or so they say. Whatever their doctrine is, the fact that these two forces oppose each other is undeniable. She placed a hand on Simon's shoulder. Simon, thank you for cooperating with Kizen. But the problem is, that priest is very difficult to deal with, so you're in great danger. We don't know when they'll come after you, so you should lay low for a while. Simon took the opportunity to place his hand over hers. No, I'm fine. I'll just live my life as usual. I don't know if the priest saw my face, and if they do hunt me down, they're bound to leave a trail. The girl flinched, breaking out in a sweat. What? That's enough. You're taking this too far. Don't be so ridiculous, Simon. If we have to trade your life for that evidence, then it becomes meaningless. Simon placed both hands on her shoulders. Calm down and listen to me, Lorraine Archibald. If I stop attending classes or do anything unusual, the priest will start to suspect me. She still wouldn't listen. But at least let someone protect you. If I have a bodyguard, it's the same thing. If I have a bodyguard following me, I'll stand out even more. And doing that would make it obvious that I've already told the higher-ups at Kizen everything I saw that day. And Kizen protecting me would show that I feel threatened. The girl still tried to argue. But, Simon wouldn't let her speak. He had made up his mind. Just do the opposite of what a woman tells you. We're dealing with a priest who snuck into Kizen, just like you said. They decided to come here and even opened their core, an act considered a sin for priests. You know that fanatics like that are capable of actions we can't predict. In the end, she had to agree. All right, but you have to promise me one thing. If I detect any unusual activity, I'm assigning you a bodyguard, even if it means restricting your freedom. Got it? He broke out in a cold sweat. A bodyguard? How am I supposed to pick up girls then? He reluctantly nodded. All right, I promise, she added. Also, remember that you don't need to sacrifice yourself for anyone. All right, we're done checking. Let's head back to Kizen. It was late, so the two said their goodbyes. Lorraine Archibald waved. Sorry, Lorraine Archibald. See you later, Simon. He knew he couldn't just leave school over this. He knew he'd fall behind if he didn't go to class. See you later. What if I get expelled for bad grades and lack of skill? No way. If both options are risky, I'd rather keep going to school. Like Pier said, there's so much to learn at Kizen. The next day, a group of students were teleported through an elevator. Professor Dion is really something else. I was talking with Kamabaz Usula. I heard that. Students usually only get to experience this in the second semester, but we're getting to do it before the student protection period is even over. I'm so nervous. I barely slept at all last night. An announcement rang out. Everyone, this is Kizen's combat simulation system. A bright light flashed, blinding them. The space of Avalon appeared before them. Avalon is a system that only Kizen possesses on the entire continent. It can create any magical creature and simulate virtual battles. A female instructor stood in the middle of the room with her hands on her hips. This is the result of moving Han Lucina, an illusionary fortress, to Kizen for modification and adjustment. Alright, that's enough explaining. Now, I'll briefly go over the simulated test. All the rules are identical to the real test, and you will experience a maximum of 3 virtual battles before participating in the real one. The simulated Cyclops will only recognize combat members as enemies. She then took out a piece of black armor. Combat members will wear this vest, which is enchanted with a protective spell. When the vest's protective barrier reaches 0, the training session ends. You can wait for your next turn in the waiting room. But during this simulated battle, you must evaluate how effective your team's strategy is and visualize what the real battle will be like. That's all. Move to your designated waiting rooms. The teams went up one by one. Group 5. We will mark the positions of your group's support members. He had just seen a familiar shock of pink hair. Simon recognized her immediately. Ah, it's Cindy Vivace from Group 5. Theology, necromancy, alchemy, and spiritualism. Combat member. As a spiritual power major, this team is quite balanced. Alright then, we will begin the simulation battle for group number 5. The whole group was teleported into the space. The girls were still excited. Wow, this is amazing. A giant monster's leg appeared. There it is. There it is. It had to be several hundred times larger than a normal person. Alright, let's begin. Get your weapons out and let's destroy it. That girl looks pretty confident, but in the end, they got beaten without landing a single hit. The all-male group simulation failed. Time, 1 minute, 16 seconds. Damage dealt, 22%. Protection level, 0%. A guy watching the monitor noted, just one punch from the Cyclops wiped out 50% of their protection level. We have to cast our enchantments faster than expected. Kamibazusula felt the same way. You're right. The girl's voice from the same group rang out. Everyone seemed worried. Even though this was just a simulation battle, they turned to Malin Vieni doubtfully. Can you do this? The girl looked terrified but still put on a brave face. Huh? Oh, yeah. I'm fine. Next up, groups 3 and 7. Please step forward. It was that Hector guy again. As soon as he saw him, he called out, Simon Polentia, you'll be the fighter for group 7, won't you? He immediately replied, no, it's Malin Villeneuve. Upon hearing this, Hector sneered. Ha, that foolish little miss from the ivory tower? You gave up the position to protect her honor? What a blockhead. He let him know. Of course not. It's simply because she's the strongest among us. Hearing this, Hector's eyes bulged with anger, but he couldn't do anything. You meddling fool. We, Group 7, will mark the positions of your support members. Supports, please step into your positions. Yellow circles appeared on the ground. The Cyclops won't see you, so just relax. Of course, if you step out of the circle, you will be eliminated. The teaching assistant asked, Malin Villeneuve, the fighter, are you ready? The girl was so tense she jumped. Ah, yes, yes. She looked far more nervous than usual. The others immediately tried to encourage her. Get a grip. Are you sure you're okay? Don't worry too much, Malin Vilna. It's just a simulation. You can do it. She let out a long sigh. Yeah, thanks. I'm fine. In that case, the first simulation battle for Group 7 will now begin. The giant monster stood towering over them. Then, it charged. The girl shouted out a command. Everyone, get ready. You remember our strategy, right? The others shouted in unison. Of course. Simon felt that Malin Villeneuve seemed to be okay. I don't need to worry anymore. I'll just follow the plan and concentrate 100% on my role. The monster's attack came, a massive, super powerful blow. The 3 of them just stood there, stunned, before they could even do anything. Malin Villeneuve collapsed. The whole team scrambled, shouting, Are you okay, Malin Villeneuve? So much for all her talk. It wasn't even a minute, and no one had a chance to do anything. Malin Villeneuve fell to the ground, frozen solid with fear. The first simulation battle for Group 7 has now concluded. The female instructor even said sarcastically, Excellent work. You executed your initial plan perfectly. Needless to say, the 4 of them were utterly and completely humiliated. I was quite impressed that the summoner was able to use a skeleton to draw the Cyclops' attention. Your rat even managed to land a blow. Simon could only say, Thank you. However, overall, the other members fell behind. Pier, after slowing the monster with an exhaustion hex and defeating it with black flame, In theory, it seems plausible, but I'm sure you all realize by now that reality is different, isn't it? The biggest problem is your lack of skill. Minimize your missed shots while casting spells. That's all. The group could only say, "Thank you, ma'am." Getting hit with a reality check like that must have been a huge wake-up call. The group walked out of the room, letting out a long sigh. Then there was Hector's group. He easily took down the monster. The whole class was buzzing with admiration. Whoa, Hector is incredible. He actually beat it. He beat it in the first drill? Group 3 simulation. Success. Time. 4 minutes, 2 seconds. Damage dealt. 100%. Total protection index. 98%. That means he wasn't hit even once. They said to each other, "We have to perform at that level to pass? Huh? Is that even possible?" I was so jealous. That guy, Hector Moore, deliberately walked past me, flashing the arrogant smile of a victor. Malin Villain, this really stings. Everyone, we have to make sure we win in the real battle. Second attempt. This time, they felt like using 2 exhaustion hexes. Still won't be enough to slow it down. Malin Villain. I think you should dodge its attacks. Yeah. Remember to use the dark energy manipulation we learned in combat magic, okay? The girl agreed. Okay, I'll try. Kamibazu Sula. Forget about the curse's stability. The important thing is to stack multiple layers of hexes. The girl obediently cooperated. Got it. But after a few tries, Malin Villain was still getting pummeled by the monster, lying on the ground. The beast was about to charge again. Alan, the girl, was scared stiff, her mouth hanging open as she watched. The result was still a failure. Time. 3 minutes 45 seconds. Damage dealt. 42%. Protection index. 0%. Overall grade. E. A real shame. We were so close. They knew they only had one chance left. The main guy suddenly got serious. Listen up, everyone. I have a way for us to guarantee a win. First, the basic plan will remain the same. 2 hexes will be cast, while Malin Villainy casts Black Flame. However, using double the exhaustion hexes isn't effective. Therefore, Kamibazu Sula and you two will use 4 layers of the exhaustion hex using multicasting. The others were shocked stiff. The most panicked one shouted, "What? I've never even performed multicasting before." Kamibazu Sula chimed in. "Me neither. It's not impossible. But do we have enough time for that?" He immediately reassured them. "It's fine. I'll buy as much time as I can with the skeletons." All right, let's try it. Back to the fight. Good, and we'll also use the mountainous terrain to our advantage. Kamibaz, use your specialty, enchantment. Usula has already set up the magic formation. I've finished the first layer of weakening curses. Done here too. I'm also finished. Get ready for the next phase. The monster shattered. Your bone rat in 1 hit, Simon. The black fire is 80% complete. The 7th skeleton is getting ready to advance. Every skeleton that went up was shattered by the monster. Simon, it's done. The people below are reporting in. I'm done too. All right, Simon ordered. Skeletons, climb. It's shattered, but still working fine. The monster looks around, bewildered, searching for Malin Villain. And then, the dark flame is complete. It has entered the range of the exhaustion curse. Malin Villaini's exhaustion matrix is complete. It begins to attack. A brilliant red power erupts fiercely. A black and red flame engulfs the unfortunate monster's body. With 4 layers of the exhaustion curse, you should be able to dodge the Silet's attacks. Malin Villain. You're telling me to admire myself? He tries to advise her not to follow my instructions. All right, I'll give it a try. This is the move I learned from Miss Hong Chang. Malin Villain, right in front of her, still manages to escape, jumping to the side, just in time. She runs back towards Pier first. Just like that. Follow his instructions. A beautiful move. Now, it's the teammate's turn. Kamibaz Usula, block its vision with a bloodline curse. The girl holds out a bloody finger. She gets it. She shoots blood straight out, and the stream of blood transforms into a cloth, covering the monster's eyes. Go now, Simon. He moves into position. 2 skeleton rats, hiding in a tree, were waiting. The monster falls into the trap, and chains from the 2 rats tighten around its neck. Its eyes are covered by the red cloth, its neck squeezed by the chains. It'll be hard for it to escape this time. Use an enchantment spell to keep the chains from breaking. It's his turn to take the stage. Enchanted. The chains are as tough as leeches, impossible to break. Malin Villain, finish it. The monster is weakened and can't fight back. The girl grits her teeth, furious. Why won't you just die? She raises both hands to the sky. A crimson magic circle appears. With a great burst, roaring flames incinerate the massive monster. The other three watch, waiting hopefully. If the monster doesn't die now, all three of them will collapse right here. The monster looks to be in wretched pain. It's being burned alive but remains standing tall. A moment later, it finally collapses completely. Simulation successful. Time: 6 minutes and 48 seconds. Damage rate: 100%. Protection index: 97%. All four of them joyfully embrace each other. We did it. They're happier than a father seeing his newborn baby. Congratulations, Group 7, on defeating the Xylop. Very commendable. You executed a strategy that was only theoretically possible and adjusted it appropriately, based on practical experience. However, you need to improve your long-term combat abilities, and you're still dependent on the summoner's skills. The teacher's grading was quite objective. Commenting on Kamibazu Sula, you made excellent judgments by quickly chanting multiple times to strengthen the curse, but you still made many mistakes. Remember to practice and improve your dark magic, okay? That's all. The group looks at the teacher happily. Yes, thank you, Professor. The other students also gather around, praising the team. You guys are really good. Haha, so cool, Malin Villain. The pink-haired girl, Cindy, also runs over. Hey Simon, you did great. Your whole team is awesome. He turns and gives her a high five. Thanks, Cindy. Isn't chanting multiple times really difficult? He admits. Honestly, it was a bit confusing. Hector Moore stands in the distance, watching the team's victory. Furious. He's supposed to be number 1. Today's class ends here. Have a good weekend, everyone. The four of them gather again to talk. Are we practicing this weekend too? Kamibazu Sula turns. Yeah, I realized my weaknesses during the simulation test. He startles and turns to her. Really? Kamibazu Sula? Didn't someone ask you out on a date? Malin Villeni turns in shock. What? Kamibazu Sula is also surprised he knew, feeling a bit embarrassed. But I turned them down. I want to train with you guys. So, Simon is also interested. Oh? So you're definitely not going? Sorry, but I'll have to pass this time. I have to go to Joseph to attend a conference. Knowing his goal, Malin Villain also doesn't press the issue. It's okay. What about you, Simon? He immediately refuses. I'm pretty busy tomorrow. I'll go the day after. Hearing this, Malin Villain's face darkens. Fine. You want to become a merchant. And what's your excuse? He has no choice but to use Teacher Aaron as a shield. I have a private training session. I'm trying to make up for the prep classes I missed. Someone from Vaucher is teaching me summoning. That person is the old skeleton man from the basement. He calls out loudly, Hey, I'm here. The old man appears. Welcome. He has to quickly ask, Are you well? Hey. Sorry to bother you as soon as I arrived. But could you take a look at my skeletons? The old man looks at the pile of stuff he brought and is speechless. Are you here to train or to move house? There's a whole pile of swords, big and small. He explains, I also want to add a few more skeletons to my legion, so I need plenty of weapons to distribute. Every single one of your skeletons has a shattered skull and body. Old Pier asks while healing them, I see. But what did you do to make them so decrepit? He tells the truth. They got damaged during the simulation. The old man gives them a little jolt of electricity, and they're fixed. All right, can we start training now? The ones we just reassembled need time to recover. Or, this time, why don't you use the humanoid skeletons? For a novice like you, they're probably a bit difficult to control, so focus. Today, I will teach you how to control multiple skeletons at once. First of all, how many skeletons can you control at once right now? He thinks back on what he's done. 2 is my maximum. If I try to control more than 3, my mind starts to get jumbled, and it becomes harder to give commands. I also get a headache. The old man looks at him intently. Don't worry. It's not important how many you can command at once. What's important is how well you control them. Even if you can only control 1 or 2. All right, fight my skeletons. I'll command 2 at the same time. Come on, kid. He is ready. Yes, sir. Charge. His 2 skeletons, with red ribbons tied to them, rush forward with swords. 2 versus 2. Good. Let's fight. One of old Pier's skeletons looks much more imposing than his. With a single thrust, it sends the freshly repaired nasal bone flying. The 2 skeletons fight fiercely, but the old man's skeleton still has the upper hand. In just a few blows, his skeleton is beaten flat on the ground. Simon is furious. He can't accept such a crushing defeat. This isn't fair. Hey, you said you'd only use 2 skeletons. The old man gives a sly grin. What do you mean? I am only controlling 2, just like you. He's stunned, his jaw dropping. What? He had moved the sword-wielding skeleton first, and only then did he command the spear-wielding one. And he kept doing that, one after the other. Thinking back, It was true that only two were moving. Seeing him deep in thought, Pier guesses, "You must have figured it out. This technique is called cross-operational combat. You rapidly issue commands back and forth between your skeletons to expand your limited control range. If you can't control many at once, you'll control them by activating two at the same time. This is the key to this strategy. The main keywords: quickly, at the same time." Suddenly, two skeletons raised their hands. They high-fived each other. Is that how it's supposed to work? Seeing Simon learn quickly and practice well, the old man was satisfied. "My efforts in teaching you weren't wasted. If you get it now, let's put it into a real battle. The goal is to master coordinated combat." The next day, the four of them were resting on the grass. Someone sighed. "I'm so tired." Malin Vilna noticed. "But everyone's clearly improving. Especially you, Simon. Your control over the skeletons has gotten better." Kamibazu Sula agreed. "I think so too." Simon looked at the two girls in surprise. He tried to be humble. "Really? These guys have sharp eyes. You used to only be able to control two at a time, but now it's three. That's thanks to your private lessons in necromancy, right?" He gave a forced smile. "That's right." The two girls' eyes sparkled. "Who taught you? Who was it? A professional necromancer? Or someone from Kizen? They must be really good, huh?" He lied. "My father introduced me." Before he could even finish, the two girls excitedly asked to join. "Really? I want to learn from them too." "Me too. It's only been 1 day, and you've improved so much. Your master must be a master of dark magic." Old man Pier heard this and was ecstatic, his nose flaring. "Ha ha ha. Am I that famous?" Simon had to tell him. "Hey, keep it down. You're giving me a headache," the old man said. "We'd be more than happy to teach them. If they die and become soldiers of my legion." Ha ha ha. Simon had to remind him immediately. "That's forbidden here at Kizen." With no other choice, Simon had to refuse. "Sorry, he's not like that in real life. He's pretty busy, so he doesn't have much time to teach me." The two girls' excitement vanished in a flash. "You're so stingy." Lying next to them, someone turned to defuse the situation. "Hey, you have to put yourselves in Simon's shoes. Of course he's not going to reveal his teacher. If his scores are lower than yours, Simon has to leave Kizen. There's no way he'd tell you. It sounds harsh, but for a business-minded guy like him, what he said is true." Malin Vian didn't say anything more. She jumped to her feet. "Fine. Even without extra lessons, I'll still be better than you. Get up. Let's get back to it. We need to prepare for next week. You all need to start right away." All right. The next day arrived, and with it, the end of the student protection period. The two girls looked bewildered, and Simon and Pier were confused. "Look at this mess." The teacher, Bahin Gas, threw their tests on the ground. "Is this garbage what you call homework? You don't deserve to be at Kizen. Don't let me see your faces again." The students who did poorly looked terrified, their faces dark and drenched in sweat. It seemed the 20 of them had finally learned what fear was. Simon, standing beside them, was just as scared and waited in silence. The other students had to run like crazy in the courtyard, wailing as they ran. "Professor Bahin Gas, why? I mean, how could he deduct 10 of my points? I'd rather run all day with Professor Hong Chang than have my points deducted for combat magic. It's the best. I love it." Simon could only scold him. "You shouldn't have fallen asleep. Malin Vilene. You'll always fall behind at the beginning of every session." Simon looked over at Malin Villen with concern. "Don't push yourself too hard. You might." Unexpectedly, before he could finish, she sped up and ran right past him. Another guy, about to collapse, still managed to speak. "All right, tomorrow is the competency evaluation. But Mom, save me." Simon suddenly remembered the other girl in their group, Kamibaz Usula. "Hey, were you training with Malin Villen yesterday too?" He nodded. "Yeah." Kamibaz Usula once told him, "I practice weakening curses, while Malin Villen does physical training all day. That should be enough to pass." Simon found it hard to believe. Physical training? That's right. She said she can easily use her dark transformation, but you can't just rely on her word to dodge a Cyclops' attack. "Yes, and after that, we had a study group until late at night. That's even more amazing. She studied right after training? That girl is an incredibly diligent student. She stayed up all night studying." "That's shocking." "What? She didn't sleep at all?" Kamabazu Sula nodded. "Yeah. I asked if she was tired, and she said she was fine because she drank an awakening potion." Watching her back as she ran like a madwoman, he thought, "Come to think of it, whenever I see Malin Villain, she's always studying. It's admirable. But why does she have to push herself so hard?" He still couldn't understand why. "It's because of her promise to surpass you. What else?" Just then, the girl waved and called out to him, "Simon, come see me. I'm stepping out of the shadows. Look." After saying that, she jumped up to show them. I've improved quite a bit, haven't I? Look how much higher I can jump now. Is there anything I need to fix? Simon looked over and thought it was more than enough. You've really done a great job. The two girls beamed, high-fiving each other. Really? Really? All that training for tomorrow wasn't for nothing. You're amazing, Malin Villain. Her friends all praised her. That's seriously impressive. How did you improve so much in just a few days? The girl couldn't help but feel proud. Of course. I've been training specially for this. But Simon was quite worried for her. Don't overdo it. Malin Villena, we've already passed the simulation test. I'm sure we'll be able to do it in a real battle, too. I know. The girl was more ambitious than he thought. But I don't plan on just comfortably passing. I'm going for first place, no matter what. I have to work hard to get the #1 spot, too. She's really punishing herself. Just as Simon was about to say something else to Malin Villeneuve, the teacher announced the end of their break. Everyone on your feet. We're running to the next point without a break. Simon's gaze towards the girl was filled with pity as they ran another exhausting lap. The teacher walked over to Simon. Have you practiced the dark combat skills I taught you? He nodded immediately. Of course, ma'am. It's improved a lot compared to the first time. The teacher looked him up and down. You're right. Your flow of dark energy is much better now. Your overall abilities have also been enhanced. You've gotten stronger, Simon. Just as I said, you have a talent for this subject. Simon scratched his head and laughed happily. Ha ha ha. Just then, someone came over and called for the professor. A teaching assistant reported, Professor, a student is injured. It looks like she sprained her ankle. The teacher immediately ran off to check, not forgetting to remind Simon. Simon, remember, you have to practice constantly to improve. He nodded immediately. Yes, thank you, ma'am. But when he turned back, someone was missing. Where's Malin Villain? I don't know either, Kamibaz Usula admitted. I'm always at the back of the group, so I didn't see. Me neither. Kamibaz Usula came looking for me to ask about Malin Villain. So, we're all looking for her. Why can't we find her anywhere? He looked around. No, I haven't seen her. Hey you guys, does something feel off? What's wrong? Professor Hong Chang looked anxious. Someone had just gotten injured. To their shock, the person the teaching assistant was carrying was Malin Villain. The three of them froze, completely stunned. They screamed in terror. Malin Villeneuve looked incredibly weak as the assistant carried her on his back. Malin Villeneuve. Her ankle is severely injured. The doctor informed me that I'll have to wear a heavy cast for a while. I can still attend classes, but I can't participate in combat classes with physical activities for 1 week. The girl was completely stunned. What? She tried to stand up and argue. I'm fine. It's not that serious. I can still walk. Kamibaz Usula rushed to support her friend, who couldn't even finish arguing that she could join the combat classes before the pain made her unable to speak further. The doctor sighed in helplessness. Villain. This isn't a suggestion, it's an order. At Kizen, students prioritize survival, but I'm a doctor. My patient's recovery is my #1 priority. I will remove your name from all classes requiring movement. That was the last straw. Her mood plummeted to rock bottom. She left the room, apologizing to everyone. Guys, can you leave me alone for a bit? With one leg heavily bandaged, Kamibaz Usula saw him and stood there, not leaving yet. But then Simon suddenly called out to Malin Villain, if you keep blaming yourself like this, nothing will change. But she was in no state of mind to listen to him. Then, what do you want me to do? What are we going to do about the match with the Cyclops tomorrow? He replied decisively. We'll find another way, Malin yelled. Another way? What other way? We worked so hard on the strategy and the potions for a whole week. You know that. He got annoyed and yelled back. We've only practiced this formation for a week, and tomorrow is the actual fight with a real, live Cyclops, she angrily scolded. Are you being sarcastic or what? It's my fault, I know. You can mock me all you want. Still that stubborn, argumentative tone. The top student in the class, yet so insecure. Because of me, you'll get the lowest score on the ability assessment. In the end, you'll be kicked out of Kizen. And that'll be my fault too. I got injured because I wanted to be #1. He felt he didn't need to hear any more of this negativity. He just wanted to shut her up, but he remained calm. That's enough. If everyone agrees, I'll be the one fighting for our group tomorrow. The group has 4 people, not just her. The scene shifted. This place was terrifyingly dark and gloomy. The students walked and talked. Kizen is really something else. Seriously, how? Can they collect so many dungeons and ruins? Kamibaz Usula also spoke up. Docks is a small island, but... Pier continued. Since Kizen is a collector, It seems she discovered ancient ruins like this and brought them all back to Doc's Island. The whole thing? She knows everything. Yeah, she collected them all. Behind them, Simon walked beside Malin Villain, who had to use a crutch and couldn't walk normally. I feel so bad for them. Others maliciously said, why do you care? This is better for us, isn't it? If a team has an injured member, they're toast. These words added even more pressure on Malin Villain. Kamabaz Usula asked worriedly, can we do this? Pier affirmed, yeah, we'll be fine. Just trust Simon. He's going to carry the other 3 deadweights today. The instructor's voice rang out. Group 6's assessment is over. Next, Group 7, please step forward. Pier and the others noticed Malin Villain's presence and started wondering, what's going on? Malin Villain has a leg injury, but she's still fighting? Is that even allowed? Didn't the doctor forbid her from doing that? No, huh? Simon is switching to the combat position? What did you say? Nah, they're probably just pretending they'll try their best, until the very end. Hector, sitting behind them, heard the other students discussing. Well, if they do that, at least they'll get some points. Simon had thought of everything. He was still confident. It's fine. The situation may have changed a bit, but that doesn't mean all our efforts have gone to waste. So let's all do our best until the very end. Okay? The female instructor still gave the order. Bring in the next Cyclops. It was the same massive, aggressive giant as before. And now, Group 7's assessment officially began. The instructor knew the group had an injured member, so she was a bit more lenient. You don't have to push yourselves too hard. If you feel you can't do it, just ask to stop the assessment. The restraining charm was removed, and the monster charged out immediately. The test began. Simon immediately started controlling several skeletons. Do exactly as we practiced. The combat position may have changed, but the plan is the same. Get its attention first. The giant monster's foot stomped a few times, and our boys' skeletons were instantly flattened. No surprise there. An earthquake? No, it's the demon attacking. Simon quickly leaped high into the air, dodging a fatal blow. The other 2, standing behind, were in a panic. It started. Wait, what is this? In the simulation, it targeted the skeletons first. Malin immediately reminded them. Simulations and reality are very different. It will attack what it sees. He hadn't anticipated this. But Malin, it looks like it wanted to target Simon from the very beginning. The monster kept aiming for him. It didn't even bother stomping the skeletons anymore. He dodged several consecutive blows, then started regenerating a skeleton from behind to attack it. It swung its weapon hard, but it didn't seem to do much. Our boy started getting terrified. Reality was much harder than the simulation. It's entering the range of the exhaustion charm. Exhaustion. Pier and Kamibaz Usula. It's your turn to shine. A stream of black smoke shot straight into the monster's eyes. It screamed in pain. Arg! Now! Pier seized the opportunity and charged forward. He gripped his spear tightly, flew straight up, and aimed the sharp point towards the monster. It zipped past the monster's head as fast as lightning. The monster's face was bleeding. It whipped its head around to look at him, its eyes wide with shock. Not even its parents have ever hit it this hard. It was a miss, but that was way too close. The monster went berserk, attacking our boy even more fiercely than before. If I hadn't learned how to control dark energy, I would have been dead long ago. He barely managed to dodge all of the colossal monster's attacks. Thank you, Professor Hong Chang. Now I see how useful being diligent is. Suddenly, a scream rang out, warning him, Simon, above you! A devastating blow that could have crushed him landed. The stat points on the board plummeted, but he wasn't dead. Just one scratch took away 72%? Isn't there something weird going on here? The other students immediately reported. Professor, it seems there's a problem with this Cyclops. This Cyclops' stats are much stronger than the ones the other groups faced, and even though it's showing aggressive behavior, it isn't cursed at all. Please stop the test and bring in a new Cyclops. But the headmistress was stubborn. Let's wait and see. But Professor, this isn't fair. Her expression turned colder than ice. Fairness is not an important virtue at Kizen. It makes you wonder if this woman is a traitor. Do the teaching assistants only choose weak opponents to fight in real-life situations? Would you cancel a mission if your opponent turned out to be far stronger than you anticipated, or an unexpected accident occurred? That teaching assistant was speechless, unable to argue. But another assistant tried to explain, this isn't a real battle, it's just an evaluation, and these students are still so young. The cold woman retorted angrily. Age is not the reason. Metrics like tests and scores don't matter. The most important thing is what they learn from this experience. In other words, the fact that they are Kizen is what truly matters. Just trust them and wait and see. It's clear. They've just realized they need to change. On the battlefield, Simon was hiding behind a crumbled wall as the monster paced back and forth. He was also starting to realize something wasn't right here. One of his teammates wondered, how is it still perfectly fine after getting hit with the weakening charm 3 times? The monster was still searching for them. What the hell? How many times do we have to hit it before it stops? It still looks full of energy. He had to shout, stop using the charms. They don't seem to be working. Malin Villain yelled back. What other choice do we have? You saw it yourself. All the other groups succeeded with the weakening charm. He replied, I don't know what's happening. I don't know the reason either. But you've realized it too, haven't you? So, let's change our attack method. The others asked, how? Simon pushed himself up to his feet. Just do whatever you want. The monster's 2 eyes were a terrifying, glowing red. He stood facing the monster. Forget all the strategies we came up with. Run, quick. The others were confused. What? He yelled. Just help me in any way you can. They finally understood what to do and shouted, got it. Cammy pricked her fingertip, drawing blood. So I just need to do my best to help Simon, right? The normally timid girl showed no fear at all. She also threw 2 things to him. Simon, use this. It was 2 skeletons. These guys were suddenly brilliant. He caught them. Perfect timing. In one motion, he threw them, slashing both sides of the monster's head. Kemibaz Usula's blood also wrapped tightly around the monster, specifically covering its eyes. Now, concentrate. Just like Professor Bahin Gaz showed us. I have to recall that feeling. His eyes squeezed shut as he tried to focus his power. All right, let's begin. The monster was held in place, standing still. Thank you, Professor Bahin Gaz. A series of skeletons appeared in an instant. Thanks, Pier. All-out attack. Each skeleton charged forward, sword in hand, stabbing straight into the monster. Blood splattered like rain as they stabbed relentlessly. The monster's eyes bulged, filled with red veins. The students watching from the sidelines began to whisper. Did they switch to a different plan? Well, their formation has changed. So, they must have come up with another plan. This must just be a hasty, improvised tactic. But it's not bad, is it? He was injured, but still tried his best, refusing to give up. Am I missing something? I feel like I can do much better than this. He remembered old Pier's words. To control the undead, you need an iron will. A top-tier necromancer, even when doing the most trivial things, still displays an unshakable will. And that determination can be emotions like rage, hatred, or malice. The more negative the emotion, the greater the power it brings. His eyes widened as he commanded the skeletons. Kill it! The skeletons, infused with his command and immense hatred, shouted kill. They became even more ferocious, slashing and killing without stopping. Kill it! Even the students watching turned pale with fear as he repeatedly ordered, kill it. All the skeletons used everything they had to stab into the monster. Kill it! The monster, stabbed repeatedly, was about to collapse. Yet it still charged forward, mustering its last bit of strength, raising its club high to smash down. Cammy, scared out of her wits, screamed, Simon! He didn't know what to do. Even that many skeletons couldn't stop it. It was too late. Malin Vilne chanted an incantation. It's come to this. I'll use my strongest spell. Dark elemental magic. Dark ice. The ground beneath him glowed blue, and a wall of freezing ice appeared, stopping the monster in its tracks. Keep going, Simon. You saved my life. Don't stop. We're about to win. He realized who it was, and quickly thanked her. Thanks, beautiful. Thank you, Malin Vilne. Kamibaz Usula. All the conditions have been met. Right now. I understand. Simon. Blood magic. Usula's eyes streamed with blood. Everyone was using their strongest move. Blood covered her body, and her 2 eyes turned a terrifying black. Hemorrhage. He rushed forward to catch the exhausted girl as she collapsed. Kamibaz Usula, the rest is up to you, Simon. It's my turn to shine. Leave it to me, Kamibaz Usula. Thanks, Professor Aaron. Summon bone fragments. Reconstruct. Trident. He did exactly as he had just been taught. Finishing move. The students outside were amazed. Incredible. This whole team is amazing. The monster's entire body was impaled by ice and bone. Not a single spot missed. Everyone, use the Navia potion. They all started throwing vials. Got it. It's working. A golden light rose from the monster. He had no choice but to pray. Please, just fall. Please. Luck was on their side. It had almost collapsed. The monster's entire body was in indescribable pain. But what? It could still get up? What the hell is going on? He was furious. They had used everything they had, and it still wasn't enough. Unless we use a finishing blow, are all our attacks meaningless? Give me the charm. He threw it, and Simon immediately caught it. He raised his sword high. The dark energy is gone, so the charm's effect will only last for 10 minutes. All right, thanks. He then charged forward with his sword, slashing at the monster. But suddenly, his whole body froze. Something was wrong. He couldn't move anymore and collapsed, his legs completely giving out. The other students watching from the sidelines were incredibly anxious, especially Cindy and Victoria. Get up, Simon. You have to win. Come on, Simon, don't give up. Even Hector Moore stood watching. Could it be? The black heels were about to appear. The professor suddenly appeared, shouting Simon's name. Beneath Simon's feet, a massive blue magic circle materialized. Jump. Luckily, he managed to leap high into the air just in time, dodging a fatal blow. That was way too close. With the last of his strength, he was still aiming for the monster's back when his eyes suddenly froze. The monster's club was still hurtling straight for him. It could still launch a super powerful attack. A crimson source of power shot toward him, a direct hit. His stats dropped faster than a rock, down to 7%. He was completely exhausted. He squeezed his eyes shut and passed out. The crowd of students cheered for Simon. Come on, he thought to himself. My body must be completely wrecked. So weak. But he could still raise his hand. An ending like this didn't seem fitting for a necromancer. He still looked healthy, his spirits were high, and his physical strength followed suit. With a clenched fist, he recalled the skeletons, which reassembled into 2 giant arms in midair. They grabbed the enchanted sword from before. Raising it high, it prepared to strike the monster with one final slash. Blood splattered everywhere. The monster's shoulder was torn apart, the pain immense. He collapsed, falling even before the monster did. Group 7. You have successfully killed the Cyclops. Simon, who was on the verge of death, was now wide awake. He clenched his fists and shouted with joy, "We did it!" One of them was so happy he burst into tears, hugging him tightly. Simon, you did it! You did great! That was amazing! I'm so proud of you, man. You're definitely the best. Cammy also wiped away tears of emotion. Congratulations, you did it. Malin Vion also looked at him. Well done. Simon, I'll just consider this a debt I owe you. Everyone got their share of praise. The young lady was also complimented. You did very well too, Malin Violain. Everyone tried their best. The other two also embraced her. Malin Villainy, you did a great job too. Sorry about yesterday. That's right. That ice magic was absolutely incredible. The shy girl tried to put on a serious face. Hey you guys, let me be serious for a second. Oh, did Malin Villain just say something? Her friends were impossibly playful. Laughter rang out endlessly. They were ecstatic, completely over the moon. The 4 of them stood in a line, listening to the professor's evaluation. Everyone did well today. They replied in unison. Thank you, Professor. But results are what matter most at Kizen. So, let's begin the evaluations, starting with Group 1. Group 1, please step forward. Cindy Vivaci's spiritual magic skills were very impressive, but a strategy that relies on only one person and made many mistakes is a valid reason for deducting points. The other groups were criticized harshly. Next time, Kazeo, Osaka, and Jonakasumi hold each other's hands. If there's any issue between you two, then resolve it quickly. This time, you two didn't ruin the group evaluation like a bunch of amateurs, but there's no guarantee it won't happen next time. Just listening made Simon nervous. She knows about every single conflict, no matter how small, between the students, he thought. And that's not the only surprising thing, Malin Villeneuve added. This professor is basically a human CCTV camera. He wondered what else there was. Malin Villeneuve replied, many groups succeeded in hunting a Cyclops, but only 8 groups succeeded in the simulation test. Now, it's up to 13 groups. Don't those other people understand how important that is? The smart one realized what that meant. It means that just succeeding in defeating the Cyclops isn't that important. What's important now is getting a high score. Group 3's final score is an A+. Well done. You clearly defined each member's role. You had good teamwork, and your hunting time was less than 4 minutes, the shortest in the class. This was Hector's group, and you even maintained a stable defense rate, above 90%. I look forward to watching you grow. The other students started murmuring about him. So, Hector Moore is going to be first in our class? With the score he got, that's probably a given. Well done. His smile was brighter than a flower. Thank you, Professor. And finally, Group 7. Your group was a complete mess. It took you 13 minutes and 58 seconds. And the fighter's defense rate was a single-digit number, only 7%. Your reckless actions were completely inconsistent with the strategy you'd planned beforehand. Group 7's evaluation score is a D. They still had to bow their heads. Thank you, Professor. And of course, that's the score before including this special information. This is the autopsy report for the Cyclops that Group 7 killed. The professor held up a report for them to see. The results show that the curses and poisons used to capture the Cyclops caused an unusual side effect in them. The Cyclops that Group 7 faced became extremely aggressive and gradually lost control once the curse was broken. In addition to that, their physical strength was temporarily and significantly increased. In other words, they showed abnormal behavior due to side effects. Therefore, the Kizen administration has determined the difficulty level of Group 7's assessment was completely different from the other groups. This new information caused a stir throughout the class. I told you! Group 7's Cyclops was weird. Based on the aforementioned autopsy results, the administration has concluded that the Cyclops defeated by Group 7 will be scored higher than the others. In other words, you all fought a Cyclops on the level of a red Cyclops. The 4 of them, who had just returned from the brink of death, were in complete shock, frozen stiff. They were this close to kicking the bucket. Yes. Therefore, we will apply a new evaluation standard to your group to be fair, correct? Hector Moore was the one who wanted this the least. Let me announce the corrected scores. Malin Villeen, please step forward. Yes, ma'am. One student used novice-level dark magic, far exceeding the average level of a first-year Kizen student, and played the most crucial role in protecting the fighter. Your shortcoming was getting injured due to overexertion and poor self-management. It was true. Her ice spell had saved him from a fatal blow, paving the way for their victory. But your fighting spirit despite your injuries was impressive. I give you an individual score of 80 points. The young woman looked like she could cry with joy. Next, Haggett Cho. You used a dark curse at the right place and time. Very good. It helped the process of defeating the Cyclops go smoothly. I also give you an individual score of 80 points. He grinned like a madman, happier than a new father. Thank you, Professor. Kamibazu Sula. You performed your role well. As the main attacker, using hemomancy to deal damage. Causing hemorrhaging like that is rarely seen, even among specialized necromancers. I give you an individual score of 85 points. The young woman cried with joy. Thank you, ma'am. Finally, Simon Polentia. The whole class was watching his group, thoroughly satisfied. You fulfilled your duty as the fighter. You demonstrated an ability to deal with unexpected variables and showed leadership in caring for your teammates. You also proved your physical strength and dark combat capabilities while dodging attacks and buying time. You controlled your summoned creature to meet the bleeding condition and also demonstrate various applications of regeneration skills. And you didn't give up until you killed the Xylop. That was excellent. I'm giving you a personal score of 100 points. Simon was completely stunned. He was so ecstatic it felt like he was on cloud 9 for the first time. It's a shame there's no score higher than an A+. The whole class erupted in cheers. Everyone thrilled for him. That's a perfect score. Unbelievable. You were amazing. We did it. Simon, you're incredible. 100 points. Only those guys over there were looking salty about it. Hector unexpectedly turned to him. Shut up before I cut your tongue out. He was absolutely livid. Anything anyone said now would be useless. The happier the 4 members of Team 7 were, the angrier he got. More than anything, it was the feeling of his own powerlessness. If you're not good enough, you just have to accept it. That night, the group went camping to celebrate. Cheers to the A+. Joe, Kamabaz, and Usula were suddenly startled. Whoa. I think this is real alcohol. Simon had no idea. Huh? Really? Yeah, it is, miss. Hong Chang cheerfully raised her glass. But don't worry, I'll be your guardian for tonight. Kizen gave special permission to celebrate this incredible achievement. After your evaluation, the student protection period has ended, so I'm sure you're all facing many difficulties. But you should know, it's not because the professors dislike you. Not at all. Yes, ma'am. So just keep up this momentum. Got it? All 4 of them beamed. Yes, Professor. Then, Hector started acting up again. Professor? It's not often I get the chance to sit and have a drink with you like this. Can I ask you a question? I've been dying to know. The professor agreed immediately. Of course. Go ahead and ask. He grinned from ear to ear. Maybe it was the alcohol that made him bold enough to ask directly. This is just a guess of mine, but do you happen to worry about Simon more than the other students? Malin Villain, sitting next to him, nearly had a heart attack on his behalf. Why would you ask that? But surprisingly, Hong Chang casually admitted it. That's right. Professors are human, too. We also have students we favor or dislike. He laughed and scratched his head. Haha, well, of course, that makes sense. I guess that settles it then. He had no choice but to raise his glass awkwardly. Ahem. I really shouldn't have asked that. How about we just forget what just happened and have another drink, huh? The professor burst out laughing. Are we close enough for you to joke around like that? It's okay. I was just kidding. She sat between the two young men and ruffled both their heads. I adore all my students. Haha, sorry for teasing you. Anyway, let me give you all some good news. Starting next week, you'll be able to go on missions. All 4 of them froze. Is that really good news? Missions are one of Kizen's core systems. After the student protection period ends, the mission period begins. It usually lasts for about 5 days. During these 5 days, we can accept various requests sent in from outside Kizen. Simon was completely in the dark. Hector had to explain everything. These requests can be anything from odd jobs or part-time work to monster extermination. You could be a bodyguard for someone, carry out an assassination, or even fight on someone's behalf. There's a whole range of them. Fight on someone's behalf? Hector nodded. Yep, requests for active necromancers will also be sent to the students. Simon's mind immediately jumped to one thing. There must be a lot of dangerous requests. So there must be compensation, right? That's right. Depending on the difficulty and completion rate of the request, Kizen will give us evaluation points. And the clients pay us a fee for our work. These requests are the best way to earn money to pay for materials at Kizen. If your major is summoning, then this is a great opportunity to make a ton of money. Step 1. We have to complete at least one request during this mission period. Simon asked, what if, during the 5-day mission period, every request we accept ends in failure? And there are a few things we can't forget. During this period, if a mission fails, you get no money and no points. You also have to write an explanatory letter. At that point, you're pretty much screwed. We can also extend a request beyond the mission period until it's done, but I really wouldn't recommend it. Because during the extension period, we can't attend classes. It's better to abandon a mission than to mess up your attendance and studies. This was all a whole new world for him. You can plan things freely. Some students will take on requests within their abilities to finish them quickly and focus on their studies. Other students might leave the island and take on a big case to earn points and money. Basically, everyone has their own strategy. Simon was slowly starting to get it. So, we can plan it however we want? Hector nodded. Yep. You know how it is at Kizen. As long as you get results, anything goes. Suddenly, he clapped Simon on the shoulder and pointed. Oh, look over there. Simon looked where he was pointing. Hector explained. The color of the envelope is used for the requests. There's a notice on the board. Go take a look and choose a request that fits your plan. Oh, one more thing. You can't choose a request that's too easy. Your mission request score depends on it. At Kizen, besides your academic grades, you also have to keep an eye on your mission score. If your mission score isn't high enough, you might be forced to take on a dangerous request, like an assassination mission, for example. So even if a request looks terrifying, you can't put it off for too long. Simon nodded. I get it. Procrastinating isn't a good idea. Hector started to walk away, waving goodbye. All right then. You go take a look and make your choice. See you after you've decided, huh? Simon nodded. Okay, thanks for telling me all this. That guy Simon was always behind the times. He didn't know anything. What should I choose? There were people handing out flyers. Anyone want to go exterminate werewolves on Slope Island? It's for 2 or 3 people. No need to think about it. No matter what, we have to leave the island. The chatter of people around him was lively. Oh, this request is blue, but it's from Lang Jia-tin. Seems like an easy take. Nah, I'll pass. Lang Jia-tin pays way too little. Old man Pier reminded him, our top priority must be to leave the continent, gather soldiers for the Legion, and restore the glory of the past. Simon wondered to himself, are the soldiers for the undead Legion stronger than him? The old man was incredibly proud. I am the master of the Legion. No one dares to oppose me. But a few of the generals belonging to the Legion are terrifying monsters themselves. Hearing this, Simon had to ask, generals of the Legion? Besides you, are there other undead who hold high ranks? The old man explained. The Legion consists of several undead armies, and intelligent, ancient, undead, commanding their own legions of soldiers. Just hearing about it sounds amazing. His eyes shone like stars, an opportunity too good to pass up. So, our objective is to find the ancient undead who were once generals of the Legion. Pier immediately agreed. Exactly. Easier said than done, though. Where are we supposed to find these generals? But he remained optimistic. Don't worry. Those bastards are all monstrously insane. I'd bet they're causing trouble all over the continent right now. Now Simon understood. Pier was reminding him of their personalities. So for now, I'll carefully check the requests. If there were any of Father's undead on the island, Pier would have already told me. So I'll skip any missions located there. After a quick scan, he had no choice but to ask the old man, "How about it, Pier? See anything that stands out?" The old man replied bluntly, "Nothing. Let's just head over to the red level quests." Simon agreed, and they headed over right away. Just then, he bumped into someone. "Oh, sorry. Speak of the devil." It was Hector Moore. The moment he saw Simon, his eyes went wide. "Simon Polentia, you're in the neutral zone too?" Simon replied, a bit flustered. I'm just looking around. Kizen has no influence here, so even if you get into some trouble, Kizen will never find out. I hope we run into each other on a mission." He stared at Simon, his eyes filled with killing intent. Suddenly, Simon called out, "Hey, Hector Moore, be careful." Hector froze in his tracks. The guy was being so kind, while he was being so malicious. He was so ashamed he didn't know where to look, completely speechless. Simon just walked straight past him. He didn't seem to hold any resentment at all. Even Pier noticed. "Is something wrong with that Hector Moore kid? What's his deal?" Simon just replied, "I have no idea." "What about that one? Village ravaged by infected zombies." Pier was unimpressed just hearing it. Plagues are too common. Even a low-level spirit master could pull that off. Besides, none of these quests seem related to any of the general skills. "Hold on, kid. What's that thing over there? That blue envelope, right there." Simon looked over, surprised. Oh, someone must have put it in the wrong place. But that wasn't it. The mission's rank had been changed. The mission is to investigate a disappearance. Request rank, D. Reward, 50 gold coins. Location, the Fief of Annet. Details, multiple young women have vanished, and when they're found, only their dried-up bodies remain. Note, the previous person who accepted this request has also gone missing. Pier seemed to like the sound of this. When they're found, only dried-up bodies remain? "Hey kid, quick, let me see the detailed information on this request." Simon opened it and was shocked. Oh my god, they really were turned into desiccated corpses. But the old man was thrilled. "Ha ha ha. This is it, kid." The picture Simon was looking at showed the corpse of a woman, completely shriveled and dry. Pier's voice was full of glee. "It's definitely her." Simon was completely lost. "Her? Who are you talking about?" His tone instantly became dangerous. "An ancient undead who leads a swarm of spiders. Her name is Isabet. She's practically a spider queen. Are you sure you can handle this?" A heavily cloaked figure replied, "Please, do not worry. Saving the people of this continent from the evil deeds of the undead is the will of the great goddess. In the name of the Holy Father and the goddess." She pulled down her hood. "I, Nelgen, a second-year student of the Fnella Holy Institute, will resolve this matter, no matter the cost." Simon stood in front of a door and let out a long sigh. "Phew. Yes, Professor. It's Simon Polentia." The professor agreed. "Come in." Before he could even open his mouth, she asked, "Are you here about a request?" Simon nodded. "Yes, Professor. Let me see." He immediately handed her the paper. "Yes, here it is." The moment she saw it, she disapproved. "Find a different request. A first year can't handle this." Simon was at a loss for words. The professor had rejected him so quickly. But Pier wanted this, and so did he. He placed a hand over his heart and declared, "No matter what, I want to accept this request. I'm confident that I can handle it." "Professor, that's enough." "Confident? And what good will confidence do you? Still, you must have your reasons for being so bold in front of a Kizen professor. You don't need to convince me." In a flash, the professor signed the paper. She handed the paper back to him while he was still stunned. "You are a member of Kizen. What you must do now is take responsibility for your own results. I hope you're not bluffing." Simon took it joyfully. "Thank you for trusting me." The professor wasn't completely cold-hearted, adding, "Make sure you come back safely." His teammates were waiting outside. Seeing his cheerful face as he ran out, they immediately guessed. Did the professor approve it? They seemed even more worried than he was. "Are you really planning to take that case? I already told you, completing an investigation in 5 days is incredibly difficult." But Simon just replied, "Thank you for worrying about me, Malin Villane." The girl's face flushed bright red as she immediately denied it. "Who said I was worried about you? I'm not." It was obvious just by looking at her. He just chuckled and asked, "So, where are you headed?" The girl looked pleased with herself and winked. "It's a personal protection mission near Zerton Village. It's super easy, and you get a lot of points for it." Simon suddenly wondered, "But what if you run into bandits or something? What would I do?" She revealed the emblem on her clothes. "I'll just show them this. If they're even a little bit smart, they won't mess with a Kizen student." Simon was stunned. "Doesn't that seem a little cowardly?" The girl was at a loss for words. What do you mean, cowardly? This is exactly why everyone sends their requests to Kizen. Simon was stunned and couldn't argue back. I get it. The two waved goodbye. Well, I'm heading out. See you next week. He also reminded her, all right, you be careful not to get hurt. His legs were getting tired from standing, so he went to find a place to rest, where he ran into a beautiful girl. The girl took the initiative to greet him first. Hello. We haven't seen each other since the acceptance ceremony, have we? Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Shon Enduk, the official heir to the Ivory Tower and the second-ranked special admission student. Simon sat down across from her. I see. I'm Simon Polentia. I'm from Lazine. Before he could even finish, she chuckled. I heard you've been taking care of our Malin Villain. She might get angry with you sometimes, but she's actually a very gentle and kind person. Please, take good care of her, Simon asked, surprised. Why are you telling me this? The hypocrisy was blatant. The girl was taken aback. Excuse me? Simon despised these types of fake, manipulative girls. He looked her straight in the eye and declared, Malin Villain is a Kizen student, same as you. She doesn't need you to coddle her or treat her like a junior. She's doing just fine on her own, without you worrying about her. The girl was caught off guard, completely frozen and speechless. Suddenly, an announcement echoed. The teleporter will activate shortly. Please keep your hands inside the device. As it powered up, the girl looked at him with amusement. I get it now. See you later, then. With that, she vanished. He was also transported to his mission location. Just a few minutes of talking to that girl left his mind reeling. It was exhausting. She gave off such an oppressive aura, like a queen or a high-ranking noble. He had probably forgotten what the Ivory Tower was, or maybe he never even knew. But since Malin Villain was also from there, he understood her worries. But the way she treated Malin Vienna like a subordinate really bothered him. Who knew just a short conversation could be so draining? Just then, the old man in armor appeared. Kid, why'd you get me such a small suit of armor? Damn it, it's so cramped and uncomfortable in here. Simon was at a loss. We're already here. What more can I do? There was no other choice. That was the last suit of armor available. Besides, I can't just take you everywhere without a disguise, can I? You'd scare everyone. The thought alone is unsettling. Anyway, we've arrived at the mission location. What's the plan? The old man advised. The most basic step in handling a mission is gathering information, and one way to do that is to meet the client. The one who issued the quest is the lord of this town. Just tell them you're a student from Kizen, and you should be able to get all the information you need. However, if the client hasn't solved this case by now, there's definitely a reason. So, let's skip that step. The next method is to find the information ourselves. Back when I was on missions with Richard Polentia, I did this a lot. In my experience, this is usually the fastest way. Simon thought that sounded pretty good. Okay, but we only have 5 days. What if we run out of time? Then there's the final method. Buying information from the Thieves Guild, also known as the Information Guild. Money wasn't an issue for him. Not a bad idea. First, we need to find out if there's an information guild here. The two of them then headed into the city. The place was bustling with people. The old man told him, you can ask an innkeeper or a tavern owner. Your experience is still too green. Simon decided to do as the old man said. All right, let's hurry. We don't have much time. As soon as they entered an inn, the owner came out to greet them. Welcome, gentlemen. A rich man spends his money well. He tossed a gold coin. Give us a clean, spacious room, plus breakfast for tomorrow. Oh, and a loaf of multigrain bread will do. The owner immediately agreed. Of course. Do you want your change? No need. Instead, tell me where the Thieves Guild is. He even added a few silver coins as a tip. But the man didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked back, May I ask what business brings you here? Simon put on a mature act, crossing his arms. Is that how you speak to a customer? Come on, I give you a gold coin. You give me information. Old man Pier, watching this, couldn't help but tease. A kid who's still wet behind the ears trying to play grown-up. Just as he was about to draw his weapon, the innkeeper flinched and quickly said, Ah, you want to know where the Thieves Guild is, right? Simon slammed his hand on the table. That's right. And all the information you have about the disappearances. Tell me everything. Now. To add to the effect, old man Pier stood behind him and menacingly drew his sword. Not bad. You two look like a couple of real thugs. Having gotten the information they wanted, they left satisfied. Good thing we went all in. Even Pier had to admit, that was a good move, kid. Now we can speed things up. Most of the missing people were young men, but only the women were turned into dried-up mummies. There were no signs of sexual assault on the victims, the old man added. She captures and toys with the men, while the women are drained of their blood because she has no interest in them. Yes, yes, that's exactly what a Jezebel would do. I'm sure she's in this town. As Simon entered the tavern, the owner warmly welcomed him. What can I get you? Simon rummaged through his pockets. Ah, I heard there's a special menu. He placed a silver coin on the counter. Could you prepare it for me? The man agreed instantly. Of course. Let me lead you inside. Simon and old man Pier followed him. The inside was dark, with guards standing watch. He opened a door and gestured them in. This way. Inside, a young woman was already waiting. Well, hello. What brings you two here? Bringing distinguished guests from afar to my guild. The woman before him, with long blonde hair and a sexy red dress, already looked like she commanded respect. Simon got straight to the point. I'm here to buy information. The woman asked immediately. Oh? And what information are you looking for? He replied without hesitation. I need information about the disappearances in this region, the mummified corpses, and everything your guild knows about this case. Sounds fascinating, the woman said, stroking her chin. Everything you say? That's going to cost you quite a bit. I wonder if a first-year Kizen student like you can afford it. They already knew who he was that fast. Seeing his baby-faced expression, the woman burst out laughing. Ha, don't look so surprised. It was just a little guess. The lord of this region is very desperate to solve this case. He's assigned the task to many individuals and organizations, so I was fairly certain Kizen would be among them. You probably realized on your way here, this region isn't very large. Our lord doesn't have the funds to hire a necromancer from the main headquarters. So, the only option left was to ask for help from the students. And at this time of year, the students from Kizen, she said, walking closer to him, are all rookies. This woman was much sharper than the innkeeper. Simon knew he couldn't let her lead him by the nose. He took the initiative to turn the tables, placing his hand on hers. Your deductions are quite interesting. How about I take a guess as well? With his handsome face, he smoothly grabbed the beautiful woman's wrist. A serious incident has occurred, and it shook the whole region. Just as you said, the Lord must have requested a lot of help to resolve the incident, and most of those who accepted the mission came to this guild, but unfortunately, no one could solve the case. As a result, it ended up in my hands. Even the townspeople don't know much about it. Similar incidents have happened repeatedly over the years, but no one has even been able to guess the culprit's identity, let alone solve the case. Don't you find this lack of information incredibly strange? I mean, I'll say it to her face. Everyone is being deceived by someone's clever lies. Otherwise, this would just make me think the guild in this region is incompetent, but I don't believe that's the case. The moment you placed that silver coin, you were sending a signal. You're not as incompetent as you look. Am I right? He then grabs her head, pulling her close. Now, start talking before I tear this place apart. It was a clear warning, but the girl didn't show the slightest bit of fear. I'm sorry, but, she said, pointing at her wrist. Could you let go of my hand first? The time for games is over. Let's get down to business. You want the truth that badly? Then I have no other choice. But you'll have to bear all the risks that come with this information. You still want to know? The man next to him wasn't afraid of anything. Of course, the young woman walked behind a red curtain. Please wait here for a moment. Then, she was gone. Only then did Simon dare to let out a sigh of relief, his face pale and drenched in sweat. That act he just put on was a masterpiece, but he wasn't even sure it would work. But from the sound of her voice, it seems there's still more to investigate. If we can just find out where Elizabeth is right now. Suddenly, the old man burst into a delighted laugh. Ha ha ha! The young man turned to him in surprise. What is it? At first, I wasn't so sure, but now it's clear. Open your eyes and look. The man had no idea what he was talking about. What? What are you talking about? He didn't realize that the figure standing behind the woman was moving unnaturally. The person crawling out from behind the woman is none other than Elizabeth the spider. Old Pier shouted. That's the offspring of Elizabeth, the mummified spider. The woman appeared in an instant. Your determination is quite impressive, Kizen brat. Oh, what a pity. It seems I won't be seeing you again. Her face transformed, the skin tearing away to reveal a demonic visage. The man screamed in horror. The old man immediately drew his weapon. Don't worry, kid. With a single slash of his gleaming sword, he instantly finished off the entire swarm of spiderlings. Only then did the woman recognize an old acquaintance. Oh my, so it's you. The old man pointed directly at her. What evil scheme are you plotting in a small town like this? He then advised her, Bada Leon is back. You should go back. Don't cause any more trouble. But she just laughed. Oh my. I refuse, she said bluntly. You're not very bright, are you? Richard Polentia used us and then threw us away like trash. Enraged, Old Pier charged forward, yelling, "Get down." The young man quickly obeyed as the old man unleashed a fatal blow. She still wouldn't shut up. After being humiliated like that, you still stubbornly stay with Battalion? The old man mercilessly slaughtered every single spider. He immediately shot back. How foolish. You associate with such despicable people that your own thoughts have become contaminated. Battalion itself is strength and will. How can a general like you be swayed by such petty emotions? But the witch argued back. How could I not be affected? All because of one woman. Richard Polentia pushed comrades who'd been together for a decade to their deaths. Simon, standing nearby, was completely stunned. If she knew this was Richard Polentia's son, she'd probably kill him 10 times over. That's why I hate Richard Polentia to the very marrow of my bones. She barely had time to laugh before she was stabbed right in the face by old Pier's sword. Enough. I can't stand your arrogance any longer. How dare you challenge the master of Battalion? Have you forgotten the days when you... She lunged forward to counter, but old Pier had the upper hand, bringing up the past. The time she kneeled at his feet like a dog. Had she forgotten? The lowly will always be lowly. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't defeat him. 1,000 sword blades, denser than a spider's web, tore her entire nest to shreds. And yet, in the end, he couldn't finish her off, allowing her to mock him. That all sounded very impressive, but you've gotten much weaker now, haven't you, Pier? I bet your seal has been broken recently, right? Watching her turn to leave, the old man yelled, "Where do you think you're going?" She didn't even care, tossing back a single sentence. "See you again, Pier." "Oh, and you too, Kizen brat." Simon looked around the place. This whole information guild was a nest of Ezebeths. The old man was also shocked. That's right. For her, coordinating information is as easy as pie. Damn it, there are too many of these damn insects. We can't kill them all. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Oh, you really are useless. I was waiting for you two monsters to fight to the death. Tisk, I guess I'm not that lucky." As the woman brandished her weapon, she said, "I should go after her. Right after I finish you two off here." A brilliant light erupted from her staff. The young man screamed in terror. "It's her. That's Enlegen." Before striking, she even smiled and waved. "Take care, everyone." A blinding light of 1,000 volts flashed before the eyes of Simon and old Pier, so bright they could see their past lives. Oh my. Is this witch's head full of electricity or something? After blasting them, she said, "Oops, I missed that soldier and the little boy. Well, time to go chase after that spider demon." Of course, the two men weren't dead. Old Pier felt like he was going through his 82nd calamity. Oh God, a priest has interfered in this? What a mess. The young man was also at a loss for words. How did we end up in this mess? Now how are we supposed to find Ezebeth? The old man assured him there was still a way. "Don't worry, she's somewhere nearby. A moment ago, when I used my power, I was able to sense the dark energy radiating from her. I'm tracking that dark energy now. If we follow it, we'll find her." The young man nodded. "Okay, that's good. But that priest from before, she was pretty powerful, wasn't she?" The old man said bluntly, "Humph. Stronger than you, at least. Look at the white uniform under the cloak she was wearing. She's probably from Epnele. She must have received a mission equivalent to a Kizen's black mission. That means she's a second-year student or higher, not a first year, because black missions are the hardest." Just hearing about it gave him a headache. I should have complained to the Lord about giving us overlapping missions. This seems way harder than the usual green missions. How am I supposed to solve this in 5 days? That's not even the worst news, the old man added. "Kid, there's something you need to know. But don't panic. The undead belonging to Battalion always crave a human commander. When she first joined, she had special feelings for Richard Polentia. But I never thought she would still love and hate Richard Polentia this much. This is really complicated." The young man froze, stiff as a board. I see. So that's why she acts so violently." The old man told him. "Yes, now you understand. Let's go find Ezebeth, quickly." The young man nodded in agreement. "All right." Just then, they heard loud shouts. "There are people over there!" It was a group of kidnapped people, begging, "Hello, please untie us. A spider monster was trying to eat us. Help!" He quickly ran over. "I'll release everyone right now." These people really had their ancestors looking out for them. Thank you so much." Watching him rescue people like that, old man Pier was speechless. "Tisk, you're too sentimental to be a necromancer," he immediately asked. "Then what is a necromancer supposed to do?" The old man replied instantly. "You kill everyone who crosses your path and turn them into skeletons, making them part of your army." One of the clueless villagers even offered a knife to Simon. "Here, boy, untie her with this sword." Simon told Old Man Pier. You know that's forbidden in Kizen. The old man manipulated Simon. What's there to know? No one's watching. Besides, you're not the type to be bound by rules, are you? If that were the case, you wouldn't have run to the forbidden forest. Simon was at a loss for words. You're right, but I'm just following what my father told me. The old man immediately asked, so what lesson did that bastard teach you? He taught me not to become a monster. Just then, the old man laughed as he took off his helmet, and Simon froze. I asked him how to do that, and he replied that it's very important to draw a line for yourself. Old Man Pier burst out laughing. Heh heh heh, that's exactly what he would advise. Simon looked dumbfounded. Huh? The old man reassured him. It's nothing. If that's your decision as the commander of the battalion, then I will respect it. It seems you've given up on the idea of running away, haven't you? The spider lady, sitting with her legs crossed like a noble, replied, Never. Turns out she was here the whole time. Because you sniffed out the dark energy from me, you'd follow me everywhere, right? So I've decided to deal with you right here, Elizabeth, former general of the battalion. Simon suddenly became serious and called her by her full name. I want to make you an offer. Join my battalion. But she flatly refused to listen. I will never return to the battalion that betrayed me. Moreover, you're asking me to follow the orders of a necromancer like you? A naive, untrustworthy child chosen by Pier out of personal sentiment? Huh? Simon was stung. Did you just call me untrustworthy? My name is Simon Polentia, son of Richard Polentia and Anna Forlentia. Shocking news. The lady must have been stunned. You, Elizabeth, you used to be my father's subordinate. Her whole body trembled, unable to stay calm. Stop it. So, the fact that I, his son and the current commander of the battalion, am recruiting you, she screamed. I don't want to hear it. Stop, he continued. Is completely natural. They both screamed at each other, neither willing to back down. Shut up. The lady went completely insane. Her body slumped over, and she angrily revealed her true form. Anna. Anna! That disgusting woman and the enemy who abandoned me. In an instant, countless spider legs appeared, and her 6 blood-red eyes glared as she screamed, Die! She rushed forward to attack Simon, but without any hesitation, he stood his ground to face her. Suddenly, Old Man Pier launched a sneak attack from behind. Nice one, kid. He slashed right at her with his sword. This feint worked. Her whole body was brought down by Old Man Pier's sword. She screamed in agony. Her spider legs were severed. Simon immediately seized the chance. This is my opportunity. Dark energy enhancement. She just stood there, taking hit after hit, stab after stab. One of Simon's super strong thrusts hit a vital spot. This is your last chance, Elizabeth. He had her pinned under his foot. You refused the easy way, so now you get the hard way. He immediately asked, Will you join the battalion, or do you want to die right now? She lay flattened beneath his foot, with no way to escape. Just then, something came flying at them. Luckily, the quick-witted Old Man Pier blocked it for him. Damn it. Dodge, kid, he said, forcefully pushing Simon aside and holding him tight behind a thick shield. What attacked them was a light brighter than the sun. Holy power. He almost died, but they were saved just in time. That wench was back. You, ancient and wicked souls. A troublesome swarm of spiders. Today, you will all be annihilated. Just looking at her, you could tell this woman was arrogant and hateful. Goodbye. She immediately fired a beam of light at Pier and Simon's group. Simon was starting to get scared now, too. He immediately asked his strategist, What do we do now? The old man thought quickly. Attack that priest first. Can we even win? We're fighting that priest. The spider wench managed to hide. Fighting against holy power is a bit tricky, but the priest herself is quite weak. You can beat her in a single blow. Let me handle the attack. You focus on distracting her. Simon immediately agreed. All right. That girl over there, completely clueless, was still looking around like a monkey. Oh? Since when were you standing right behind the spider lady? It seems your leg is injured. Don't worry. I'll send you to hell painlessly. With this, she yelled, firing that damn thing that shoots light. My mission is complete. The spider lady stood there, unable to fight back. Suddenly, something flashed by Simon. Unexpectedly, Simon used his own body to block the attack for her. She was so moved that she reverted to her human form. With only 2 eyes, she looked quite pretty, huh? Simon's entire body was pierced by that light. The pain was excruciating, blood was pouring out, and his vision blurred. He was on the verge of death. Who knew that holy light would affect him like this? He collapsed instantly. The lady screamed, Kid, as flames flickered. A rather cute-looking spider appeared. He was startled and backed away. Old man Pier spoke up. "Oh, you're awake, kid?" As soon as he woke up, he had to ask, "What happened to Elizabeth and the priest?" The old man pointed behind them. "There they are. The spider girl is kneeling, awaiting her punishment. The priestess is hanging upside down from the rafters. Her mouth was screaming, 'Young master, please, I beg you, spare my life.' The more she bragged earlier, the more she cried now. That'll teach her to be so arrogant." The old man explained to him, "While you were unconscious, I formed a temporary alliance with Elizabeth to capture that girl. This girl is just a junior student from FNLA, so she should be easy to control. I can't believe you'd show such misplaced mercy and even plead for an enemy. Could you put her down for a moment? The lord of this region has requested that both Kizen and FNLA handle this case, so we should at least hear what she has to say." As soon as she was released, the young woman knelt down in thanks. "Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sparing my life." The man cut in. "You don't need to thank me just yet. First, answer our questions, will you? Are you a student of FNLA?" The girl thought she could get away with denying it, immediately crying out, "No, I'm not." The old man was at a loss for words. She lies the moment she opens her mouth. He also called her bluff. "But you're wearing an FNLA uniform." The girl came up with the most difficult excuse imaginable. "This is a fake uniform." Her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. "Actually, I was expelled from FNLA 2 years ago. To be precise, I was kicked out before I even finished my first year." The two men were utterly confused. "Then why were you pretending to be an FNLA student?" The girl had no choice but to tell the truth. "It's because I didn't want to accept the fact that I'd been expelled. And I had to find a way to make money because my family isn't very well off. That's why I impersonated an FNLA student. I'm so sorry." The spider woman crossed her arms scornfully. "Aha. You think I'll believe that? You're just making up excuses to get out of this situation." She then lunged forward and tore the girl's sleeve. Only when she saw it rip did she believe it. "So it really is just normal clothing? I heard FNLA's uniforms are as durable as Kizen's." The young woman shouted indignantly, "This is a fake uniform I sewed myself." The man, helpless, offered his own jacket. "I'm sorry. Here, wear this for now." "What's your name?" The young woman replied softly. "Oh, I'm Nelgen." To the demons watching, this scene was a complete eyesore. The spider woman was left speechless. He asked further, "If you're not an FNLA student, why did you accept this mission?" The girl replied, "Those border brokers. They had a mission to exterminate the undead. The pay was very high. In the Dark Alliance, just like with Kizen, FNLA also pays more for missions within the Alliance." Simon understood. "I see. So, have you met the Lord of this region?" The girl nodded. "Yes. I received the mission directly from the Lord." He asked again, "Do you have any proof? For example, did you receive a recommendation or detailed documents about this mission? Anything at all? Could you show them to me?" The man didn't realize how pointless it was to ask this in front of the real culprit. The spider demon was still standing right there. As the two of them talked back and forth, "Oh, of course. Wait a moment. Thank you." The spider woman couldn't take it anymore. She was so frustrated she was on the verge of tears. Why was the scene between the two young people in front of her so beautiful? It was just like the scene with Richard Polentia and Anna all those years ago. She thought she had forgotten all about it by now. The young woman was overcome with sadness. The man then asked for the whole stack of documents. "May I have all of these? If you agree to hand them over, I'll take care of everything else." The young woman readily agreed. "Oh, sure, feel free." Old man Pier asked confusedly, "What do you plan to do with these, kid?" He replied, "I'm going to see the Lord. I have to gather everything I can from him." The old man burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. Like father, like son." The man stood up. "We should get going now." Suddenly, the spider woman turned towards him. "Simon Polentia, correct? Your offer to join your battalion. I accept. However, I have one condition." She pointed directly at the other girl. "Simon, strangle that priestess with your own hands." The other girl was terrified, suddenly finding herself caught up in this multi-generational revenge plot. Simon stood between the two women. "You want me to kill her?" The woman's face was wicked and sinister. "That's right. That is my only condition. She must think she's something special. Elizabeth, former general of the Spider Army, give me a reason why I should kill Nelgen." She even placed a hand on her chest to prove her point. "I want to know if you are a master worthy of my loyalty." The man, unconcerned, repeated himself. "What I am asking is, but why should I have to prove I'm worthy of your loyalty? She was probably not worthy herself." He brought her back down to earth, and she froze completely. "How embarrassing." "Huh?" He added a few more lines. "I think you're mistaken. It's true that you once belonged to my father's battalion, but I am not my father. I will run my own battalion with my own decisions and standards. But based on what I have witnessed, you are not worthy. She was at a loss for words. Her face went completely blank. You may be immortal, but you have been corroded by your wicked thoughts. You get swept up in your own emotions and overlook important details. What would killing Nelgen prove? In the end, this request of yours is just a kind of justification. You're just acting on your own whims. You just want to manipulate me into obeying your impulsive and vulgar desires. He verbally thrashed her without missing a beat. She was left speechless and unable to argue. I cannot trust a creature like that. My new battalion has no need for someone as mentally unstable as you. After speaking, he turned and left decisively. Let's go back. It's late. Before leaving, Nelgen glanced at the woman. I'm afraid we've wasted our precious time here. That stung. The woman sat there, stunned, not knowing what to do. After they left, old man Pier asked, Are you really going to surrender to Elizabeth? Simon scoffed. Like hell I am. No way. I only did that to gain the power of our bond. Elizabeth is very possessive, and tends to do as she pleases. I have no other choice if I'm to be the one to tame her in the future. The old man understood. So, getting stabbed by the holy spear was also part of your plan? The man smiled smugly. I'd rather not comment on that. The priestess turned to him. I'm truly sorry about the attack earlier. He didn't mind at all. It's fine. It's not like you were aiming for me. The two walked and talked. Are you sure? The holy spear pierced right through your chest. Don't necromancers place their cores next to their chests? If it was damaged. The man cut her off. Perfectly fine. It's nothing. I don't think it pierced the core. Old man Pier was immediately suspicious. The spear went clean through the core. But how is the kid completely unharmed? Not only is he unscathed, but our pact wasn't affected either. Impossible. Could it be that the kid just got lucky, and the spear missed his core? The man found it strange that the old man suddenly went quiet. He had to turn and ask, What's wrong? Let's go. The old man quickly ran to catch up. I'm coming right now. The moment he was seen inside the room, murmurs of admiration erupted. Oh my, what an honor. To think we'd be hosting such a distinguished guest. The bald man grinned from ear to ear. The young man also introduced himself. I am Count Simon, Lord of Annet. And I am Simon Polentia, a first-year student at Kizen. The old man warmly invited him in. You must be tired from your journey. You came all this way because of my request. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Please, make yourself at home, get some rest, and I'll do my best to make your stay as comfortable as possible. There's no need to worry about me being tired. Simon offered a polite smile. I wasn't tired at all. I came here using a teleportation circle. The bald man's eyes widened in realization. I see, just as expected from Kizen. In that case, let me treat you to dinner. Please, have a seat. Simon wanted to get to business first. Thank you, sir, but I'd like to discuss your proposal. Haha, yes, that's important, but it's getting late. I've heard life at Kizen is very difficult. Why don't you take this chance to rest for a bit? After speaking, he waved his hand. Bring some drinks and food over here. He ignored Simon's protests. That's not necessary. I have something important to discuss with you. Count Simon, the old man who had been beating around the bush, finally spoke. I apologize for making you travel so far, but the incident has already been resolved. As thanks for your concern and the time you took to come here, I will pay you for this job. So please, rest up before you leave. Simon rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. How strange. According to information from the guild, a related incident just occurred this morning, and I can't accept payment without completing the mission. We'll both be in trouble if Kizen investigates this later. The old man was getting nervous now, fuming but unable to do anything. So just tell me your request and how you resolved it, Count Simon. The man clenched his fists, adamant. I told you to stay. He slammed his hand down on the table, roaring. So just stay. Is that so hard to understand? You may be from Kizen, but you're just a first-year student. How dare you oppose me, the Count and Lord of this territory? Why are you making such a big deal out of this? I'm still paying you, aren't I? The soldiers rushed in as well. Seeing the guards surrounding him with their swords drawn, Simon remained completely unafraid. At first, you tried to sweet-talk me, and now you're threatening me. You've really made up your mind, haven't you? Even using your soldiers. If that's the case, then I can't just sit back and do nothing. As he finished his sentence, the old specter appeared in a flash, radiating a deathly aura. The bald man practically wet himself in fear, and the soldiers were frozen stiff, not daring to advance. The old specter, Pier, didn't even bother wearing armor as he drew his sword. Looks like we'll be welcoming quite a few new members to the team today. Very well. The bald old man collapsed to the ground in fear. His jaw dropped. How could a mere first-year student summon so many undead soldiers? Simon looked coldly into the old man's eyes. Do you wish to continue? The man was too scared to stand, but he still stubbornly pointed a finger. How dare you? You have no power here besides your connection to Kizen. And even if you are from Kizen, you have no right to interfere with the autonomy of a territory of the Dark Alliance. This is an unjustifiable use of force. Pier sat down on the ground. Simon asked in a cold voice. Unjustifiable, you say? The moment the Count saw Nelgen, he jumped in shock. While we were resolving this case, we captured a priestess from Fnele. Due to a curse, she's currently unconscious. If we were to hand her over to Kizen for interrogation, we could certainly find quite a few clues. But for the crime of bringing a priestess to Kizen, this place would be wiped off the map for treason. Am I wrong? He'd already won this game. Too easy. The old man had nothing left to say and collapsed to the floor. No, he slammed his bald head against the floorboards. I'm sorry. I had to resolve this case at any cost. My subjects are living in fear, so I wanted to handle it as quickly as possible. Whatever the price, I will take full responsibility. Please, spare my people. Simon wondered. Why would you want to cover this up when you're so worried about this domain? The old man finally told the truth. It's because our business situation has only just stabilized, and the Crown Prince will be visiting us soon. But if these terrible incidents keep happening, then that visit, Simon understood. The visit will be postponed, and your business will fail again. The old man nodded frantically, his face etched with worry. Yes, that's why I colluded with the News Guild and suppressed all information. I tried to handle it to the best of my ability. I even tried contacting Kizen and all the mercenary groups, but the situation didn't improve until 3 months ago. That's why I grew anxious and contacted Fnella through a broker. Of course, I had no idea a priestess would actually come here. That's all there is to it. And just like that, Simon believed him. He beamed. I understand. The old man kowtowed, begging, so please, spare them. Punish me alone. Simon had no desire to punish him. All right, I've heard your story from Pier. This domain is a strategic point, being the closest to the Holy Federation. I'd hate to see such an important place be destroyed. And personally, I quite like this town. The old man froze. What did you say? I will do my best to ensure this incident isn't leaked and doesn't affect your domain. The old man's eyes lit up, happier than a new father. Really? There's no such thing as a free lunch, of course. However, it will cost you a little. The old man agreed immediately. Yes. No matter the cost, I'll prepare the money. Just then, a soldier ran in. My lord, there's trouble. The undead are surrounding the castle. Now this is new. Even Simon didn't know anything about this. It was the spiders. Simon told the bald man to calm down. Open the castle gates. I'll go out and see what's going on. The old man was horrified. What? That's too dangerous. But Simon wasn't afraid in the least, smiling smugly. It's fine. It was the spider lady who had come looking for him. I may be a first-year student, but I'm still a necromancer. He asked her, why have you come here, Elizabeth? The spider lady was less aggressive now. Perhaps a night's rest had cleared her head. Simon Polentia, son of the late Commander Jacha von Lentia. I, Elizabeth, wish to serve you. She bowed her head obediently and respectfully. So please, give me the opportunity to join your legion and be tested. Simon spoke plainly. Elizabeth, I have a few conditions if you want to join my battalion. First, you are not to kill people without my permission. If you need to drain fluid, then hunt monsters. The bald man had already started spreading the word everywhere. Kizen sent us a necromancer. Thanks to him, all the misfortunes that have befallen us have been resolved. Second, you are not to harm those close to me, in any way, whatsoever. The bald man was so happy he was grinning from ear to ear. Now, all we need to do is welcome His Highness, the Crown Prince. And third, you must obey me at all costs. Simon looks so grown up now. Oh, she's looking at him with a hint of regret. Now I'm here again, stepping into hell on my own accord. This contract is truly troublesome and binding. Only a painful future awaits me. But even with another chance, I'm sure I'd make the same choice again. It was all because Simon blocked that attack for her that night. Just the thought of it made her incredibly happy. She smiled gently, content, holding her skirt and bowing her head in complete submission. I can endure anything as long as I am with you, my lord. You can bind me however you wish. Both my body and soul belong to you. I trade this absolute loyalty for just one thing. Old man Pier crossed his arms and shook his head. A true expert on human nature. She's fallen for him, just as Pier thought. When he asked what she wanted, the main character immediately replied, "Your love. She's fallen for everyone from the father to the son, and she never gets tired of it." I even grabbed Simon's hand tightly. "I'll do anything you want, but I won't force you. Just treat me well, that's all I ask." Simon flinched. I understand, but deep down, he was a little scared of her. Her submission was good, but this was getting way too uncomfortable. She pressed Simon's hand against her large chest. "Then, shall we sign the contract?" Simon, terrified, leaned away from her. "Wait, you're standing too close." A pitch-black aura enveloped them both. The contract was signed, and an immense power radiated from. "How can you be so cute?" Old Man Pier said to her. "Welcome back, Battalion Izavet." She became much more docile. "It's been a long time since I've been bound by a contract. I don't get how she fell for a guy like you. That's a straight-up dagger to the heart of a young man. But you really are weak. You've gotten weaker. It's because you're influenced by the commander. You hit and then you soothe." After saying that, she placed a hand on his chest, but the dark energy warmed me and calmed my mind. Simon urged them, "Come on, Nelgen is waiting for us." The woman finally realized, Commander, did I hurt you? If so, then I will soothe your wounded heart," he screamed in terror. "No, thank you." They went into the forest and met up with Nelgen again. "Oh, are you finished with your discussion?" Seeing her smiling brightly like a flower, she giggled. "Hee hee, how was my acting? It seems like everyone bought it." He laughed too. "It was perfect. Look at this." He opened the chest, revealing a pile of money. "Wow, you really got a lot of money from them." Old Man Pier immediately scoffed. "What do you mean, a lot? This is much less than I expected." She quickly replied, "No way. 500 gold coins is 10 times the original reward." He casually handed her a large bag. "Here, this is your share." The girl was completely shocked. For me?" Simon nodded. "Yeah. Don't you need to support your family? Take this and take care of them." The girl was deeply moved. "Thank you so much. I will never forget your kindness." Simon, who wasn't short on cash, replied, "It's nothing. So, are you planning on returning to the Holy Order?" She nodded. "Yes. I plan to return to a place called Lohazan. If you ever have a chance to visit the Holy Order, please come find me. I'll show you the way." Simon was a little surprised. "Really? Thank you. I hope we don't have to meet on the battlefield next time." The girl was speechless. "You're so cold." He gives her all that money and she calls him cold? Old Man Pier watched Nelgen wave goodbye, at a loss for words. "You not only let a priestess go, but you even gave her money. Why?" "Actually, I've already thought it through. When I advance further in Kizen, I'll have to take on some unsavory missions, right? So, it's a good idea to have connections I can use, and if I give her a little money, she'll become a perfect ally, won't she?" Old Man Pier understood. "So, you bought her trust with money?" "No, that's not it. I thought you'd understand." Meanwhile, the woman clung to him, completely infatuated. "Commander, you're the best." The old man couldn't figure out what kind of person Simon was. "Oh, for goodness sake. Looking at what you do, I'm not sure if you're a good person or a bad one anymore." Simon seemed a bit sad. "Is that really necessary? Half of my blood belongs to a priest. I don't want to hate someone just because they're a priest, and there's no reason to. So judging people like that is pointless. All I need to do is achieve what I need to achieve." Pier replied knowingly, "I see. It's going to take us quite some time to figure out what kind of person you are. Now that the mission is complete, shouldn't we head back?" But Simon didn't want to go back yet. "No, there's still plenty of time. I think I'll do a little training before we go back. It's hard to use the battalion's power in Kizen." The old man came up with a new idea. "That's a good idea. Then this time, let's learn from Izavet." The girl, who had been busy admiring the handsome man, finally understood. "You mean, my babies? But that's a great idea. You are now my new master and commander. You should know how to control these babies. So, I will teach you the basics of the steel spiders." Hearing this, Simon's eyes lit up. "A new skill? Awesome." The woman got straight to business. The main ability of the steel spiders is their silk. Silk is a restraining skill, and also a mobility skill. "Now, Commander, make these spiders shoot their silk at a tree." Simon closed his eyes and began to test the spider silk. The spiders were quite obedient, shooting their silk continuously. Seeing the tree covered in webs, he felt satisfied. Very good. 1. Restrain the opponent and prevent them from moving. Or, move faster than them and then bite the enemy with your poisonous fangs. These two are the most basic skills related to controlling the steel spiders. Seeing him nod in understanding, she began. Well then, there's a target over there. Would you like to try these skills on those orcs? There were two hideous-looking monsters. Simon agreed immediately. Okay. The spiders stood ready on a tree trunk, waiting. He then gave the command to shoot. They shot their silk at the monsters. The two beasts were caught by surprise and couldn't react. His next command, jump. The spiders followed it perfectly. The two orcs still hadn't managed to land a single blow. They continued to shoot webs, this time a particularly large one that completely covered both monsters' heads. As fast as lightning, a spider leaped down. It latched onto one monster's head, bared its fangs, and bit down instantly. Success. The girl was becoming more and more infatuated with him. He's got that top-tier charisma. Really, your control is excellent, even though this is your first time. Who doesn't like a compliment? But Simon remained modest. It's just the basic skills. Suddenly, growling sounds echoed around them. The girl realized it immediately. It seems there's an orc nest nearby. I think this is a great place. Then we will disqualify Polentia and declare Koa the winner. Just then, a loud shout rang out. Wait! A girl was helping a guy onto the stage. To demonstrate the skills of the Spider Legion, would you like to show them the power of the Spider Legion? He stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. Finally, he agreed. Well, with an opportunity like this, I guess we should do something worthy of 500 gold coins, shouldn't we? Simon led the swarm of spiders and undead, charging forward. You, take out the boss at your 1 o'clock. Elizabeth, block all escape routes with your undead spiders. Leading the Legion, he read the battlefield, predicting the enemy's movements and ambushing them to seize victory. The group coordinated perfectly and finished the job in no time. Simon clenched his fist. Getting a taste of power felt incredible. This is the feeling of a true leader. This is what it means to be a necromancer. A female subordinate flattered him as sweetly as could be. We won thanks to your brilliant leadership, Commander. Simon laughed. I didn't do anything. It was all thanks to Elizabeth and Pier. The spider girl was shocked, trying to contain her excitement as she shouted, What did you just call me? He was flustered. Elizabeth, right? She was completely overwhelmed with emotion. You've given me a nickname. I must be the happiest person in the world. Simon was speechless. I only shortened her name because it was too long. He was at a loss for words. Well, she seems happy, so I guess I don't need to tell her the truth. Old man Pier let him have the stage. All right, kid, it's your turn. Turn all of them into skeletons. With this many orcs, our legion will grow much stronger. Suddenly, he raised his hand. Wait a minute, you forgot something important. I haven't learned the dark magic to reanimate corpses yet. It's taught in the higher level classes. The festive mood came to a screeching halt. Well, that's that then. Oh, good grief. Right. I forgot you're still in the first-year class, aren't you? The spider girl chimed in with a suggestion. Don't be so disappointed, Pier. We can still sell the bodies for money. And that gives me an idea, Commander. He agreed, letting her speak immediately. All right, what is it? It would be a waste to just throw these orcs away. So, why don't we send a letter to the local lord and offer to sell them? Those orcs have probably destroyed a lot of crops. The lord will make this an official request and give me a reward. And he'll send a reward for you as well, along with the payment from the sale soon enough. Old man Pier agreed. I see. That's good news. But kid, how much longer until we get to the ruins? It's so cramped in here. Both of them were crammed together inside the storage ring. Just then, a girl ran up, waving. Simon, I'm so glad to see you're safe. It was Kamibazu Sula. I was so worried when I heard you took on a difficult mission. He smiled and replied, I just got lucky. Where are you headed? She asked. He answered, to the library. I was planning to study with Malin Villain today. Do you want to join us, Simon? The spider girl, listening in, was burning with jealousy. He politely declined. I'll join you next time. There's somewhere I need to be right now. The girl agreed right away. Okay, see you tomorrow. He waved back. See you tomorrow. As soon as they said their goodbyes, the spider girl emerged and stood right behind him. Her voice was dripping with vinegar. Commander, who was that girl just now? Simon's heart skipped a beat. You startled me. She's just a classmate. The spider girl was unreasonably jealous. For just a classmate, she gave you a rather provocative look. Of course, I still remember my oath, so I won't touch her. I will wait quietly at the ruins with Pier. But I still feel very irritated about that girl. Simon felt the need to reiterate. All right, I'm glad you remember your oath. Knowing her place, she added, and I am merely your humble subordinate, Commander. You can feel free to give me any command. He replied immediately, Oh, all right. Then, Can you please return to the subspace? I know this is a secluded area, but people might still walk by. But she was incredibly stubborn. If that's the problem, then why don't I do this? In a flash, she transformed into a female student, looking no different from an ordinary person. This way, I don't have to hide anymore. How do I look? I look just like a Kizen student, don't I? He was at a loss for words. You're wearing spider silk, not actual clothes, aren't you? The spider girl showed off her outfit. This is top quality stuff. If you have any odd jobs inside or outside of Kizen, just summon me. The more Simon listened, the more unbelievable it seemed. How could I do that? I heard there are tons of surveillance spells all around Kizen, but the spider girl was extremely confident. Don't worry, Commander, she said, patting her chest, her eyes shining brightly. Not only can I change my appearance, but I also have my own unique stealth skills. I can evade those surveillance spells. Of course, my Spider Legion also specializes in ambushing enemies, so you can use them in my place during emergencies. That's really convenient. He had to admit it was a good thing he'd recruited Elizabeth into the Legion. She'll be very useful in many situations. Seeing him lost in thought, the spider girl continued, if you don't like this look of mine, then how about this one? In a flash, she transformed into the spitting image of Kamibaz Usula, not a single detail out of place. Simon was stunned. She looked exactly like Kamibaz Usula. You can impersonate people, too? She then perfectly mimicked Kamibaz's mannerisms. Simon, I'm so glad to see you're safe, she said, hugging his arm tightly. I was so worried when I heard you took on a difficult mission. Simon was utterly shocked. It wasn't just her appearance that was identical. She even sounded exactly like Kamibaz Usula. All right, that's enough. I can see how incredible your skills are, but I'm afraid Simon might be hurt. I have to check for myself, to see if there are any wounds. Her hands started to wander. Dazed and losing control, he yelled, Stop it! Change back to your original form, right now. How was it? With this skill of mine, you can experience all sorts of pleasures. I truly hope that day comes soon. He was going crazy. He hadn't seen any benefits yet, just a whole lot of trouble. I told you, I don't need those kinds of pleasures. Just then, the old man's furious roar echoed out. Good grief, stop your chit-chat and get us to the ruins already. You bunch of idiots. The chirping of these spiders is driving me insane. That snapped Simon back to reality. Oh, right. I almost forgot about you, Pier. He completely forgets everything else when a girl is around. When the scene shifted to the ruins, Pier, finally home, seemed to sober up. Finally, we've arrived. Simon looked around. All right, I guess we should do a little housekeeping. Elizabeth, we currently have about 30 iron spiders, right? Old man Pier pointed at him. So, right now we only have 2 ways to increase our manpower. Increase the number of living iron spiders. Or you learn that corpse reanimation skill immediately. It's one or the other. Since he had no way to learn it now, he had no choice but to look at the spider woman. First off, how do you get more spiders? Do we need to leave the continent to catch them? The spider girl chuckled. Not at all. I am the spider queen. So, I just need to lay more eggs. That's convenient. But how am I supposed to lay eggs? He started sweating profusely. What? The spider girl smiled brightly and repeated herself. I just need to lay more eggs. If you're curious, you're always welcome to watch. Simon was scared out of his mind and ran for it, screaming, No way. I don't need to see that. The spider girl kept teasing him, but it's truly a rare opportunity. He got furious and yelled right in her face. What kind of person would want to watch something like that? Model old man Pier had to chime in. That's a bit too suggestive for a boy his age, don't you all think? The other skeletons immediately nodded. A female subordinate just chuckled, sticking to her guns. Well, either way, Elizabeth will just spawn more spiders. Simon felt a headache coming on. And is there anything else we need? Just then, he thought of the traitor he'd met in the forest the other day. I have a question. The girl was always ready. Yes, Commander? I was wondering. Could you also transform into a clergyman? The girl froze. You mean a priest? Simon's thoughts turned dark. It's just a title, isn't it? This is about what happened in this forest not too long ago. He still remembered that scene vividly. After he explained, the girl understood. I see. So that's why you want me to disguise myself as a priest? He asked again. Can you do it, Easy? She stroked her chin thoughtfully. I can. But I think we should send the undead spiders out first. No matter how perfect my disguise is, it'll be useless if the opponent is a real priest. Simon was confused. Why's that? Is there a problem? The girl explained. Those who wield holy power have special skills and can quickly detect the undead. Even if I can hide the fact that I don't use holy power, There's no way to stop them from detecting me. But Simon had already thought of that. You don't need to worry. That priest infiltrated while carrying a core inside his body. The girl jumped in shock. With a core? I don't know what his purpose is, but I can see that his determination is quite strong. Old man Pier also chimed in. Not only that, his ability to use dark energy is almost on par with a professor's. This case is truly strange. Well, with a core inside his body, he won't be able to use holy power. I'm guessing he also lost the ability to detect the undead. If that's the case, I think I can give it a try. I'll release the spiders to monitor the forest, and I'll study the appearance and behavior of that high-ranking priest myself. If the undead spiders find the priest, they'll report to you immediately. Commander, Simon smiled smugly. Excellent. Please, leave this to me. Scene change. The next day in the classroom, everyone looked happier than before. Is it because of the mission? It's been almost a week since we've seen each other, so when you see a teammate, you gotta call them out. Malin Violaine. Good luck. Hey, the girl walked over to him. Long time no see. As soon as Malin Violaine saw him, she looked annoyed. You're really shameless, you know that? Oh, wait, maybe you're just slow. He genuinely had no idea what was going on. What's wrong? This is for you. The girl handed him a box of cakes. Just take it. He was surprised. For me? It's only because we're in the same group. Don't get the wrong idea. He was delighted. All right, but why are you suddenly giving me cakes? It's not my birthday, the girl replied. It's cake day today, don't you know? Of course, he didn't. What's that? The girl explained, it's a day when girls give cakes to boys. Oh, right. Thanks, that's really thoughtful of you. The girl crossed her arms haughtily. It's nothing. I just took pity on you. If I didn't give you one, you probably wouldn't get any cake at all. He didn't expect that as soon as she finished speaking, a crowd of girls would surround him. Hi, Simon. This is a lemon cake. Please accept it. I brought black tea cake. Thanks for your guidance in combat magic class. Thank you all. I'm glad I could help. He accepted all the cakes. They look delicious. I'll eat them later. The girl was so embarrassed. I thought you were so popular, but it looks like people are only coming to thank you, huh? Just as she said that, someone else called out, Simon. It was Kamibaz Usula, holding a giant gift box. Good morning, Simon. Thank you so much for taking care of me. Until now. I hope we can continue to be good friends for the rest of the semester. Please accept this. Simon froze solid. Kamibaz Usula. Even Malin Villain had to stand up to get a look at the gift box. Did you make this yourself? It's amazing. The girl answered honestly. No way, I wouldn't dare. I bought it at Duchesse. I just added the decorations on top. Seeing her shy expression, he was also touched. Cake day is just like any other day. But she put in so much effort for me. Ben stood up and took something from his bag. Hey, Kamibaz Usula. He unexpectedly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her lip. You've got a little something right here. The girl's face turned beet red, enough to draw blood. She was mortified. Thanks, Simon. She shoved the gift box at him and then ran off. He didn't even have a chance to call after her. Cammy, what's with her all of a sudden? Malin Villain didn't know what to say except, oh, for heaven's sake, she'll come back before class starts, right? He went over and asked, Hey, Loey, is anyone sitting next to you? Malin Villain answered, This spot is free. Come on over. I guess I will. And the two of them started talking. No wonder everyone's so lively. It's not just because they haven't seen each other in a week, but also because of Cake Day. Malin Villain chuckled. Thanks to Cake Day, we have a very interesting statue to look at. Have you seen it? He had no clue what she meant. What statue? What's so interesting? She pointed. Look over there. It was a colorfully decorated pointed hat. It was that guy, Hector. He was surrounded by countless gifts, big and small. His face was incredibly annoyed, and he sat as still as a statue. The three of them looked over. Wow, he must be miserable. One of them smirked. Serves him right. Just then, someone asked, Hey Simon, be honest. You didn't know today was Cake Day, did you? Simon looked flustered. Was it that obvious? Malin Villain rested her chin on her hand and asked, A little. Don't forget, you're at the academy. I know you're from the countryside and aren't used to this stuff, but you should still try to learn about current events and trends. Our teammates will understand, but other people won't. The competition here is fierce, so they won't miss a single opportunity to drag you down. I don't know what to say, except thanks for the advice. But while we're at it, are there any other days like this, Malin Villain? If there's a day for girls to give gifts to boys, there must be a day for boys to give gifts back, right? She laughed. Of course, there is. Next up is Jewelry Day. His face went blank. That's not fair at all. She just kept smiling smugly. Of course, you don't have to give real gems. Just some toy or a cheap ring will do. Oh, but I'm not stopping you from giving me real jewelry, you know. I'm really looking forward to that day, Simon. He slumped in defeat. This is so unfair. The vice principal entered the classroom. I've received a report that all Class A students have returned safely to Kizen. As your supervising professor, I am quite pleased. I'll start with the first announcement. Starting this week, you will all undergo a combat evaluation. The mere mention of it has this guy freaking out. The evaluation will be held throughout the entire first semester. The rules are very simple. You will fight one-on-one against other first-year students. All 14 classes at Kizen will be your opponents. The winner will move up to a higher group, while the loser will move down to a lower group. The groups will be refreshed once every week, and whether you move up or down is based entirely on your wins and losses, and each group will have a different point value. You can earn or lose points depending on the battles. Let me give you an example. The number of points you lose in a higher group will be greater than the points you win in a lower group. In other words, you should issue challenges with the goal of advancing to a higher group at all costs, and the students in the lowest group by the end of the first semester will all be expelled. 10% of students will be expelled in the first semester, and another 10% in the second semester. So you all need to think about how you're going to survive, using whatever tricks you have up your sleeves. As the vice principal of Kizen and the guiding professor for Class A, I feel I have done my utmost. Only our class has gone through the Avalon training and a real battle. I can't imagine any class being better than the Class A I'm currently teaching. Even though I'm the vice principal, I've become the guide for a first-year class. I trust that you will not disappoint me. The whole class sat in silence, until one guy shot up, shouting, "Please don't worry, Professor Dien. We'll do our best so you can hold your head high with pride." Malin Villen was speechless, trying to stop him. "Are you crazy? Sit down, now." But he just kept cheering endlessly. Let's go, Class A, let's get to it." As long as he wasn't embarrassed, the rest of the class would be. It was absolutely mortifying. The professor gave up on him. "Student A, Haywood, you're the one I'm most worried about." He was so embarrassed he wished the ground would swallow him whole. Scene change. The whole class is gathered in a room. The professor rests her hands on her hips. "Here's a question. Can anyone tell me the difference between a battle against monsters, which we've practiced before, and this time's one-on-one combat?" As always, the bookish girl raises her hand. "I can, Professor. We formulated a plan and attacked the monsters, but in this kind of battle, our opponent can also formulate a plan." The professor nods. "Correct. Any other opinions?" And Hector Moore also raises his hand. "Unlike fighting monsters, in one-on-one combat, we'll be limited in our use of dark magic." The professor asks for more detail. "Could you elaborate?" "Well, skills that require a long time to cast, skills that are easily detected or slow to activate, and trap-type magic circles set on the ground will rarely be effective in one-on-one combat. Therefore, their use will be restricted. Similarly, summoning skills from the summoning specialization will also be ineffective in one-on-one duels." His gaze was clearly directed right at Simon. The strategy to defeat a summoner is all too obvious. And unlike monsters with low intelligence, humans can dodge the summoned creatures and directly attack the summoner. The professor seems quite satisfied. He's mentioned the most important point. As Hector just said, some specializations might be very difficult to apply to get good results. However, there are skills that may not be the best in one-on-one combat, but can still become incredibly powerful weapons depending on how you use them. The curses that you often use are a prime example. If you simply approach an opponent with curses, it would be the easiest way to fight against a student specializing in combat magic. Because they need to get close to fight, you can easily land an attack on your opponent. But if you have to face a student from the blood magic specialization who attacks from long range, you would lose instantly. You will get good results if you recognize your own strengths and weaknesses, and then learn to compensate for those shortcomings. With that said, blood magic students should prepare to face close combat students. Now, you will all practice individually and review your own strengths. When you spar, remember to wear your protective gear. During practice, think about what kind of dark magic will be effective in one-on-one combat. You can ask the teaching assistants any questions you have. Alright then, let's begin. 4 people to a group to practice together. Okay, let me shoot a dark arrow first. Adjust this part here. Only Ben sat there, pensively observing the class. As Hector said, summoning is at a huge disadvantage in one-on-one combat. So how can I get a high score using summoning? I could easily win if I used battalion, but I can't possibly do that in class. So, all I can use are the 3 summoned skeletons, but skeletons are very slow, so it'll be really difficult for them to keep up with human speed. What a headache. The more I think about it, the more I feel like I'm going to lose. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It seems you have a lot on your mind, huh? He opened his eyes and saw a young woman. Oh, you're the teaching assistant. The girl seemed very enthusiastic. Haha. If you have any problems, feel free to ask me. I've been at Kizen for almost 2 years now, so I can probably be of some help to you. He immediately opened up. Oh, I was just worrying about how to fight in a one-on-one battle. My specialization is summoning. The girl gave him some incredibly basic advice. In my experience, trying is better than just sitting around thinking. Give it a try. After saying that, she even tossed him a piece of protective gear. I'll act as your opponent. You know about the barrier gauge, right? Yes, ma'am. Professor Dien explained it last time. The girl was satisfied. Good. Then there's no need to worry. I'll only use level 1 dark magic. Are you ready? Then, here I come. A series of magic formations were unleashed and fired. He also summoned his bony bunch immediately. That curse. It's a dark arrow. Isn't this a skill that most level 1 magic students use for long-range combat? You must have paid close attention in your dark arts class, huh? Ben understood immediately. She really only intends to use skills that a level 1 magic student can use. He sent his skeletons out, shouting, "Both of you, advance and protect the other one." But after taking just a few steps, they were attacked and instantly destroyed. The girl put her hands on her hips and offered a suggestion. You can control all 3 of them at once. For a level 1 student, you're pretty good. After saying that, she smashed another skeleton. She even had a gentle smile on her face. The skeleton was shattered to pieces by her attack. Simon watched in despair. Oh, you have time to be surprised? The TA immediately activated a new magic circle and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Weakening, curse. No wonder she's the TA. Even though she's only using basic skills, I can still tell she's incredibly experienced. Now, I've eliminated the creatures and even cast a weakening curse on the summoner. You've lost. The TA raised her hand. This is a great chance to take her down. Simon's eyes widened. He stomped his foot hard on the floor, launching himself high into the air and unleashing a kick. He's not defending enough. He's going right through it. It was beyond her imagination. He's attacking? The incredibly powerful kick sent shockwaves through the entire classroom. Simon was still stunned, wondering, huh? I remember kicking, but why does it feel like I didn't connect with anything? Oh, my apologies. The TA had dodged it. I said I'd only use basic dark magic, but I accidentally used my spirit arts. Let's end this match here, shall we? With that kick, she knew. If I hadn't used my spirit arts, I would have been done for. That was insane. I'll have to guide you a different way. First, let me explain why we were sparring. People like you, who don't understand their own power, often find the answer when pushed to their absolute limits. It's what you rely on in a moment of danger. And most importantly, in your case, you logically started with summoning, but the moment you felt anxious, you immediately switched over. You switched to combat magic without a second's hesitation. Not only that, but you also strengthened your body for close combat when you sent out those skeletons, didn't you? Even though you didn't know if I would fight from a distance or up close to beat you, you still instinctively prepared for close quarters combat. Am I right? You don't have to reach a conclusion right away. But you also shouldn't give up when you have this much talent and skill. You still have plenty of time. So take your time and think it over. If I were you, I'd choose combat magic. Good luck. He was reminded of what that guy, Hector Moore, had said. Summoning skills from the summoning class won't be effective in one-on-one duels. And the TA, too. In your case, you logically started with summoning, but the moment you felt anxious, you immediately switched over to combat magic, without a second's hesitation. He began to wonder, is fighting with summoning really that hard? Suddenly, someone tossed a protective vest at him. Simon Polentia. Put it on. We're practicing. It was Hector Moore, challenging him. Voices echoed across the room. Why can't you even land a single hit on me? Let me tell you, I'm just going easy on you. It was Malin Villain, sparring with someone. Who are you kidding? I'm only using basic charms, and you can't even budge. Just then, both of them turned their heads, completely shocked, and looked over. They saw Simon and the TA from before, training. I didn't realize he was fighting the TA. Looks like they're done. Do you think he won? I'm not sure. I couldn't see the barrier gauge clearly. He's sighing, so he probably lost. Well, beating a TA is pretty tough. Just then, Hector Moore walked over, looking for a fight. Malin Villeneuve couldn't just stand by. She clenched her fists and stepped in to stop him. Simon Polentia. Put this on and let's spar. Hector had challenged him. Simon's eyes darkened as he carefully considered it. Why don't you go bother someone else? I'm not in the mood. Seeing him refuse without a second thought, he glared and gritted his teeth. You bastard. Just then, Malene Villain jumped in between them, spreading her arms to shield Simon. Don't, Hector, Hector replied coldly. This has nothing to do with you. The girl angrily shot back. That's what you think. What do you think you're doing, huh? Acting like such a child. If you keep bullying people like this, I'll report you to the professor. But he wasn't scared at all, and just smirked. Ha, you're just a substitute for Shonen Dake. His words struck a deep, painful nerve with the girl. The other two also knew. Malin Villain was furious. How dare you say that? The other guys also tried to stop him. Hey, Hector, take that back. I know you're mad, but that's… Malin Villain's eyes became cold and empty. She'd never been like this before. She prepared a spell in an instant, a crimson magic circle appearing. Simon couldn't even stop her. Malin Villain, stop. Just then, someone else arrived. What's going on here? It was a TA. Hector Moore turned and bowed his head. It's nothing, sir. Sorry for causing a disturbance. Let's go. He was furious. Ha! That bastard. He always pretends to be a good boy in front of the TAs and professors. The TA reminded Malin Villain. Good grief, both of you. Consider this a warning. You almost did the one thing Professor DN hates the most. The girl bowed her head. Yes. I'm sorry. Her hands were clenched tightly into fists. The TA instructed, then get back to your training. I wanted to stand up for my friend, but I'm not strong enough. Damn it, this is so frustrating, that bastard. He should know what lines not to cross. Cammy walked over to Malene Villain's side. Are you okay? The girl forced a smile. Yeah. Sorry, I just lost my cool for a bit. Simon tilted his head, looking at her. Hey, Malin Villain, you. The girl cut him off. By the way, Simon, my hand. When were you planning on letting go? Turns out, he had been gripping her hand tightly to stop her and hadn't let go. Sorry, I was in a rush. So, she felt a headache coming on. Even so, you're absolutely insane. Why would you grab a dark flame magic circle with your bare hands? Look, you've burned yourself. Cammy, I'm taking him to the infirmary. In the infirmary, the girl carefully bandaged Simon's hand. You grabbed my hand earlier. Why did you do that? Well, you're going to be in trouble. If the teaching assistant found out you were trying to use magic, even though Hector was wearing protective gear, he wasn't wearing it properly. And what Hector just said, you're just Sene's replacement. I don't understand, but that's something he shouldn't have said to you, right? Just now, about that. He suddenly said to her, Thanks, Malin Villain. You stepped in to stop Hector from messing with me. You almost fought him, but I stopped you, so I guess we're even. Look at that handsome but tragically gentle demeanor. Quote, a walking red flag. What girl wouldn't fall for that? That's your biggest problem. She shot up from her seat in frustration and yelled, You're just too nice. You know what? You're so nice it's annoying. But it wasn't going to work this time. The guy's head was spinning and he was breaking out in a sweat. What do you mean? She asked, grabbing his shoulders tightly. I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully. Simon didn't even have a chance to hear what it was before she threw the door open and ran off. Old Pier exclaimed, Good heavens. Listening to you two talk is making me speechless. Like father, like son, he grumbled, crushing a badge in his hand. Just shut up. The scene shifts to a quiet conversation between Simon and Kamibaz Usula. What do you think spiritmancy is? I'm not really sure. Are you okay? What happened with the reserve team in class? Spiritmancy. So, the professor taught too fast? Simon shook his head. No, but it was painful. In a way I could have never imagined. Confused, she looked at him. Couldn't have imagined? The spiritmancy professor only teaches when we can feel the spirits, right? And we have to stay on the reserve team until we can do that. For spiritmancy class, you have to feel the spirits. It doesn't matter if a student raises their hand and says, Professor, no matter how hard I try, I can't feel the spirits. The old man just yells one thing. Feel them. Just feel them. Don't tell yourself you can't do it. Just feel them. You all lack motivation. Try harder. Put all your energy and heart into the ritual. Dance, like this, and this, and this. But the sight was so horrifying that Simon had to cover the eyes of Kamibaz Usula, who was under 18. But that whole process of feeling the spirits, seriously, I never want to see that dance again. Kamibaz Usula covered her eyes tightly. I feel violated. Simon tried his best to comfort her. You survived? Kamibaz Usula asked in surprise. What did you guys learn in the training team? Malin Villainy answered. Offensive charms, of course. All the professors mainly teach combat since the evaluation battle is coming up soon. But hematology doesn't require stuff like feeling spirits, like in spiritmancy class, so you'll probably learn something useful here, right? But for some reason, the two of them still clasped their hands together and prayed, "Please, let it be okay." Just then, the old professor walked in. "Everyone, gather around. We'll be starting class shortly. It's Professor Shinla." As he entered, he looked at the students and said, "My apologies. I had some personal matters to attend to, so we're starting late. Since we're behind schedule, I'll be speeding things up. First off, hematology is a form of dark magic that uses blood as a medium. Many people think this subject simply reproduces the secret skills of vampires or werewolves. But contrary to popular belief, hematology has a very long history. This is because blood is the substance with the best compatibility with dark energy. Before we begin the practical lesson, newcomers will have difficulty drawing blood. So, we'll be using an assistive tool. We'll continue after you've all put on the equipment. Dark energy and blood are quite similar, and necromancers can mix dark energy and blood together to create various magical reactions. In other words, it would be a terrible waste for a necromancer not to use blood. It will consume your energy, but blood can become the fastest and most powerful weapon in your arsenal. Ah, that's right. Kamiba Zusula is a vampire. Today, we'll explore the properties and characteristics of blood and use blood-clotting rounds in actual combat. Kamiba Zusula was completely stunned. Next, row 2. Get ready, Simon cheered from the sidelines. You can do it, Kamiba Zusula, but the poor girl was still terrified. Last row, row 6. Fire. Blood shot out like a bullet. Blood type is AP5. Penetration diameter is 45 millimeters, with 3 targets pierced. Blood belonging to the AP5 group has contractile properties when it comes into contact with dark energy. It can condense dark energy to its absolute limit, creating excellent piercing power. In fact, it specializes more in construction than entrapment, so it's quite useful for assisting dark energy and forming magic circles. Get an AP5 nameplate from Pier, the teaching assistant, and come here. From now on, you must wear this nameplate before coming to class. Now, the next group, line up with row 1 at Pier Station. The girl stood there. Kamibazu Usula of House Usula is ready. She is a vampire. The old man yelled, "Fire!" She fired instantly. A single drop of her blood was enough to set the entire shooting range ablaze. The flames roared to life. Blood type is KP1. Penetration diameter is immeasurable. 4 targets have been destroyed in the explosion. The entire class was in a state of shock. As expected of a vampire, you just can't compete with a member of House Usula. Man, I'm so jealous of her bloodline, the professor announced. Ahem. Blood belonging to the KP1 group has explosive properties when combined with dark energy. In terms of offensive capability, it is the strongest known blood type, and only vampires possess it. The whole class was in awe, causing the girl to blush beet red. We'll be seeing each other more often from now on. The old man seemed quite interested in her. The girl smiled brightly and agreed immediately. Yes, thank you, Professor. Heh. Did you guys see that? Malin Villain and her friend were grinning from ear to ear, cheering. You did great. Hee. That was awesome. Next, rows 3 and 4, get ready. Fire. Next, row 6, get ready. Simon raised his hand. Yes, row 6, Simon Polentia, ready, fire. For some reason, right before he fired, a magic circle appeared on his fingertip. He shot straight ahead, and nothing happened. There wasn't even a bullet. Huh? What's going on? Did that dark magic make the bullet disappear? Look, over by Pier, in front of the target. It reappeared. It shot straight into the bullseye and exploded, completely obliterating the target stand. The TA announced, this is a strange blood type. It's a new type. 2 targets on the front pier, and 2 on the left and right piers must be hit. The points for penetration are immeasurable. A blood bullet fires out in a fan shape. I've never seen this group before, so I can't explain its characteristics. We'll discuss your blood type in the next class. Next up, Group 7. Get ready. The guy next to him was speechless. How is it that even his blood type isn't normal? The teaching assistant gave a forced laugh. I don't have a nameplate to give you. I'll get you a new one next class, okay? He agreed immediately. Haha, yes. Thank you. His teammates also asked, Simon, what was that? He scratched his head. A new type. Kamibazu Sula laughed innocently. That's amazing. Simon, I can't say I'm happy about it. I'm not sure either. I've never heard of it before, but it sounds pretty cool. It makes you more special. But doesn't that also mean there won't be any guidance for your specific case? Although all magic is based on one's bloodline, there are still different training methods depending on the type of blood. Right, and there's no overlap between us either, not even among the four of us. In hemomancy, the professor provides the general direction, and the TAs usually offer specific tips. Depending on the type, if there are 60 types in the class, they'd need 60 TAs. Oh, now I get it. So that's why there are so many TAs. Then what's going to happen to me? Only heaven knows. A voice rang out. Yes, I'm quite certain of it. Simon Polentia's trait is replication. The moment his blood came into contact with the dark energy, the dark energy absorbed it. And the dark energy that absorbed his blood increased in both volume and power. When the blood bullet seemed to disappear, it was actually just the darkness absorbing the blood, and the bullet became invisible. Once it hits the target, the damage is obvious. The old man couldn't help but think, how interesting. A powerful vampire bloodline like Kamiba's Usula's devours dark energy to increase its volume, but in contrast, Simon Polentia's blood strengthens and empowers the dark energy. Taps, fingers, this is worth studying thoroughly. Now I see. I finally understand why you're so invested in Simon Polentia. That Bahin guy had come to see the old man privately. What brings you here? He replied bluntly. I'm here to make a proposal. I have a half-vampire student in Class A, which I'm in charge of. But surprisingly, he's thinking of majoring in cursing. The truth is, he does have some talent in cursing, but he scored higher in hemomancy on both the recent test and the entrance exam. He also has an advantage in that field, since he was born into a vampire family. I will try to convince him to major in hemomancy. I bet he'll be a great asset to you in the future. Nothing's for free. He definitely had a reason. The old man tapped his fingers. You've always been this arrogant, ever since you were a student, haven't you? I know you're part of the crows now, but don't you dare look down on me like that. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. Haha, I apologize if my words were a bit rude. I just want to help you, as one of your longtime students. The old man sighed. Sigh. If only you hadn't dropped hemomancy as soon as the second semester started. He interrupted the old man. Professor, please. I only want one thing. Give up on recruiting Simon Polentia from Class A. Such blatant ambition. The old man knew Bahin acted seriously based on his own interests. I should have realized it sooner, when he told me to give up on a student who intended to major in summoning. Not even hemomancy. He wants to snatch a genius like Simon without me knowing. Huh. Just then, a TA walked in. Professor, here is your coffee. The old man turned to her. Thank you. Come to my office immediately, and prepare the registration for my new research paper. The young woman agreed immediately. Yes, Professor. What will the topic be? The old man said flatly. A new blood type. She was a bit startled. So, you're thinking of researching the blood of Simon Polentia? The old man nodded. Yes, I have to hurry before he gets taken. For now, let's just call this new blood type SM1, and inform all the TAs. We're also joining the war to recruit Simon Polentia. As soon as he entered the classroom, Bahin Gaz crossed his arms and chuckled. Well, well, you all look so troubled. You must be stressing out over the combat evaluation. I get it. I graduated from Kizen too. Having to fight your classmates must make you anxious. Let me show you a few tricks. I'm going to teach this class how to subdue an opponent quickly and safely. I'll divide the class into two groups. Those who've decided to use dark magic in the evaluation will need an additional support curse. I'll teach you the slowing curse. You can cast this one very quickly. As for those who primarily use curses and those who haven't decided on using dark magic, in the evaluation, I will teach you my improved version of the paralysis curse. I developed and reconstructed both of these curses myself, so you can't learn them anywhere else. Everyone was totally hooked. The slowing curse drains strength from a specific part of the body, including the legs, to restrict movement. You can cast this curse faster and more easily than exhaustion. The new paralysis is less effective than the existing paralysis spell, but I've improved it for practical combat application, so its casting speed is faster than the original. Now, hurry up and get in line to learn the skill you want. He stared intently at Simon. Now then, Simon Polentia, a genius like you should learn what suits you best. Divinity is the best way to utilize your dark energy. You want to use summoning as your main skill in the competition? Forget that ridiculous plan and choose divinity, quickly. He was eagerly waiting, but unexpectedly, Simon decided to join the slowing group. You're choosing divinity as a support magic. Again? He was so shocked his eyes widened. A female TA had to remind him, Professor Bahin Gaz, You're making that face again? Oh, my. I guess I lost my composure for a moment. He quickly calmed himself. Yes, thank you, Chihila, the girl replied casually. It's nothing, that's my job. Besides, you should start the lesson. He decided to order all the TAs over to the new paralysis group. I'll teach slowing myself. The girl was shocked. What? But last week, you said you would personally teach paralysises. His only reply was, I've changed my mind. The girl fell silent, but she was still furious. Professor, all the TAs prepared materials for slowing. Some of us even lost sleep over it. But he just asked coldly, Is that so? The girl knew that no matter what she said, he wouldn't change his mind. She could only clench her fists in frustration and turn away. TAs, gather round. Toss out all the teaching materials for the slowing curse and prepare to teach the new paralysis. Huh? Everyone was confused. But, Chihila, we spent all of last week just preparing materials to slow things down. I'm out of options. This isn't the first time. He changes his mind on a whim like this. Come on, let's just get to work. No matter how hard we try to persuade him, he's not the type to listen, is he? I'll handle the lecture, so you guys get ready to assist me. The professor probably changed his mind because of that kid. She looked directly at Simon and couldn't help but sigh. This is going to get complicated for both of us. Old man Bahin Gaz approached Simon's group. Is everyone here? Excellent. Since you've all chosen theology as your supplementary skill, studying it thoroughly will benefit you. Curses are the best dark magic for buying time and perfecting your main spell. A female student raised her hand and asked, Professor, may I ask what kind of magic requires the most time to cast? He looked pleased. You want to know your enemy and yourself, huh? That's a good attitude. As for dark magic, with long casting times, I'd say summonings in general would be the first that come to mind. One person after another was shaking Simon's resolve. He sat stunned on the bench and sighed. Pier, does a legion commander have to major in summoning? The cryptic old man frowned. You seem to be thinking deeply. But now I understand why. There's no such rule. If you choose a different major, you can still command your own legion. How you want to command that legion is your choice. We will respect your wishes. What's wrong? Were you hoping I'd stop you? Simon felt a throbbing headache. To be honest, maybe a little. He fidgeted with his hands. Everyone says summoning is weak and outdated. Even Professor Aaron, who teaches summoning, says so. The old man's voice deepened. So, you're going to give up on summoning? Simon was at a loss, but in the end, he clenched his fist, having made a decision. That satisfied old Pier immensely. Heh heh heh. That's right. The feeling you have now. That's what your heart truly wants. Your current worries seem to be about something else, Simon asked in surprise. Something else? That's right. Instead of wondering whether to quit or continue with summoning, you want to win this combat evaluation using only summoning. Isn't that what's truly troubling you? The old man's words hit the nail on the head. Wow, I really can't hide anything from you, Pier. I'm so stupid, aren't I? When there are so many better ways to win, I still want to use summoning. Old Pier chuckled. Why would you think that? I don't know, Simon replied, still sounding dejected. It's just, I'm so frustrated. All my friends and professors keep saying summoning takes too long, that it needs support, and that it's weak. I'm sick and tired of hearing it. It's not even my major yet, but seeing summoning get treated like this just pisses me off, he said. But your choices have always prioritized efficiency. That belief and your feelings are contradicting each other, and that's what's making it difficult for you, isn't it? Simon nodded in agreement. Yes. The old man asked again. After all this thought, what is your conclusion? A breeze swept by, as if clearing Simon's mind. I've decided. This time, I'll follow my heart. Just imagine it, Pier. When everyone else has rejected it, I alone will use summoning to win, right in front of them all. From that moment on, Simon began to train relentlessly with the skeletons. Don't you think that feeling would be amazing? Old Pier approved of his thinking. Ha ha ha, that's right. That's the spirit. Willingly walking a path that others dare not is a choice that's special and precious in itself. Remember this, kid. You are the commander I have chosen. Don't pay any mind to the limits set by fools. Do what you want. Simon was resolute. In this combat evaluation, I will compete using only summoning. Why? Why doesn't he realize that all of this is for him? Why would he let his talent go to waste with summoning? But why is it like this? Bahin Gaz was furious, his eyes bulging and his teeth clenched. The female assistant walked in. Are you done venting your anger, Professor Bahin Gaz? He looked like he'd been corrupted, barely human. He seethed with resentment and questioned, I can't understand it. Doesn't he know that he'll just become The next Aaron, if he continues to pursue a shabby, outdated magic like summoning, no matter how excellent he becomes in that field, he'll just end up like Aaron. He was the most outstanding member of this Kizen Academy, a promising student with exceptional talent. And look at how he's treating Kizen. His eyes turned crimson, refusing to accept it. He slammed the picture down, furious. It's pathetic. I can't bear it anymore. Bright talents dragging themselves down to the bottom of society. I will not stand by and watch. Only I can guide Simon to his rightful place. Only I can polish this rough stone into the most brilliant jewel in the world. The assistant was fed up and sighed. Professor, why don't you just be honest for once? Honest? Fine. Heh heh heh. He let out a demonic laugh. I want him. I want him to be mine. I want Simon Polentia to be mine, at any cost. I am willing to offer my very soul to him. I will make that talent bloom and bear fruit by any means necessary. This poor assistant must be exhausted, she thought to herself. Here we go again. To create the next Nephthys Archibald, I will devote all my talent, effort, and my very life to guide him to the threshold of godhood, in return for just one thing, that he worships me as his one and only master, so that, if anyone asks how he reached such heights, he will answer, it was all thanks to my teacher, Professor Bahin Gas. In short, he just wants to show off. He laughed heartily. Just thinking about it feels incredible. The assistant turned to leave. Well, I'll leave you to your quiet space. Then. But before she could even get out the door, he grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Chahila. He held her chin firmly. I'm the type of person who wants everything, just like how I got you. This is sexual harassment. Professor Bahin Gas. She quickly stomped hard on his foot. He yelped in pain and jumped back. You're still not cute at all. Huh, huh, huh. Even back when you were a student. I don't want an heir who's so serious all the time, he sneered. The assistant replied sarcastically. I thought you wanted Simon Polentia to be your successor, but that guy's already got a few screws loose. Oh, that's just not possible. Simon Polentia will far surpass even me. He's a talent on par with Nephthys Archibald. I'll be content just being his respected teacher. Shouldn't you be happy to have such an excellent student? Annoyed, she pushed up her glasses. And you still call my desire to teach like you vulgar? That's what's vulgar. He laughed. You always love twisting my words, don't you? Ah, I have an idea. She gave him a wary look. What is it now? Right now, Simon Polentia is quite satisfied with his summoning arts. It's not surprising, given his recent success in training. And that's the problem. What he needs to experience right now is a crushing defeat. Only then will he recognize the issue and reconsider the proper path. He had devised a dirty scheme, and she understood his intent. That's the most reasonable thing you've said all day. So, you want a genius to taste defeat? He stared at her and calmly replied, of course. And for me, that's a piece of cake. The scene shifts to the schoolyard, with an announcement for Simon. We don't have any summoning classes this week. I heard Professor Aaron is on vacation, and Professor Kizen is busy with summoning practice, so the schedule's probably going to change a lot. Simon sighed in frustration. What a drag. I wanted to learn a few more things before the evaluation. His friend then remembered, oh, right. You're a summoner, so you really need Professor Aaron's advice. Suddenly, he saw a girl posting a notice on the bulletin board. Hey Simon, the matchup list for the combat evaluation is up. Just hearing the names of these monsters. Please. Class A is here. Hazen from Class G. Arena 2, Round 1, Match 12. Class A. Simon Polentia versus Hazen from Class G. Looking over the list, his friend said, I'm fighting someone named Li Gang Chop, also from Class G. Usually, his friend knew everything, so Simon was surprised. You don't know them? His friend replied. I don't know much, but our opponents are from the lower classes too, so let me look up their skills for us. His friend intended to research for Simon as well, and Simon was incredibly grateful. Thanks, I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of magic this Hazen guy uses. Class ended way too early. Suddenly, his friend held out a hand. Hold on, Simon. Were you planning on training by yourself after class? Simon was surprised. How did you know? It's obvious, isn't it? You always love coming to class, but today you were hoping it would end early. Why bother training? The number of people who can withstand your magic can be counted on one hand. Caught. Simon got flustered. Don't say that. I'm not planning on using much combat magic this time. His friend immediately asked. Then what are you going to use? To his surprise, Simon answered immediately. Summoning arts, of course. Suddenly, his friend held up 2 fingers in front of him. Hey, pick one. Surprised, Simon pointed. This one. His friend suddenly wagged a finger at him. Don't you forget what I told you. You have to fight using combat magic. He was still gloating. See? How was my Malin Villani impression? He hadn't even finished speaking when the girl from before appeared right behind him and slammed a thick book on his head. Later that night, Simon was walking through the city streets. Man, it's dead quiet at night. It's been a while since I've been in this area. Maybe I should check out that summoning shop he told me about. He remembered his friend's words. It might not be as useful as a professor's lecture, but it'll help you in the evaluation. There it was. The shop was easy to spot, with the skeletons hanging by the door. As soon as he walked in, the shopkeeper greeted him. Welcome. What can I help you find? Simon replied immediately. I'm looking for a skeleton archer. A skeleton archer, you say? You look like you're just a first year, but you're already studying them? They're very difficult to summon, you know. At a loss for words, Simon simply nodded. Yes, I want to give it a try. The old man went to find one for him, praising his attitude. That's the spirit. You probably already know that besides archers, skeletons can fill many other roles, don't you? Simon nodded. Yes, there are mages and knights. The old man seemed impressed. That's right. You really know your stuff. They're named after their roles, so the simplest names work best. So why did you choose the archer? Simon chuckled. Ah, personal experience. I tried giving a bow to a skeleton I own, and it was absolutely terrible at it. The old man laughed as well. Ha ha. Each skeleton excels only at its designated role. The old man handed him a box. This is a Sabizo skeleton. It's a safe choice for beginners in the archer role. And my advice? Go with a skeleton from the vanilla brand. Ever heard of it? They're properly cooled, so the joints move much more smoothly than other brands, and the magic circle is meticulously engraved. The company also has an excellent warranty. Hearing all this, Simon knew. That must mean it's expensive. The old man announced the price. Each box is only 30 gold coins. Buy a vanilla now, kid. It's pricey, but you get what you pay for. He pressed on, trying to convince Simon. And even if it breaks, you can still use the remaining parts for recycling. So buy it now. If we recycle it 3 times, that's like having 90 gold coins right there. After that, the price will drop to just 27, 24, 22 gold coins. Ah, but this one was made by an unknown summoner, so it's probably only worth 20 gold coins. It also depends on how well you know how to use it, of course. In the end, Simon was brainwashed and sealed the deal. Sell me 3 vanilla sets. The old man was delighted. Thank you for your business. Then Simon added, Ah, there's one more thing I'm looking for. The shopkeeper's attitude became even more respectful. Of course, anything our valued customer needs. Old Pier felt it was a pity. You're really being wasteful, spending that kind of money. Simon was helpless. But I really need them. The old man just had to let it go. If that's your decision, I won't say another word. Just don't waste them, and use them properly. Got it? Simon nodded immediately. Right. As he was walking down the street, someone suddenly blocked his path. Old Pier recognized him immediately. What's going on, kid? Is that a friend of yours? Flustered, Simon broke into a sweat. No, he's not just a friend. That's Professor Bahin Gas. The man was covered in tattoos. Are you awake yet? Bahin Gas stood there with a smile. The surgery was a complete success. How do you feel, Hazen? This was the guy who would be Simon's first opponent. His whole body was now covered in tattoos. Clenching his fist, he said, I can feel the energy overflowing inside me. It was clear some kind of dirty trick was at play. Seeing that he was all right, Bahin Gas crossed his arms. Good. You can now return to Kizen and go about your life as usual. However, you must not let anyone see those tattoos. Once the competition starts, the tattoos will disappear on their own, so you only need to be careful until then. You have nothing to worry about. It won't be detected during the substance test. This curse will last for about 2 months. How could there be such a sweet deal? He was smart enough to ask right away. Professor, why are you helping me? Bahin Gas chuckled. The reason isn't important. You just need to take care of the matter I've asked you to handle. He understood immediately. You mean, defeat Simon Polentia, the #1 special admission student in Class A? That guy uses every dirty, underhanded trick in the book. That's right. Even though he got in through special admission, you don't need to be afraid. Your power now far surpasses his. He held out his hand to look at it, clenching it into a tight fist. Vicious black smoke erupted from his back, striking down and leaving the clear imprint of a hand made of energy. My dark power. It's larger and stronger than before. Thank you so much, Professor Bahin Gas. I will never forget your help. If you see Simon Polentia as such a thorn in your side, should I kill him and make it look like an accident? Of course not. He placed a hand on the student's shoulder. Don't do anything foolish. Just do as I say." After speaking, he turned and left. "If anything goes wrong and he dies, you and your entire family will not have a peaceful death. No. Even after you're gone, I will make all of you drown in agony." The kid said one thing, and the professor shot back with a barrage of threats. He was so terrified he almost wet his pants, falling to the ground and trembling. I'll remember, Baheen thought to himself. How dare he? When he isn't even worthy of being my backup plan. I don't feel good about resorting to this. But I have no other choice. I'll apologize to you later, Simon. But, Simon, if you ever find out about this in the future, you'll thank me for my decision. I'm sure of it. Deciding someone else's fate, and then deluding himself about it. Back in the dorm room, he walked in to find Simon standing by the desk. "Oh, you're back. You didn't get caught by the guards?" Simon replied while smoothing out a piece of paper. "I was almost caught," his friend asked in surprise. "Then why are you here instead of your own room? I really thought you'd been caught this time. I finished my shower and you still weren't back." Simon turned to explain, "I'm here to build the skeleton. I bought a skeleton archer this time." The other guy perked up with interest. "Huh? A skeleton archer? For real? What brand is it?" Simon replied, "The vanilla brand. So cool. Whoa, it's a Sabito skeleton too. Let me just awaken it first. Whoa, Simon, wait. It says here you need to create a flow. On the magic circle." Simon froze. The seller hadn't mentioned anything about this. He turned and asked, "What does create a flow mean?" His friend explained, "It seems to be a skill for creating magic circles from our necromancy class. We haven't learned it yet. Where's the textbook?" Here it is. Create a flow. Create a flow." A few people passing by couldn't help but glance over. "Oh, is this it? The flow of dark energy." Observing his focus, Simon thought, "I think I can do this." The friend was stunned. "Really?" Simon looked at the information in the book. Flow isn't about transformation. If this is about circulation, it's just like the movement of an arm. If you repeat the flow hundreds of thousands of times, the dark energy will automatically simulate your actions, without you even having to think about it. Dark energy has a tendency to remember its flow. Create a central point, and then just observe. Let the dark energy memorize the flow on its own. The dark energy will then flow automatically, without my intervention. That's what creating a flow is. The more his friend watched, the more amazed he was. Whoa. How? How can you do it just by looking at the book? Simon answered immediately. It's because I know a similar skill. Oh. But Simon didn't elaborate, handing the creature's skull to his friend. "All right, here." His friend opened the manual again. "It says here it might take a considerable amount of time to tame the skeleton. Probably about 2 days. Can you do that?" Simon replied instantly. "Oh, I don't have time to wait. I'm going to assemble it right now." Saying that, he looked over at the skeleton skull. "Just you wait. I'm going to give you a body as fast as I can." The other guy couldn't wait any longer, and had already fallen fast asleep. "Finally, it's complete. It looks pretty decent. How do you feel? Can you move okay?" The skeleton ran circles around him. Simon looked it over. "All right, I get it. You don't have to show off so much. Very good. All right then, run and get your toy." He tossed the bow and arrow to the skeleton. "Catch, aim for that tree. Focus now." It immediately raised the bow. Simon's eyes widened as he watched intently, holding his breath in suspense. The skeleton released its hand, firing the arrow. The arrow sliced through the air and struck the tree trunk dead on. Simon's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fist with a huge smile. "All right." Meanwhile, his friend's face was pale and utterly exhausted. He looked like he was about to pass out. The two girls turned to him, speechless. "Are you okay?" Yeah. I just haven't gotten enough sleep." Just then, a guy came running in. "Hey Simon, you're in trouble," the anxious friend asked. "You're preparing a skeleton archer for the combat assessment, right?" Simon nodded with a sigh. "That's right." Unexpectedly, the newcomer dropped a bombshell. "I think you should scrap that plan." Simon's friend jumped, waking up completely. "Huh? Why?" "It'll be the worst possible matchup. Hazen is the son of the infamous necromancer family from the Ban Hin kingdom, and the dark magic he uses is the dark hand spirit. He's a member of a necromancer family who also uses a type of dark magic that we've never even heard of. It's probably a unique family spell. That's right. That sorcery creates something like a hand, made of dark energy that sprouts from his back, and it seems to be extremely effective against long-range attacks, so much so that it can easily deflect arrows made of dark energy. So that means it's very likely the skeleton archer's arrows won't be able to do anything to him. Simon got more nervous the more he heard. Because the arrows my skeleton will be using are just regular arrows. But that doesn't mean he's unbeatable. I heard that while he's maintaining the dark hand, he can't use other dark magic spells. Kamibaz Usula also chimed in. If that's the case, then the strategy you should use is clear. Malin Villain from the theology department agreed. That's right. Honestly, you could probably win just by using a debilitating curse. You just need to keep your distance and stack multiple layers of the curse, and you can win easily. But I thought you had already decided that you were going to use summoning. He didn't deny it. Yeah, but the situation has changed now. This is such a headache. What should I do? How can I? Oh. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His eyes lit up. Oh, I just thought of something great. Hey, is he okay? You're his roommate. Do something. Cammy, terrified, clung to the other guy. Hey, he's been like this for days. At this rate, he's going to die. He was just as panicked. What do you guys think? Right now, I'm just watching. I haven't tried anything. He's just been like that. He won't listen to a word I say. I'm scared to death too, okay? Seriously, he looks like a starving demon. He was writing non-stop on paper, even skipping meals and sleep. We can't just stand by and watch. Are we really going to let him continue like this? Of course not. The combat evaluation is just a few days away. He can't exhaust himself like this. Hey, Simon. But the hand holding the pen kept writing without stopping. He looked up, startled. Huh? Oh, it's you, Malin Villain. She chided him. You're going to get sick if you keep this up. The combat evaluation is important, of course, but you have to take care of yourself. But he still didn't care. Yeah, but can we talk later? She resorted to drastic measures, pinching his mouth shut. Open up. This is an energy potion. I use it too. Don't chew, just swallow it with water. You have to survive until the evaluation begins. Got it? Of course, this potion isn't a cure-all, so you can't rely on it. He agreed immediately. All right, thank you. Even so, he still wanted more. Can you give me 2 more? Hee. She was at a loss for words. I literally just told you not to rely on it. The others ran over. Hey Simon, why don't you go talk to Professor Aaron? I know you're researching some kind of new hackma, magic, but if you're that stuck, wouldn't it be better to ask someone for help? But he felt helpless. You said Professor Aaron wasn't in his office. Oh, right, I did say that. But he'll be back this afternoon. He was a true lifesaver, even holding up the old professor's schedule. In the hallway, Aaron walked with his hands in his pockets. He looked up towards the pier and saw him waiting in front of his office. Simon Polentia. Seeing him, he shot up from his seat. Professor Aaron, there's something I desperately need to ask you. The professor coldly tried to refuse him. But my working hours are over. Seeing how exhausted he looked, on the verge of death, he added, I'm kidding. Come on in. Inside the room was a massive dinosaur skeleton. This was Professor Aaron's office. He spoke casually. Sit wherever you like. There was even a dried-up corpse on the office chair. He asked first. So, what did you want to ask me? Simon got straight to the point. I want to know how to win the combat evaluation using only summoning. The professor's face remained cold and indifferent. He even asked back, why would you do something so pointless? I know you're showing talent in combat magic and other subjects. I don't know why you're making things so difficult for yourself when there's an obvious, easy way for you to pass this evaluation. At least Aaron still had some conscience left, pouring him a cup of tea. Then let me ask you this, Professor. A student who intends to major in summoning wants to win using summoning. Do you think that reason is enough? This was so unexpected that the old man choked on his water. They looked at each other as a long silence filled the room. His eyes were wild with confusion. Was what I said wrong? But unexpectedly, the professor laughed with amusement. Do you want me to tell you the solution, or do you want me to give you feedback on your own solution? He agreed. Simon's eyes shone like stars, happier than a new father. I'll choose the latter, Professor. On the day of the combat evaluation, shouts echoed across the field. Where the hell is he? Hey, you're his roommate. How do you not know where he is? The roommate's voice argued back. You know, he didn't even come back to the room last night. Wait here, I'll go find him. The 2 girls from his group were also searching. There are so many people around. Today's battle is important, so it's not surprising. If you win today, you'll start in the middle group. But if you lose, you'll go to the lower group. And if you lose again after that, you'll drop to the very bottom, meaning you'll be one step closer to being expelled from. Kizen. Kamibaz Usula started to cry. Do you think I can survive? Malin Villain tried to comfort her. Don't worry, you'll do fine. I don't know why so many people came to watch. Malin had to do a lot of comforting. The other students are just here to gather information, so don't worry about them. They're preparing for their next opponents. Those people over there are from the Dark Alliance. They're interested in observing talented students. They're probably here to see Simon, the #1 special admission student. I shouldn't tell Kemibazu Sula. She'll faint. The announcer's voice boomed. Simon Polentia of Class A and Hazen of Class G, please come down to the arena. His opponent was already standing there, waiting, and without even seeing him, he clicked his tongue. Ch. It's always the same with those brats who get special admission because of their famous parents and families. They never appreciate their own talent. Just you wait. After this evaluation, everyone will have to pay attention to me. He said, as long as I don't kill you, it's fine. Well, I'll make sure to break at least one of your arms and one of your legs. So badly that they won't heal. The referee walked to the center of the arena and told him, we're running late. If he doesn't appear within the next 5 minutes, the fight hadn't even started, but he already looked completely worn out. I'm sorry for being late, the referee replied. It's all right. Now, both contestants, please put on the bracelets. These bracelets have been enchanted with a shield spell. They can absorb damage. Simon had dark circles under his eyes and looked extremely tired. The other guy looked at him and rejoiced internally. He's clearly not well. This match will be an easy win. If one person faints or the gauge on the bracelet returns to 0, the match will end. The shout, begin the match, rang out. An arm also grew out from his back. Simon summoned his skeletons. I'm ready to take you down. He immediately used his dark flame to end the match. The match is over. Malin Vilni is the winner. The girl stood there, shining in the middle of the arena, a true all-rounder. He instantly put up a shield. Even though you plan to major in summoning, it's your combat magic that I really need to watch out for. As long as I don't get near you, I never thought the skeletons on the field would raise their shields to protect him. I have no idea what this guy is trying to pull. Why did he retreat to the back? I don't know what strategy you've come up with, but are you backing yourself into a wall? Why? Is he preparing to do something? I don't care what tricks you have. I'll just end this now. After saying that, he immediately went on the attack, firing his power straight at Simon. While attacking, he roared, "Go, Simon Polentia!" Simon immediately recognized it and covered his mouth. The sickness curse. With just one move, he had shattered all of Simon's skeletons. Hey, Malin Vilene shouted from the stands. Hey, none of your information was right. You said that when he uses the black hand, he can't use other dark magic. The guy didn't understand at all. I'm not sure what's going on either. Could it be that he's been hiding his true power until now? I have no idea. But I can be sure of one thing. Compared to what we knew, this bastard is many times stronger right now. That's right. The hand behind his back can even reach all the way to Simon. That obnoxious Bahinga stood there. How interesting. You've never come to watch the first year's combat assessment before. He was being sarcastic to his friend, Aaron. I thought you couldn't stand the sight of students suffering because you know what pain awaits them. When they choose summoning, you refuse to take on any disciples out of your own guilt. But now you want to take one? Why is that? Then you should see for yourself. He's well prepared, so he's very confident. He's even ready to backstab his own dear friend. Our beloved disciple is about to suffer such pain. The pitch-black hand blocked all of Simon's escape routes. Bahingas looked down at the arena. Then you should see for yourself. Simon's in danger. Our beloved disciple is about to suffer such pain. Once Hazen finishes casting the second sickness curse, this match will be over. Am I right, Aaron? But Aaron's expression didn't change in the slightest. He even turned to leave without a word in response. He asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" Only then did Aaron reply, "The outcome of this match is already decided. I just came to watch as a precaution. But now, there's no need." This comment made the dirty-playing Bahingas feel a sting. Hazen shouted, "With this formation and curse, you're finished." Dark, black smoke flew straight at Simon. "How does it feel, huh? Pretty uncomfortable, right, Mr. #1 Special Admission? You probably thought some nobody from Class G was nothing compared to you, right? How does it feel to be defeated by someone like that?" Simon was so exhausted he couldn't breathe. Sweat soaked his body as he gritted his teeth. His fists clenched. Only then did he reply, "In this world, you should never underestimate anything." He himself didn't expect it. "Have you given up? Are you surrendering?" Simon wiped his neck and asserted, "No." He smiled with amusement. "It's done. Now, it's my turn to counterattack." Hazen had no idea what was going on. He quickly looked around. What trick has he been pulling this whole time? "Nothing has changed," Simon continued. "You know something? The detailed rules of the combat assessment, Article 3, Section 4. During the combat assessment, if a student leaves the arena, they will be eliminated. But no matter how carefully I looked, There's no rule that forbids bringing an object from outside into the arena. Simon looked completely refreshed, as if he'd been reborn. A giant iron bird charged straight into the arena. The other guy stared, completely stunned. What the hell is this? This is a first-year combat assessment, and you bring a golem into it? You're completely insane. The massive golem stood right behind Simon. It's a golem that he summoned. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm seeing one with my own eyes. Everyone was amazed. A golem? A magic spirit smiled. That's right. It's a spell that uses summoning magic to operate a golem's core. This spell is very iconic for golem summoners. The summoned mud golem is born from a golem core made of sand, earth, and mud. The bird's eyes opened wide. Different materials can create many different types of golems. But even so, this spell is extremely difficult. So no first-year student has ever summoned a golem during a combat assessment. Simon has really done something crazy. Malin Velin also let out a sigh of relief for her best friend. Actually, I went looking for him earlier. Right? Malin Velin was startled. Where on earth was he? He recalled what happened earlier, right behind the arena. He was burying the golem core. From the very beginning, he planned to bring the golem into the arena from the outside. Kamibaz Usula now understood. So that's why Simon was on the defensive the whole time. It was all on purpose. He moved to the side where he had already buried the golem core and created the golem outside the arena. Since the core was outside, the risk of it being attacked was zero. But Malin Velin just found out. That crazy guy. He's gotten way too good at this summoning thing. The other guy was now completely stunned. Talent, wealth, social status, physical traits, race, nationality. Everyone's born with different conditions. That's why life is so unfair. I know that. That's why I wanted to shatter it all. I want to land a blow on those who have never tasted despair, those who have always had it easy, a really painful blow. But even so, a golem is just too much. He was helpless. Even with a power-up, he'd still lose. He gritted his teeth in frustration and then charged forward to attack the bird. Simon also began to make his move. If you want to land a straight punch, you have to put your entire body weight into it. A single punch landed squarely on him, without missing. You could tell it was an incredibly powerful punch. He was knocked out on the spot. The winner is Simon Polentia of Class A. After so many days of hard work, he finally succeeded. The crowd began to murmur. A first-year summoned a golem? He didn't even use any dark magic other than summoning. Simon, your strategy was brilliant. You did great. All three of his teammates stood up and cheered like crazy. Everyone was startled. Good grief. They scared the life out of me. As expected of someone with a special admission, Simon is the best. Walking past the guy lying on the ground, he called out to him. Hazen, I don't know why you hold a grudge against me, but, he declared bluntly, you will never be able to defeat me, with power that isn't even your own. He saw right through everything. The professors will surely see it too. Now then, shall we go? The adorable, giant mudbird. Simon, you're amazing. Why didn't you tell us anything? You should also tell the rest of the group you're sorry for making them worry. What? Who said I was worried? Kamibaz Usula, on the other hand, is just staring at that giant bird. Hello there. You're Simon's golem, right? She may look innocent, but she's surprisingly bold. She turned to Simon and asked, Can I ride this golem? But not today. Maybe later then. Malin Viln grinned from ear to ear, pointing at him. Right now, you look like nothing more than a dry skeleton swaying in the wind. Maintaining that golem must drain a lot of dark energy. Simon will collapse if he tries to hold on any longer. Kamibaz Usula quickly shouted, Stop, I'm truly sorry. I was being careless, but it's okay. I had to try it to find out. As he finished speaking, the bird crumbled into a pile of sand, leaving only its yellow eye behind. A crowd gathered around to get a look. Whoa, it's a core. Whoa, aren't those super expensive? How'd you get it? Our guy held it up. Oh, this? The shop owner himself showed it to me back then. You only had 610 gold coins left. After buying those 3 vanilla skeletons, right? 610 gold coins? The starting price for a golem core is at least 700. What should I do? How about I give you a discount down to 650 gold coins? Just give me 600 now, and you can owe me the 50. Is that okay? He recounted. I used the money I earned from a mission and went a little into debt to buy it. By the way, when is the next mission phase? The guy jumped, startled. Why do you ask? He held up the bird's eye. This time, I'm going to study seriously. But the other guy still had no idea what he was talking about. I'm going to become a necromancer. He had made up his mind. It's also to make money. You really can't survive in this field without it. Everything is so expensive. Next, a voice echoed from the arena. The match between Haywood and Ligang Chop is about to begin. Get ready. Start. The moment the fight began, he was already thinking, based on the clues I've gathered, Ligang is a mage, just like me. She controls her weapons at will, using dark energy, to create fine threads. If I have to fight a mage who's hard to approach. He pointed his hand directly at her and announced loudly, Ligang Chop. Full name, Li and K Chop. From the Daibok territory of the Jia Chop Kingdom. Chop is your mother's surname. A village elder unlocked your core, and a year later, you developed dark energy. You're very good at hunting and enjoy cooking. When you joined Kizen, you were placed in Class G. Your average score across all subjects is around 70 points. Your first friend here was Nasa Azra. You want to major in dark power studies, but you're also very interested in combat magic. You have a minor injury on your knee. You're 1 meter and 54 centimeters tall. You weigh 50 kilograms, and your 3 measurements are. Before he could finish, the girl's face turned beet red. What the hell are you talking about? Shut your mouth. But he was unlike anyone she'd ever met. Seeing her lose her cool, he drew his weapon. You must know your enemy better than yourself, and I know my own weaknesses better than anyone. That's why I'm so eager to learn from others, and why I've studied you so thoroughly. What do you think? The girl went berserk, attacking him relentlessly. Shut up and go die. Their 2 weapons clashed, tangling together chaotically. This is a form of electromagnetism that attracts metals of the same element. Your sword is made of carbon steel and an amerium alloy, right? And I also know that you bought 20 swords but no armor. I figured you would probably let your guard down, since I'm just a simple mage. But according to my information, I need a strategy to defeat you. Your weakness is long-range accelerated attacks. And just like that, he attacked while running his mouth, giving the girl no chance to fight back. Just listening to him was exhausting. Her whole body was thrown backward. In pain, her eyes rolled back into her head. Stop the match! Ligang Chop has fainted. Haywood is the winner. It was a miracle. No one thought he could talk his way to victory like that for the rest of his life. His 2 female teammates in the stands couldn't even be happy. They were speechless, not wanting to acknowledge that they knew him. Looking at him standing down there, the 2 girls didn't know what to say. Our friend won, so I should be happy. So why am I so embarrassed? I feel the same way. Next match. Malin Velan from Class A and Ebon from Class C. Please enter the arena. The girl smiled confidently. I'll finish this quickly. As she was heading down to the arena, she passed our guy. He was waving frantically at her, but she immediately looked away, pretending not to know him. She muttered, "Oh my God." He didn't even understand. He took his seat and asked, "What's wrong with her? Did something happen?" Simon couldn't tell him the truth. "It's nothing. I wanted to ask you something." Malin Villeni's opponent. She wants to major in combat magic, right? Based on those movements and her posture, it seems likely. Yeah, you can tell just by looking. The key to this match is whether she can get close to Malin, or if Malin can keep her at a distance. I can't believe I have to fight someone so talented in my very first match. Hearing the girl speak, Malin just chuckled and turned to her. Is that so? Just consider it an honor for your family. Commoner. Malin's contempt for her was obvious. But the other girl didn't back down. I think today will be a lesson for you, when you get beaten down by this commoner. Behind her back, Malin's hand clenched, forming a magic circle. How naive. As soon as she ran closer, Malin Villain unleashed a blast of fire right in her face, smirking victoriously. You were just going to charge straight ahead, weren't you? A thoughtless attack for a quick victory. Malin Vielny's fire is on another level. Our guy couldn't even see her cast it. She unleashed that black flame so fast, the man sitting next to him explained. That's just dark elemental fire. It's simpler than a black flame spell. It uses a mage's dark energy to cast elemental magic in a more modern way. See how the flame has a black shadow? That's its defining feature. The casting time is also shorter, so you can be faster than other mages. I hear this technique is not only powerful, but also easier to control, with fewer variables. Our guy couldn't help but exclaim, "That's incredible," but the other girl still managed to dodge to one side. Just avoiding the attack is hard enough. She really is on another level. But she wasn't scared at all. She can still smile, but I still have the advantage. I just need to distract her and stop her from using her black flame. This is my one and only chance, if I can just seize it. The girl was plotting against Malin Villain. I told you so. A black flame was already forming in her hand, but the dark-skinned girl still wasn't afraid. Ha! No matter how strong your spell is, if it doesn't hit its target, it's useless. She ran around Malin, who couldn't land a clean hit. You think you can keep up with me? You're finished. All of a sudden, she appeared right behind Malin Villainy and threw a surprise punch. The girl's entire body froze. Oh my god. Incredibly, Malin Villain dodged to the side, avoiding the devastating punch. She smirked. Did you really think I'm that bad at combat magic? So bad that I couldn't even dodge a punch like that? He crossed his arms in jealousy. Gosh, he's so annoying, but he's so good I don't even know what to say. Simon was also speechless. What matters most is talent. I hate that I'll have to become Malin Vien's rival in the future. The other boy scratched his head. I know, right? I'd rather fight you. Suddenly, they both looked to the side. What was that sound? I was about to ask you the same thing. It was Kamibaz Usula, who was extremely nervous. She was trembling as she spoke. Simon. And now Malin Villain. They both won their matches. I'm the only one left. I have to do well. She looked so scared she was turning pale. It's just me now. I can definitely do it. Model. I'm the only one left. I have to do this right. Look at her. She's so scared she's gone pale. It's just me. I can definitely do this. Her two friends tried to cheer her up. Hey, you don't need to feel pressured at all. Kamibaz Usula's right. Look. Professor Sela is here too, just in time for your match. But now, hearing the old man's name just made her even more nervous. The announcer's voice boomed. Kamibaz Usula. Usula from Class A and AG from Class C, please report to the waiting room. Her friends freaked out. Oh my god, AG, right? What's he like? The other replied. He's pretty average. He isn't particularly amazing in any one area, but his fundamental skills are excellent. I'm guessing he'll fight by combining basic spells. Since Kamibaz Usula is a very offense-oriented blood sorcerer, the real question is how she'll break through his fundamental skills, said Malin Villain, who was sitting nearby. Anyway, our Kamibaz Usula has far superior raw power, so there's nothing to worry about. She's a vampire from the House of Usula, after all. The other two agreed. Yeah, that's right. But only if she doesn't panic. The two opponents greeted each other. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you, too. The other guy looked her up and down, sizing her up. What? Is she really from the House of Usula? I thought all the vampires from that house were violent. An announcement came over the speakers. And now, let the evaluation match between Miss Kamibaz Usula and Mr. AG begin. The match started. The guy summoned white skeletons, while she prepared to fire her blood magic. She still looked incredibly tense. Malin Villain suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. If Kamibaz Usula is so offense-oriented, doesn't that mean her defenses must be weak? It doesn't matter how solid his basic skills are. I don't think he can withstand Kamibaz Usula's blood bullets. Oh, that's only true if you're just comparing their skill levels. Kamibaz Usula unleashed her blood magic. A single drop of blood exploded with more force than a bomb. But there was just one small problem. AG's family is loaded. So, as it turns out, his two skeletons were top of the line. They took the explosion without a scratch. Everyone stared, wide-eyed. Every item he owns is so expensive and high quality that it can even withstand Kamibaz Usula's blood. This is going to be tough. I even warned Kamibaz Usula about him. I wonder how she's going to handle this. On the field, she was panicking, frantically jumping around. AG thought, she's better at dodging than she looks. At first, I didn't think I'd be able to hit her with my dark arrows. And she's also strangely cute. He began casting a spell, a curse. From the stands, a friend yelled a warning. Usula, AG is about to cast a curse. She has to do something to dodge this move. But she was already in a panic and didn't know what to do other than shoot her blood magic, this time firing single shots at each skeleton. With a dead serious expression, she took out 3 self-defense weapons, silk blades. The other guy used a poison curse. Both of them were hit hard. His whole body froze on the spot. This is a paralysis agent. He was still calm though. It's fine. A paralysis spell would have lasted longer, and I still have my skeletons to control. To fight for me. Kamibaz Usula's body was trembling too. A single curse. It's okay. I can still move. I can do this. And with that, she rushed forward. The guy panicked and quickly threw up a shield, having no idea what she was doing. Is she trying to rush into close combat after taking that hit? With her eyes squeezed shut, she wrapped her arms tightly around his shoulders in a do-or-die move. The guy was stunned. That's enough already, he thought. What? She endured all of those attacks? She had managed to grab onto him. Then she opened her mouth wide. He still had no idea what the hell was going on. She bit him right on the neck. He yelled, "Let go of me!" But she held on. His magic shield was depleting. With just one bite, his health just kept dropping. He screamed, "What the hell? Let go! Get off of me!" But she stubbornly clung on and wouldn't let go. Damn it. The match was over. The winner was Miss Kamibazu Sula. The guy had been bitten and drained until he passed out cold. "I'm sorry," she said. He just replied, "It was my fault for lowering my guard. You made the right call, but I just really wanted to win." "So, are you hurt anywhere?" she asked. He clutched the spot where he was bitten and gave a weary smile. "No, I'm fine. There won't be any scars, thanks to the shield, and I can't really complain, even if I were injured." It was an evaluation match, after all. It was only then that he realized the danger he had been in. Wait a minute, I was just bitten by a vampire, and I almost turned into one of them. If I didn't have that shield, I would've. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she looked like she was about to cry. "I'm so sorry." Seeing her pitiful face, he was immediately captivated. Actually, getting bitten like that wasn't so bad. Her teammates shouted loudly, "Usula, are you okay? That was amazing." She immediately ran back to them. Simon, her friends were overjoyed, laughing and waving wildly. Before she left, she didn't forget to turn back. "I'm sorry, I forgot you were still here," he deflated. It's not okay. You should be happy about your victory, even if it didn't last long. We love you. Congratulations on everyone's super important win in the first match. Especially you, Usula. I'm very proud of you. So cute, so adorable. Last week, there was an announcement about the midterm exam. I assume everyone will be studying, right? What's with that face? Don't tell me you forgot? And sure enough, he had forgotten. Kamibazu Sula just chuckled. No way. I'm sure he just wasn't paying attention for a bit. One of them defended him. But isn't it too important to not pay attention to? But Malin was still confused. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Simon, you said you'd drop out if your grade in summoning studies was too low. Malin Villain cried silently to himself. I completely forgot about it. The next day, he started cramming. Because of the combat evaluation, I totally forgot about the exam. But if I start cramming right now, I can probably still raise my score. Alright, let's begin. But as soon as he opened the book, he had to clutch his head in despair. He couldn't focus at all. I don't understand a single word. Someone called out, Malin Villaine. Villain? It was the teaching assistant. She told him, there's a male student here looking for you. This early? Who could it be, he thought. I don't know his name. But he's a cute boy. You should hurry. It turned out to be Simon. Seeing him, Malin was completely shocked. Are you that cute guy? Heh. Whatever. What are you doing at the girls' dorm anyway? Simon didn't answer right away. Instead, he started a conversation, pointing to his head. Hey, Malin Villain, I really like your hairstyle. Did you just change your bangs? The girl was having none of it and snapped. Just stop your blabbering. If you have something to say it directly. Where do you even learn all these cheesy tricks? She was getting mad, so he quickly bowed his head and begged. Please, join our study group. The other members, Kamabaz, Usula, and I, will join after we visit Joseph. My God. Seeing him kneeling and bowing, she had to agree. Fine, I'll head over after I clean my room. You guys go on ahead. He was deeply moved. Thank you so much. He was in his room when he heard a voice call out, Simon, are you in there? He immediately replied, yeah, come on in. It was Kamibazu Sula. Hey, it's the weekend, and we still get to study together. I'm so happy. Seeing her looking prettier than usual, he chuckled. You really like to study, don't you? Suddenly, she noticed something. Are you studying hematology? Yeah. Now that you're here, I'll start tackling this subject first. If I have any questions, can I ask you? The girl, brighter than a flower, immediately agreed. Of course, that's great. Actually, I'm studying hematology too. But before he knew it, she was asking him a question first. I feel a bit bad asking you something right after I got here, but could you take a look at this question? It's about zombies. He reached out for it. Sure, let me see. Oh, for this question, you have to use the decomposition formula. I just went over it yesterday. Questions about zombies often use weather or climate to trick you. If you read the question carefully, it says hot, humid summer, which means it will decompose faster than usual. So you have to apply an acceleration factor, like this. Now, you can add everything up to get the answer. She spent less time listening to his explanation and more time staring at the handsome boy, so none of it actually registered in her head. Still, she acted like she understood. Thank you, Simon. Thanks to you, I get it all now. He was a bit skeptical. Really? This is the first time I've ever explained it like this. I'm glad you understood. The girl was so embarrassed she covered her face with her book. What should I do? This makes it even harder to concentrate. Just then, Malin Valeni walked in. I'm here. Consider this, me doing you all a favor. I'm only helping because you're my group members. You know it's hard to manage a group if someone gets expelled. Kamibazusula smiled sweetly. Hey, thanks for coming, Malin Villain. She was just about to say, if you have any questions, just ask, when she noticed the book on the table. This question uses the decomposition formula. Kamibaz Usula nodded. Yeah, Simon already explained it to me. Didn't you score over 80 on the last summoning test? Are you telling me you don't know this? The question hit a sore spot for the girl. She jumped, her face turning bright red. I didn't know. I only had a vague grasp of the decomposition formula, so I got the answer wrong. I got it wrong on the test, too. Definitely. Completely wrong. I keep forgetting the weather factor, so I just can't seem to understand it. Malin Villain had to comfort her. All right, calm down. I'm not blaming you or anything. A new face popped in and asked, What's going on? He pointed to the backpack on his back that was almost as big as he was. What's with all that stuff? He replied. Supplies for the next combat evaluation. Snacks. Just looking at them was tempting. You're always so busy. You said you were doing market research in Rocher, right? Having to worry about that in school. Aren't you tired? The group sat around, eating snacks, drinking tea, and chatting. Didn't you say you were going into business anyway? Do you really need to keep studying at school? He just clicked his tongue. Tisk. You don't get it. What I'm preparing is a type of business that only Kizen students can do. Right now, I'm ready to launch this delivery service. For example, let's say you desperately need something from Joseph, but you can't go there yourself. That's where I come in. I'll collect a list of everything you need and give it to Joseph. Then, you'll get your items at the dorms the next day. Simon had another question. Sounds great, but have you talked to the dormitory staff about this? He grinned smugly. Of course. I've even made a list of orderable items. Now, I just need to start taking orders. He's actually pretty efficient. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Are we expecting anyone else? No, it's just the four of us. Who's out there? It's me, that voice. The moment the door opened, they saw Nephthys Archibald. The woman was beaming. Hello, Simon. It's been a while. She walked straight into the room. Ooh, cake. He tried to stop her. Wait a minute, but the two girls had already scooped Nephthys up. Oh, you're so cute. Do you want some? The woman played along perfectly. Yes, please. Hey, can we share some with the little girl? The guy replied, bewildered. Of course. What's your name, little sweetheart? My name is Nephthys Archibald. Even after hearing that, the girls still didn't get it. Aw, really? What a cute name. They don't believe it's her? Well, how could they? I also thought Nephthys Archibald would be the scariest witch I'd ever meet. But right now, she's sitting here quietly eating cake, just like a child. One guy seemed to know. He stood frozen, staring, trembling like a leaf. He looked at Simon. Simon, is that little girl? Simon gave a slight nod. Yeah, that's her. After eating her fill, the woman turned to him. That was delicious, Simon. Could you spare a few minutes for me? He had no choice but to agree. Ah, sure. The two girls even asked, Do you have to go already? Once they were at the door, he was speechless and buried his face in his hands. I'm so sorry. Let me apologize on their behalf. The woman was very relaxed about it. Don't worry. People treat me like that all the time. Besides, those cakes were delicious, so it's fine. Suddenly, she became serious. By the way, Simon, I see you've finally acquired your own legion, haven't you? That smile sent a shiver down his spine. How did you? The woman grabbed his hand tightly. I'm afraid someone might overhear us here. So, let's you and I go somewhere else, shall we? She pulled him into a private space to have a heart-to-heart, and in a flash, they landed. He was the only one who didn't know what was happening, landing face first with a painful thud. This was a bedroom with a pink bed. He asked, confused, Hey, where are we? Just then, a steamy scene appeared. A girl, Lorraine Archibald, walked out, fresh from a shower. Why did you suddenly come here, Mom? And you brought Simon with you? Simon was stunned by the sight. Ah, it was quite a view. The girl was furious now, standing with her hands on her hips, questioning her. Mom, why do you always cause trouble for me? Why would you bring a boy? Coming into my room without saying a word, and you still don't think you're wrong and keep arguing. What is your problem? Mom brought him here to talk to both of us. Ugh, Lorraine, you're so frustrating. You're always like this, Mom. I'm arguing with you? I bet you fell asleep again when you were supposed to be studying for your test. Simon is here for a study group. All right, I know. I know. The professor immediately scolded her. Do you have any idea how your professors complain to me about you, Lorraine Archibald? Ugh, I'm so sick of memorizing these formulas. What does that have to do with my actual skills? Simon just stood there, not knowing what to do as the two continued to argue. Of course it's related. Everyone else is studying. I already told you, I know. Simon was crying on the inside, missing his friends dearly. So, what are you doing here, Mom? You've said your piece, now get out. The professor was at a loss. Sometimes I just don't know who this kid takes after. She patted the ground. All right, both of you, sit down. First, Simon. The priest reported to us that a spy has infiltrated Kizen. He confirmed. That's right. Have the professors found anything? The professor informed him, I've had a few trusted subordinates investigate, and they've already found some leads. But that's not what I came to talk to you about. I came here today to warn you. He was surprised. Warn me? It seems the spy knows who you are. He was completely shocked. What? Do you remember the Xylop test? Do you recall how the Xylop your group faced was unusually strong? Lizane probably told you. The cause was a side effect of the sedatives used to capture it, or some kind of curse. But the truth is, someone intentionally tampered with it. Lizane had already suspected as much. He sat quietly and listened. You've probably figured out their intentions, haven't you? He replied instantly. They were trying to kill me and make it look like an accident. If they could control it themselves. The Xylop. It's highly likely the person is inside the school, not from Kizen's main headquarters. Are you sure you don't need Kizen's protection? Lorraine has been very worried about you. If you're worried about being expelled, like your roommate Cajun Evan, we can grant you a 1-year leave of absence to buy some time. You can just go home and stay there until this is resolved, then come back to school next year. Simon didn't want that. He clenched his hand into a fist. Thank you for your concern, but I've made up my mind. Even if I'm in danger, I believe living here is still precious. Please, let me stay at the school. I'll investigate on my own. It might be helpful to you. Nephthys Archibald crossed her arms without a word. I knew you'd say that. You're Richard Polentia's son. After all, if you want to continue attending school, we will certainly find a way to protect you. The professor placed a necklace around his neck. This isn't an ordinary necklace, it's an artifact. There have been a lot of concerning incidents lately, not just at Kizen, but across the entire continent. Because of that, I can't focus solely on you. So, I want you to wear this at all times. When you're in danger, the power in this necklace will protect you. The necklace looked like a miniature compass. If the artifact warns of danger, you must stop whatever you're doing, and leave immediately. And as for you, Lorraine, you need to look after Simon too. Seeing her daughter sprawled out, she started scolding her again. Stop lying around, get up, get out of your room, and go to class with Simon. The lazy girl whined, Come on, Mom, why? It'll be weird if I butt in. Simon's friends will think it's unfair or annoying. And with that, the professor burst into tears over her daughter. You foolish child, you always make me worry, you idiot. She then threw herself on the floor, crying and throwing a tantrum. Lorraine Archibald is the biggest idiot in the world, the great-grandmother of all idiots. It wasn't until the girl said, I'll go, that her mother finally cheered up. Hooray, get ready and head out, honey. The girl had no choice. Sorry, Simon, I'll just sit quietly next to you for an hour and then leave. He readily agreed. It's fine. We're happy to have a new member. He just kept sitting there, so she asked awkwardly, Are you planning on watching me get changed? He finally realized. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. He had to bring her to the study group. This is Lorraine Archibald from Class L. I ran into her, so I thought maybe we could all study together today. I hope you all don't mind. The girl waved hello. Sorry for intruding on your group. Just pretend I'm not here. And go on with what you were doing. The others froze. How are we supposed to do that? While they were studying, he suddenly turned to her. You can't solve that one? She was embarrassed. It's a theology question, but it's a bit difficult. So he immediately introduced her. Malin Villeneuve is great at theology. Lorraine Archibald asked right away. Really? Malin Villeneuve, could you explain this problem to me? The other girl had to agree. Sure. You can solve it using this formula. As soon as she heard the explanation, she understood. So that means I can solve all the questions just by using this formula? I should probably review the problem type so I don't get tricked. The others around them were immediately impressed. Wow, that's right. You're a fast learner. Then someone else asked, Hey Lorraine Archibald, what would you reduce the fraction here? They all started discussing the lessons. Cammy even asked, Lorraine Archibald, do you want a snack? She ate one right away and exclaimed, Wow, this is delicious. Where'd you buy it? One of them offered. It's from Vaches. Do you want the name of the shop? They all chatted while they ate. Ursula. So you must be a vampire, right? Haha. That's right. Are you sure? Do you want to try this too? Simon realized. Oh, great. It looks like they're getting along. Lorraine Archibald is amazing. She's not good at taking notes, but it seems that's just because she doesn't like to. She must be the lazy genius type, huh? As it grew dark, everyone said their goodbyes. It's getting late. Let's head home. All right. Let's study on our own for the rest of the time. Studying with you guys was really effective. They waved goodbye to each other. See ya. I had a lot of fun today, Lorraine Archibald. A month had passed since the start of the semester when she suddenly asked him, So, what do you think of the school? He answered right away, It's great. She pressed on. Great enough that you're willing to risk your life for it? Unexpectedly, he replied. Yes, they arrived at her door. Lorraine Archibald smiled. Thanks for walking me home. I had a lot of fun today. Sorry if I was a bother to you and your friends. But don't forget this, Simon. Don't trust anyone. She gave him this specific, careful warning. The professor stood at the podium. Let's begin the proficiency assessment. This is an opportunity for you all to test your skills before the midterm exam, so I expect you to take it very seriously. The test will last for 60 minutes. There will be questions from all 8 subjects.